Giuliani.
I want to reset, though, as to exactly where we are right now. We're starting this morning. It's 7 o'clock, and normally we'd be signing on the air with Good Morning America, but ABC News has not left the air for the past 22 hours now since the occurrences began yesterday morning at the World Trade Center towers. There are still fires burning at the Pentagon. John McWethy talking about the fact those fires are so difficult because that is an old building with a wooden structure in many areas. And this is the scene in downtown New York, the site of the two dropped World Trade Center towers. Number 7 World Trade Center also down. And you get some sense, this is at a distance, but you get some sense of just what an incredible pile of rubble it is, 5 stories high. And you still see policemen standing there at the intersections with masks over their face. This is the scene overnight as equipment was brought in, fires still burning on that site overnight.
And we will hope to hear from the mayor. How many people were retrieved? How many bodies? And what about all these reports that there were people phoning out through the night?
Mayor Rudolph Giuliani of New York is joining us this morning. Mr. Mayor, I know this has been an unbelievable past 22 hours for you, and I appreciate
Thank you.
Your being with us. First of all, what can you tell us about what's going on down at the scene right now?
I can tell you that all through the night, there were over 1,000 people, at some points 2,000 people, working on the rescue effort, trying to move a lot of the large parts of buildings and other debris that are there out of the way, trying to rescue people. We were successful in rescuing two people, and there's a third one that we're in contact with. Hopefully there are others that are near him that we're trying to get out, but at least one person that we're in contact with. And we now have 41 fatalities at this point that we know of. And the reality is that we have, looks like about 202 firefighters that are still missing. And police officers, both New York City and Port Authority police officers, of the uniformed personnel, we probably have about 260 people that are unaccounted for, that we're searching for. And of course, we don't know what the death toll will be with regard to the actual building.
But 202 firefighters, you say, and 200, I mean, those numbers just tear your heart.
259 uniformed service members, which would be made up of the New York City Fire Department, the New York City Police Department, and the Port Authority Police Department. The 2 people that we rescued late last night or early in the morning were 2 Port Authority police officers.
So I just want to get that straight. You say 259 uniformed people overall, 202 firefighters, did you say?
Correct.
That would leave 57 police
officers and Port Authority police officers.
Oh,
and then of course we're talking about the possibility of of thousands of people. We don't know the numbers yet with regard to whoever was unlucky enough, unfortunate enough to have been left in the building when the 2 buildings collapsed.
Can you give me some sense of just the magnanimity of this task?
No, the magnanimity of the task is weeks and weeks of cleanup, which we have to take a day at a time, and we will.
You've got essentially a 5-story or higher pile of rubble where each of those buildings were, right?
Correct, and then smaller ones for the other buildings and the other damage that was done. Other buildings came down, other buildings were hit and damaged. So we're going to have to take this a day at a time, and we'll work our way out of this. And the city is going to come out of this stronger and more determined than it ever was before. But we have to understand that we're all going to have very difficult emotions about this and very difficult feelings about it. We worked late into the night organizing the effort for today and tomorrow, and we have tremendous amount of assistance. We actually have more volunteers than we need right now, which is really wonderful. When I was there...
Mr. Mayor, Diane Sawyer.
Yeah, Diane.
I just wanted to ask, you mentioned that 2 had been rescued. You were in contact with a third. Can you tell us how you're in contact with that third person?
We're in voice contact with him. The fire and police rescue team is able to talk to him. He's trapped right now, and they're trying to rescue him, trying to get him out. They're able to talk to him.
You had mentioned before that there had been calls, some cell phone calls. Any other calls?
Yes, there are others.
Still?
there are other reports of calls, and part of the difficulty is making sure you put them all together, and you're not talking about the same ones. So they're in different parts of the area, hoping that they're in contact with people. There's only one that I know of that's an actual ongoing rescue effort right now.
I'm curious as to how that person could have survived. Any sense? I mean, is he in some sort of pocket, or
Yeah,
what do we know?
Yesterday I visited this firefighter at St. Vincent's Hospital, whose entire company was saved because they were in a void. And they were in the void for 5 hours, and their colleagues are missing, and they believe their colleagues may be dead. But this group of 6 or 7 firefighters were in a void, and therefore they were protected. And when they finally were extricated, they were shocked to find that the whole building had come down, because they had been in this protected void. They heard the explosion, they heard everything else, but everything just fell around them. So we're hopeful that there are going to be other situations like this in this mass building collapses, that there'll be areas where there were protected pockets.
Mr. Mayor, you mentioned the 41 fatalities that you know about at this point, and we know this is just the beginning, but I wonder if you can give us any sense of how many people were reported missing overnight, any sense of that magnitude?
No, I don't have the civilian numbers in terms of reported missing. I don't know how many. I would just be guessing at that number. I know we had 1,700 injuries that we know of people that we took to the hospital, or people that where we accounted for their injuries, anywhere from very serious to minor injuries. So that means 1,700 injuries.
A couple of other reports.
One incident is horrendous, obviously.
Sure. A couple of other reports I wanted to ask you about. One report that ferries were ferrying bodies across the river, and across the Hudson River as often as 10 minutes into the night.
You mean? Are you talking about dead bodies?
That's right.
I don't know of that report.
The dead are being taken to the medical examiner's office?
Yes, they're all. Right now, the procedure is that they're all being taken to the medical examiner's office. Medical examiner Hirsch is confident that he can handle at least the original numbers. We have another site in the Bronx and then another site in Manhattan, but right now, as I said, there's only 41 that we can account for.
Mr. Mayor, let me ask you about the conditions of the city of New York. Last night we heard that everything essentially south of 14th Street, and for those people around the country who don't know New York very well, that's an enormous amount of real estate territory, a lot of neighborhoods.
Sure, that area is the third largest business district in the country. Midtown Manhattan is the largest, Chicago, and then the lower Manhattan is the third largest business district in the United States. So that gives you a sense of the scope of it. The scope of it is it's a very, very big area, and probably the financial capital of the world.
And that is going to be closed down to all but emergency vehicles for how long?
That's going to be closed down all day today. We're not going to make a decision until probably this afternoon about tomorrow, again, because we want to take this a day at a time. But the core area where the cleanup is being done, I mean, you're talking in terms of days and weeks that it's going to take to clean that up.
Right.
And we want to do it carefully. There's also the consideration that it's a crime scene, so we want to work under the direction of the police and the FBI to make sure that we retain the evidence that they're going to need to figure out what happened, and hopefully be able to bring people to justice for this.
And a question about the heightened security in New York, Mr. Mayor. We have reports this morning that the aircraft carrier USS George Washington is now in position off the coast of the city. We also have reports that NORAD, the North American Air Defense Command, has gone on alert and activated F-15, F-16 fighter planes flying combat air patrol over New York. And AWACS planes are now currently up in the air. Just asking you, are there any signs, any warnings that there could be more, that there might be something today?
I checked as of 15 minutes ago, and there are no specific threats of any kind. There is general concern, as there should be, and I appreciate very, very much the personal concern of the President of the United States Navy, all of whom called us yesterday and talked to us. And they're taking special precautions because of what happened yesterday. But there is no specific piece of information. But the people of the city of New York very much appreciate that. Obviously, as they wake up this morning, they're going to be confronting an attack on New York and on the United States in dimensions that we've never experienced before in our history. And the assistance and the help and the security that offers to the people of the city, I think, are very important, if for no other reason but psychological.
Mr. Mayor, I know that you get focused on what do I have to do next in each incremental step and what decision needs to be made. But to talk to you a little bit about the macro of all of this, the overall situation, there is no more visible symbol of New York than the World Trade Center. It has dominated the skyline of this city for more than 30 years. And you plan for these things, and there's all sorts of horrible scenarios that you have to think about. But what was your gut yesterday?
Oh, the feelings that I had yesterday, I think I'll be thinking about for the rest of my life. I lost some very, very good friends, people that I know very, very well, personal friends, and talked to some of them just a few minutes before they died. So you've got to put those feelings as much in the background as possible and focus on the effort that we have ahead of us. And I agree with you. The World Trade Center was one of the great visible symbols of New York, but the real symbol of New York is the spirit of its people. These are we're the most diverse people in the world. We're very, very strong people. We're very proud Americans, and New Yorkers are going to give an example to the people who attacked us of how people who love democracy react to something like this. We're going to be stronger as a result of having gone through this.
But you were talking to some friends in that building who I suspect knew they were going to die.
No. Right before the collapse, I talked to several of the high command of the fire department.
Sure.
And a Roman Catholic priest, Father Michael Judge, who's a chaplain for the fire department, who I've known for many years. And we were moving our command center to 75 Barclay Street, and they were remaining at West Street in order to have a view of the rescue effort. So I said goodbye to them. I wished them luck and asked Father Judge to pray for us, which I often did. And then a few minutes later, we're notified that that part of the building collapse had fallen in their area. So, I mean, we've lost. I think all New Yorkers are going to experience what I and the fire commissioner and the police commissioner experienced yesterday, that we've lost people that are close friends. The numbers here are so great. We have to feel that. We have to understand we're going to feel it, and then we have to focus on how we clean up this horrible debris, which we're going to do. And we're going to, hopefully, I'm very hopeful we're going to find more people. We're going to rescue some more people, and we're going to keep at it until we're sure of that.
Mr. Mayor, I can't thank you enough for joining us.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the coverage. It was enormously helpful yesterday. A lot of people used the television coverage as a way of figuring out how to get out of there, and you were enormously helpful to many of our citizens, and I thank you very much.
Well, we thank you for being with us. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Let us turn right now, because we have with us live Secretary of State Colin Powell. And Mr. Secretary, we're so grateful to you for joining us this morning. I'm going to start right in on a news report, if I can. There is a report that American embassies around the world are being asked to shut down. Is this true?
We have given discretion to all of our ambassadors to close down or temporarily suspend operations based on their judgment of the threat level. 25% of our embassies overseas are currently shut down or have suspended operations, but there are no direct threats yet to any of those embassies. It's precautionary in nature, and I expect they will all be resuming operations as soon as possible. Let me also express my deepest sadness and my condolences to the families of those who lost their lives, and once again reinforce the determination of the United States government to respond with all the forces at its disposal, as the President said last night. And we're hard at work at that already on the diplomatic front here in the State Department this morning.
Do you have signals that there is more to come today?
I have no signals that there is more to come today, but one never knows. But so far, nothing to suggest that there is something waiting to happen today, and let's hope that is the case.
Mr. Secretary, did we miss any signals in the last couple of weeks, or were there simply no signals?
In the first 24 hours of analysis, I have not seen any evidence that there was a specific signal that we missed. There is always a general level of concern about terrorist activity, and there are always warnings that are out there, but they are seldom specific enough to be actionable. Many times they do happen to be actionable, and a lot of terrorist incidents have been stopped because we did get intelligence. In this case, we did not have intelligence of anything of this scope or magnitude. And so America has suffered a terrible loss, but what has not been lost is our spirit, our resiliency as a society. They have failed in that. As the President said last night, we will go after them, and what we will especially do is go after those nations, those states, those organizations that provide haven for this kind of activity. And we will not let up. And we'll make sure that all of our friends and allies and those who would be our friends who have anything to do with harboring this kind of activity will discover that they cannot have a friendly relationship with the United States if they continue to do so.
But, Mr. Secretary, do you share the sense that so many do, that this was so sophisticated, so well planned, that it had to have taken years?
I wouldn't say it had to take years, but it certainly took an extended period of time. It was a very sophisticated, well-planned, well-coordinated attack, showing that it just wasn't done by your average car bomber, but a very sophisticated organization, and the evidence will accumulate in the course of the next several days, which will, I think, point us in the right direction as to who is responsible for it.
But we know there's so much anger welling up in the country right now. I've got the Daily News here, the New York Daily News, which has a headline, "It's War." First of all, is it war as you see it? And if it's Osama bin Laden, what is going to work against him?
Well, American people have a clear understanding that this is a war. It's the way they see it. You can't see it any other way, whether legally that is correct or not.
You do too?
And yes, I do. And we've got to respond as if it is a war. And we've got to respond in the sense that it isn't going to be solved with a single counterattack against one individual. It's going to be a long-term conflict, and it's going to be fought on many fronts: the military front, the intelligence front, the law enforcement front, the diplomatic front. And it's a war not just against the United States. It's a war against civilization. It's a war against all nations that believe in democracy. But democracy can't be defeated. But now it's going to require all nations who believe in democracy to come out and condemn this kind of activity, to work together to go after those who perpetrate such activity. And it requires that kind of coordinated, complete response on behalf of the civilized communities of the world.
But, Mr. Secretary, so many equations have been made to Pearl Harbor in all of this. It may well be, could well be, that we wind up with a death toll from this higher even than occurred at Pearl Harbor. These were civilians, unsuspecting civilians, that were hit in what they thought would be a secure place. And you wonder, you're very judicious about the commitment of American forces, but you wonder just in terms of planning what's going on and in terms of thinking what's going on and what is, when we find out who did this, a kind of appropriate military response.
Well, first we have to find out who did it, and the response may have many dimensions. It may be military, and I certainly hope we can find people that are targetable and we can take action directly against them. But we shouldn't just wait for a single target and then go after it militarily. There are many other things we can be doing to root out these networks, to pull up these places of haven, to destroy training camps. And it's going to take a concerted, long-term effort.
Mr. Secretary, there are reports, this is George Stephanopoulos, reports from Afghanistan this morning that UN officials are being evacuated and also diplomats from Australia, the United States, and Germany. Has the United States recommended that evacuation?
George, I need to check on that. I hadn't received those reports at the time I came down here, but that would seem to be prudent action.
One other thing, Mr. Secretary, do we have any idea what happened in Kabul last night?
Not entirely, but does not appear to be related to what happened in New York and Washington. It seems to be a separate incident that relates to other activities, not directly related to this attack.
That may have been occasioned by what happened in New York? Was it some sort of a rebel group going after the Taliban? Do we know anything?
That seems to be the case, but I do not have any reason to believe it is related to what happened in New York.
And I just want to follow up on what I thought I heard you say earlier. If it came to U.S. ground troops in Afghanistan in order to go after Osama bin Laden, would you back that?
As the President said, we will do whatever is necessary to deal with this, and I would not remove any of the options available to the President. You said I'm judicious in the use of force, and I also believe that when it is time to use force, you use it in a decisive way. But we're far from selecting any particular military targets or how to go after those targets at this time. We've got to build a case first.
But talk to me a little bit about very specific language in the president's speech. It was the sentence that struck all of us, that we will not only move against those who perpetrated this, but those who harbored them.
Yeah, the reality is that there are nations, there are organizations out there that give support to these kinds of terrorist activities. They provide facilities, they provide homes, they provide support for them, they provide money for them, and we're going to go after all of them. We're going to make it clear to them that you cannot have any kind of decent relationship with the United States if you do this, and we will go after the support that allows terrorists to perform these kinds of acts.
But that
gives them havens.
That could be many states. That could be not just Afghanistan, it could be other states. And do you contemplate the possibility of military action against?
No, not necessarily. We're contemplating a full court press, whether it's diplomatic, legal, intelligence sharing, and for those nations that we believe can do a better job of policing their borders, of going after this kind of activity, we're going to work with them. We're going to make it clear to them that this will be a standard against which they're measured with respect to their relationship with the United States.
Mr. Secretary, the response you're talking about could take a long time and could be quite controversial in the Middle East. Have you been in contact with Jordan and Egypt, and do you have any indication that they'll support this kind of effort?
I have calls in to all of the leaders in the region. So far this morning, I have spoken to the Secretary General of the United Nations, the Lord Robertson in NATO, and Javier Solana of the European Union, and as soon as these interviews are over, I will be on the phone to leaders in the Middle East as well.
All right, Mr. Secretary, we'll let you get to work then. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. Thank you.
Secretary of State Colin Powell, and we appreciate his joining us this morning. I want to go to the lawn of the White House. Terry Moran is there. Terry, some new information?
Well, Charlie, let me just bring you up to date on what we know of the president's doings today. He showed up in the Oval Office a little after 7 a.m. That is typical for him. His national security advisor, Condoleezza Rice, already on the scene here in the White House. One detail is that the president, as George mentioned earlier, will be meeting with the congressional leadership, the joint congressional leadership, who will be here in the cabinet room, and he will be meeting with them at 11:30 this morning. There's also going to be a blood drive set up on the White House grounds, in the White House complex at the old Executive Office building. And the President and the First Lady intend to drop by that blood drive here. The officials here are encouraging all of us who work at the White House to donate blood, and the President and the First Lady will be doing the same. It is going to be a day, as you can imagine, that is going to be absolutely packed for the President with meetings and decisions about what is the next step to take. In that National Security Council meeting that he chaired last night before retiring for the evening, we were told that he was given a full briefing on the status of the investigation. At that point, things have advanced since then, and that is undoubtedly what he is hearing about now.
All right.
Terry Moran, thank you.
Terry, we do thank you. And as we said, we're going to keep you up to date on everything that is new this morning. And these may be new pictures for you if you weren't up very, very late into the wee hours of the morning, because we received some home video now. And you're going to see it, a picture of the first plane that hit the first World Trade Center tower.
This is American Airlines Flight 11 that was out of Boston, a Boeing 767. This is the plane hitting the first World Trade Center tower, the explosion of flame. No one had any idea it was coming. It was a total surprise. By the time we took air, which was a few minutes later, we had the first pictures of that building. We didn't know if it was an explosion, if it was a bomb, if it was a missile, or if it was an airplane that had mistakenly flied into the World Trade Center tower. But there it is, hitting the tower. American Airlines Flight 11, there were a total of 92 people aboard.
And we'll just repeat again for those of you who certainly saw it yesterday, but none of us will ever forget it, the scene of that second plane coming in. And this is a scene taken by Evan Fairbanks, who is a photographer, a freelance photographer. It's United Airlines Flight 175.
You know, this is not the Fairbanks pictures, but this is a picture of the plane Oh, I don't care how many times you see it. It is just awful. Go ahead. Well, that's the 767. That's the United Flight 175 that flew in just 18 minutes later into the second World Trade Center tower. We showed you the New York Daily News, the tabloid. Did we show the New York Times headline on the paper? The Times, which is always very judicious in its use of headlines, has a banner headline this morning: U.S. attack. And then the sub-headline that says, hijacked jets destroy Twin Towers and hit Pentagon in day of terror. And now the New York Post, we've just gotten our copy of the New York Post, where it says an act of war on the, I can't get this position very well, act of war on the cover of the plane there, poised in the picture we just saw, about to hit the second World Trade Center tower, and then inside, the day that terror hit home in the United States. I'm sorry. USA Today, John Miller's just holding up USA Today, which is now out, act of war. And the pictures, again, just as grisly as they are in every other newspaper. I want to go to ABC's Cynthia McFadden, who has been covering the casualty situation at the hospitals in New York. And Cynthia, I don't know if you heard the mayor when he was with us, but he gave us some numbers on fatalities, 41 fatalities, civilian fatalities that they have found so far. And that number obviously is very premature. 202 firefighters missing, and you have to worry or presume that they may be dead, and 57 other uniformed officers. That's New York policemen and Port Authority police, but I know you've been covering those who were injured at the hospitals.
Well, and Charlie, of course, what no one wants to say is the fact that the hospitals are not treating more victims this morning is very bad news indeed. They have been working all night trying to excavate people, but this morning, St. Vincent's, at the trauma center at Chelsea Piers, there just are not people being brought here for treatment. The doctors are ready, but they are not available. I have Governor Pataki here with me. He has come down to visit the hospital, as well as he's toured the entire Ground Zero site last night and this morning. Governor, thanks for joining us this morning. What can you tell us from being at Ground Zero?
Well, it is incredible to see the devastation. You can imagine it, but when you actually see block after block of concrete that's been turned to dust and rubble all over the place, it's an incredible scene. But amidst that devastation, you see firefighters and police officers and National Guard troops down there with tremendous courage, risking their lives, going through the search and rescue operation, cleaning the debris and hoping that we can recover more people alive.
Governor, we understand that until very late last night, they weren't really even able to begin the digging effort.
When I was down there last night, they actually had people at the site of the towers themselves, and it was incredibly courageous to see, because right next door there was still another high-rise on fire, in flames, that had a risk of collapsing. But they're just incredibly courageous heroes down there, risking their lives in the hopes that we can save some additional lives. Governor, tell us
your reaction to the sites you saw last night.
It's just incredible to see, you know, but we've also seen sites that are inspirational. New Yorkers coming together, lining up for blocks to give blood, volunteering here at the hospitals. And, you know, you'd look in the eyes of the firefighters down there last night, covered with dust and debris, and you could sense the sorrow as they tried to recover some of their colleagues who are buried in that rubble, but you could also sense the inspiration and the courage and the strength that they are showing. And it's that courage and strength that's going to get us through this, and that's going to allow us to come back stronger and not have our freedom taken from us by this horrible terrorist act.
Governor, of course, the fact that so few victims are being brought to the hospitals this morning is a very bad sign. What are the emergency services personnel telling you? What's the briefing this morning?
We just don't know. We do believe that there are still people alive in the rubble. There have been some indications of cell phone communications. Late last night, 2 Port Authority police officers were taken from the rubble alive and were saved. So the focus now is on search and rescue. We have 18 search and rescue teams down there, more coming from as far away as Puerto Rico. We're not going to give up hope, and we're just going to do everything we can to try to save every life possible.
Are you persuaded that at this point the state has all the resources it needs to be able to continue the search and rescue?
The cooperation and support has been enormous. The city has the best professional firefighters and police officers in the world. The state support, National Guard and emergency services has been tremendous in their help, and the federal officials have given us everything we want. And of those 18 search and rescue teams, we have them from Connecticut, we have them from surrounding states and from all across America, and we're very grateful for that outpouring of support.
Thank you, Governor Pataki, for joining us this morning. Charlie, Diane, back to you.
All right, thanks very much, Cynthia McFadden and Governor Pataki. Appreciate your stopping and talking to Cynthia. And as the mayor, Mayor Giuliani, said to us just a few moments ago, this process of untangling this massive amount of material that is there in the World Trade Center area is going to take weeks, if not months, and they have to treat it as a crime scene, not only as a search scene, but a crime scene, and that makes it take even longer.
That's right. As we promised, we're going to bring you up to date on everything new this morning about those who did it and how they did it. And we're going to start because we've got investigative reporter Brian Ross here, and he's been talking to the FBI.
Well, Diane, in the last 25 minutes or so, FBI agents have entered the home of a man by the name of Muhammad Atta in Venice, Florida. He is one of two people who they had a APV, all points bulletin, out for overnight, looking for a car registered to him and another car registered to a rental service in Boca Raton, Florida.
Who is he? What do we know about him?
We don't know anything about him. There's been quite a bit of activity in Florida overnight. Agents also are following up leads of a car found, as we had reported earlier, at the Daytona Beach Airport, where there was a picture of Omar bin Laden found in the car, and the owner of the car reportedly was a student at a flight school in Daytona Beach, Florida, who had been kicked out of the school. One highly placed source in Washington said that, told us overnight that the executive branch has concluded that the list of suspects will be small because there must be highly trained pilots who have been involved, and they are looking through the various flight schools and connections that way.
What led them to Florida? Do we know, Brian? And do we have any idea what led them to this individual? Because obviously the planes were not hijacked from there. It was the far north of there.
Right. The best leads have come from the flight manifest. By 1:30, 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon, they were running names off the list of passengers on the plane. And that seems to have been one of the ways they got to both South Florida, to Daytona Beach, and then, of course, in the Boston area, there are a number of people they're looking for as well.
Brian asked you to stick around because we're going to turn now to crime and justice specialist John Miller, who's with us this morning. There are other details emerging this morning about who and how?
They've been going over the tapes of the 911 calls made from the plane and analyzing the accounts of different passengers. And in more than one flight, the FBI has come into a theory that there was a plan here to, on takeoff, while the seatbelt lights were still on, to attack the flight attendants with knives and box cutters in the cabin as a diversion to lure the pilot or the co-pilot out of the cockpit to investigate the commotion in the cabin. As soon as that door was open, then storming inside to take control of the plane. And that's the operating theory on at least two of these flights from what they've been able to analyze.
So they attacked the flight attendants.
Right.
Lured the pilots out and then went into the cockpits.
On most domestic flights, certainly with American carriers, the procedure is that the cockpit door is locked. So they had to come up with some kind of ruse to gain entry into the cockpit. And it seems to be attacking the flight attendants was designed to draw somebody from the cockpit out.
Just one more time to go over a report that we talked about earlier in the morning, and people are joining us as the morning goes on. But Brian was talking about these activities by federal agents in the state of Florida. And we've also had reports this morning that in Boston, they have seized a car which apparently was used by hijackers that went into the Boston airport. They had apparently come down from Canada through Portland, Maine, rented a car there, and driven to Boston to carry out the hijackings.
That's one of the reports, and this morning we're being told, again, to focus on the fact that that is a very, as they say, soft border. That's an easy access point back and forth. And if you recall, at the time of the millennium, where they had a number of arrests of, or searches of people in the Boston area connected with a possible terrorist suspect at that point.
And flight manuals also, John, found in that car?
That's right. Flight manuals in Arabic were found in a national rent-a-car that was at the central parking area at Logan Airport. The car had been rented by one man, and by going through the manifest, they've identified 5 names. 2 of them are brothers. 1 of them is a pilot that they're focusing on, and it appears to be a different pilot from the man in Florida. So it looks like there were a number of people, 2 or more, who had in-flight experience and who may have trained others.
And does it surprise you they left this kind of evidence behind?
In a suicide mission, I'm sure being traced or caught was probably not their concern.
Yeah, there's an ironic detail that they got to the Logan airport so late that their luggage didn't make the plane. I can't imagine that's as much concern.
Well, it's interesting because in most carriers there's a system of passenger claiming where where the opposite is true. If your luggage makes the plane and you don't, it doesn't take off. The opposite doesn't apply, though.
Yeah. All right, John Miller, Brian Ross, thanks very much. Senator John McCain, Republican of Arizona, is joining us this morning. Senator McCain, can you hear me? Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Charlie Gibson and Diane Sawyer here, and I appreciate your joining us. We were just talking to the Secretary of State, Colin Powell, and about what really is appropriate response in this instance, and the fact that this country is angry right now, really angry. Your sense of that?
Well, I agree, Charlie. This country is very angry, and controlled fury, I guess, is as good a description. And there's no doubt that Americans have every right to demand a complete and thorough response. The question is, obviously, who did it, and I thought the President last night made a very important point in his excellent speech to the nation, where he said that not only do those organizations have to be punished, but those nations that shelter them as well, and that's going to be something which I think may be a long-term project.
Well, and we've made the point a number of times this morning, Senator, but it's a very difficult one, and it will present a great conundrum for this administration and for the military establishment, for the Congress, that indeed this could be, if it turns out to be bin Laden or bin Laden connected, that this could be not just one nation, but it could be a number that have harbored people involved in this organization.
I agree, but I think unless we get out at the fundamental problem, and that is that there is a network, a veritable network in that part of the world. We know there was allegations concerning Iranian participation in the Khobar Towers bombing in Saudi Arabia. There's been allegations about Iraq, Libya, even North Korea. So I don't think there's any doubt that there's a system out there, or a network, and that network is going to have to be attacked, and this may be a very long-term proposition, but I'm convinced that the American people will stay the course, as we have in other times of crisis.
There's patience, you think, in this country about this?
I think there's an understandable impatience, but I believe the President will explain to the American people that this has to be done in a measured and methodical fashion. Just launching a bunch of cruise missiles, the so-called pinprick responses that we employed before, are not going to do it, and everybody knows that. So it's going to take a lot of work, a lot of effort, a lot of American treasure, and perhaps some American blood.
Senator McCain, we thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
And as we know, there are going to be congressional meetings throughout the day, congressional briefings. Hope to hear more from you later.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go now to Don Daler, who is on the scene, and we like to stay in touch and see exactly what's happening down with the firefighters, down with the policemen. We have seen that smoke, that wall, that towering wall of smoke now subside, but as we know, they're still dealing with very, very tricky terrain down there, and we are also receiving some reports of perhaps additional survivors. We're not sure of those. Don, what are you hearing? Sorry. Don Daler is apparently having technical trouble down there, and no wonder. It's a very complicated area.
But just to recap what Diane's talking about, maybe we'll get the connection with Don, who is down right at the site where the recovery efforts are going on, such as they are right now. But the mayor earlier told us that they had found 2 people alive, and that they were in contact with a third and were trying to find that person. And he said there were a number of other calls, cell phone calls, that had come out of the rubble, but they couldn't tell exactly how reliable some of those reports were of calls that had come out. He said there's really only one person that we know is in there, and alive, and we're trying to find him. So we will try to get to Don Daler in just a few moments. Also joining us this morning, former director of the CIA, Admiral Jim Woolsey, who is with us. Admiral Woolsey, can you hear me?
Of Army Captain, Charlie. Just Mr. is fine.
Okay. All right. Mr. then. Your sense, I've asked a number of people, and I would ask you the same thing. Your sense of where we're going to be a week from now, what kinds of things we're going to learn over the next few days?
Well, I hope very much we're going to start looking hard at who might have been behind this, and I don't mean just bin Laden. This operation looks quite sophisticated and rather broad-based, the sort of operation that might well have an intelligence service of a country behind it. And the Clinton administration at first pursued in 93 and 94, and the FBI did, the possibility that Iraq was behind the World Trade Center bombing in 93. And then it abandoned that theory and moved off to believing that most of these terrorist operations were loose associations of people who just sort of came together, or later on bin Laden. But it didn't go back to looking for a possibility of state sponsorship behind them. It's time now to resuscitate that. Look, there is, I think, a fair amount of opinion growing that the Iraqi government could conceivably have been behind the World Trade Center bombing of 1993. And the difference between this act of war against the United States and December 7th, 1941, is in 1941 we saw those red rising suns on the wings of the attacking aircraft, and we knew who had attacked us. Now it's fine for us to be angry. It's fine for us to want to respond. It's fine for us to say it's an act of war. I think all of those things are true. But we need to get quite clear exactly who may have been responsible for this. The president talked last night about harboring terrorists. Afghanistan harbors bin Laden, and he may well have been involved, but there may have been more involved here than harboring. Could have been somebody else behind that.
How could, given the sophistication of this operation, the question that's going to be asked a lot in coming months, how did U.S. intelligence miss it?
Well, I think there's several things to be said. One is they may, we've really heard from the Secretary this morning, have picked up generally that something was going to happen, but not that this particularly was. Secondly, they have stopped a number of other terrorist incidents, including a number right around the time of Y2K, but this is a business in which you have to stop everything, and this was a terrible tragedy. A third thing is that the CIA guidelines issued in 95, I'd hasten to say after I left, make it difficult, not impossible, but difficult to recruit people inside terrorist organizations as spies, because they put a deterrent on if you're trying to recruit someone with a violent past. Well, you know, the only people inside terrorist organizations are violent people. You don't just recruit nice people if you want to learn what's going on in terrorist organizations. And then finally, I think they may have been looking very, very hard at the terrorist organizations themselves, but not enough at the possibility of a state behind it, whether Iraq, Iran, I think is less likely, or some other. But I think Iraq would have to be the principal candidate.
Before we let you go, one other question, though. There were not only restrictions put on the CIA in the period of time that you talk about after you left, but there were restrictions put on the kind of intelligence that could be gathered, particularly back in the 70s, when a lot of people feel to some extent the CIA was dismantled. Well, one of the things that may come out of this, will it be, do you think, a really thorough going over of U.S. intelligence capabilities and, in effect, to some extent, unfetter the CIA?
Well, I hope that human intelligence, which is really the main way you're going to get intelligence about terrorist organizations, gets back some of the resources that they had for the Y2K period, and they've been slimmed down, unfortunately, since then. But I think George Tenet, the DCI, takes a real interest in human intelligence, and he's worked very hard to do the best he can with the resources that he's given. I think it's mainly a question of resources and removing some of these constraints that are the result of political events of the past, wholly unrelated to terrorism.
All right, thanks. Jim Woolsey, I appreciate you being with us this morning. Thank you very much. All the best to you.
All right, I want to check because I believe we have Don Daler up now, and I want to make sure that we do. Can you just tell me, Mayor? Yes, Don, we see you there down at the scene, and as we said, we are hearing reports of additional survivors. Can you tell us anything more?
That's right. Well, you remember back at Oklahoma City when little bits of good news started to trickle in as time went by. That's the case now. We have the report that there have been 6 survivors pulled out, one of whom is a Port Authority police officer named Jay McLaughlin. He has been taken to the hospital. The Port Authority police wanted us to announce that so that his family would know that he is okay. That's one individual we know about. In addition to that, there were 5 firemen recovered from the World Trade Center alive and taken to the hospital. I have with me here Fireman Bill Duty. Now, why is it that do you believe that they were able to survive such a horrendous accident?
Well, they were fortunate enough to fall into a void. When the building fell, there must have been a part of the structure that kind of surrounded them and protected them from the falling debris. So when the debris fell on the side, they were in an air pocket, and they just stayed there until help arrived. I don't know what company they were from, but there were 5 firefighters and 1 officer, so 6 men.
Were they badly injured?
I don't know how the injuries were, but I know they got them out, so...
Does this give you hope that there will be other survivors being pulled out?
Oh, absolutely. I have a lot of hope, especially for people that were below grade, because there's a lot of voids down there. The building, the first few floors is kind of still intact. So I'm hoping that most people under grade, well, there might be a lot of voids, but unfortunately most people that were above the first few floors, very little hope as far as I know.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to add one thing, Charlie. As we were walking through this massive debris field a little bit earlier, one of the things that struck me was it is a huge debris field, but for the size of those buildings, it really didn't seem like it would be that size. You would think it was much, much larger than that until you realize that there are parts of the World Trade Center all around us. The building was literally pulverized. There is a fine dust for miles around this area. And that is why that it's not just one big pile there that you would imagine. You can only get an idea of how huge these buildings were if you stood in their shadow before this happened.
Yes, and another point that I think needs to be made, and we'll find out more about that, is we learned at the time of the World Trade Center bombing in 1993, there are, you know, those buildings went way down. Actually, they went 70 feet into bedrock. There were garages below, and obviously there's going to be a lot of sunken debris as well. But the pile of debris, 5, 6 stories high. And as Mayor Giuliani said, it is going to be weeks, maybe even months before they've gone through all of it.
I think I mentioned last night that when I went down there, you can hear a groan from the still standing parts of the buildings. It's an actual sound, almost like an avalanche about to pour down on you. Well, we want to go to ABC's Lisa Stark, who covers aviation, because we said there is news this morning both about what may have happened on board these flights and also some additional information about air travel today in the U.S. Let me just start and ask you, first of all, what do we know now about airlines resuming operation today?
Well, we know that the Federal Aviation Administration, Diane, is still hoping to get planes back in the air starting around noon today. Airline sources tell us they're still waiting for final word from the FAA on the exact security measures that will be taken. That has not officially come down yet, so they're waiting on that before they figure out what they're going to do today. But the FAA says it hopes to have flights resuming around noon. We expect in about 2.5 hours to hear officially from the Department of Transportation announcing what exactly will be taking place to try to get flights back in the air. You're putting up some of the things we've learned that they will be implementing. No curbside check-in. They'll be doing random ID checks, both of employees and passengers. Only passengers past the checkpoints and on. Obviously, a tightening of security, like the type of security we saw during the Gulf War. You're also expected to see much more visible security at the airports. Local police, possibly some military police as well, will be at a number of the airports, especially in the Washington, D.C. and the New York City area as well. It will take the airlines time to ramp up. One airline I spoke with this morning said there's a number of scenarios on the table. Perhaps by late this afternoon they could be at 20% ramp up. It will take a number of days for them to get the systems back up and running and to get planes going again.
Yes, I gather the airports just look like parking lots at the moment. Since there are no planes in the air, they're all on the ground in airports and have to be parked. There are not enough gates to accommodate them.
I'm sure that's probably true. The airplanes are just sitting there. They are not even where they would normally be at this time in the morning because they didn't go on to whatever their final destinations would be. So that's another sort of thing that the airlines and their operations center have to work out, what airplane is where and where do they need to get that airplane to. Charlie, I have some new information about the planes that crashed into the World Trade Center that I'd like to tell you about this morning that I've just managed to gather from some government sources of mine. We were talking about earlier about this code that the pilot can push a button and send a code. The code is 7500, by the way, to let controllers know that the plane is being hijacked. We had some indications that no code was sent. I have another government source now that indicates to me that, in fact, none of the planes sent that particular code out, indicating that a hijacking was in progress. On top of that, I have learned that those hijackers apparently were very, very sophisticated in how these planes worked and what they needed to do. Because what I have learned this morning from government sources is that on the 2 planes, at least, that went into the World Trade Tower, apparently on the American Airlines Flight 11, the transponder on that plane was turned off entirely. Now, this is the system that sends a signal to air traffic controllers. It identifies the plane, the altitude, things like that. And apparently the transponder was turned off on American Flight 11, according to government sources. And what that would mean is that all controllers are seeing is a blip on their screen, no information about the particular plane, no information about its altitude, what plane it is. As they say, they're just getting a skin paint off of the plane. On the United Airlines Flight 175, someone apparently changed the transponder code on that one, and what that does, I'm told, is that the computer then doesn't recognize the plane anymore. So again, they're not getting good information about what plane it is, what altitude it is at, only seeing blips on their screen. So whoever was doing that in the cockpit had that carefully planned so that no one could know what was going on and what the intentions were at the time.
And yet a couple of other reports out this morning, Lisa, that initially on Flight 11, that first plane to go into the first tower, air traffic controllers could hear someone, that the pilot had pushed a button and allowed them to hear, apparently, the hijackers talking in English, saying what?
I have 2 conflicting sources on that this morning, Diane. I have one government source that says that's not inconsistent with the reports that they have heard, that for a time the microphone was keyed open on that American Airlines Flight 11, the first flight to go into the World Trade Tower. That source could not tell me what was being said. I talked to a second government source who indicated that they were not sure that the mic was keyed open on that plane. So I think this is still information that's developing, and we just don't know for certain if the pilot had in fact opened the microphone and some conversations were being heard.
But I'm fascinated by that information that the transponders were turned off and that they never sent the hijacking signal. What that would tell me, and you're far more sophisticated in this than I am, what that would tell me is that the hijackers had the controls of those planes very early in the flights.
Or clearly were threatening enough to at least direct pilots to do that particular action. I mean, if the transponders were turned off or changed in some way, as I said, someone was very, very sophisticated in knowing that that's what they needed to do, not to become a stealth aircraft, obviously. They're still being able to be seen on radar, but really there was no communication with these planes, I believe, from controllers. At least one of the plane, all the communication systems were shut down. I don't know exactly what plane that was. So these hijackers wanted to be as isolated as they could up there to keep people guessing what was going on as they carried out their attacks.
All right, thanks very much. Lisa Stark is joining us from Seattle, Washington.
I want to check now because, as we know, it is a national tragedy, but for so many families, for so many individuals around the country, it is, well, there's just an infinity of human heartbreak out there. And part of this modern age is that so many people say that they heard cell phone calls coming in, that they heard from loved ones. There's the flight attendant who called to say what was going on board. There is a son who called his father to say he thought they were going to crash. There is the wife of Solicitor General Theodore Olson, who called her husband twice, saying that there were men on board a plane with knives, and the passenger reportedly hiding out in the bathroom of a plane, who called 911. Well, I want to bring in, if we can, Alice and Vaughn Hoagland. And Alice Hoagland is the mother of Mark Hoagland. Vaughn is his uncle, and they are joining us from Sarasota, California this morning. And first of all, we can only say to you that we are so grateful in this horrible moment that you came and are with us this morning, and we thank you. Mrs. Hoagland.
Very glad you asked us.
Mrs. Hoagland, tell me what happened. What was the call that came in?
Well, at 6:45 yesterday morning, the phone rang. A friend of the family, Carol Phipps, answered it, ran to get my sister-in-law, Mark's aunt, Kathy. He said to her, "I want to let you know that I love you." And Kathy told him, "Well, we love you, Mark." And then she went to get me. I ran to the phone. Mark said, "Mom, this is Mark Bingham." He gave me his last name. He was so rattled. He said, "I want to let you know that I love you." I told him that we all love him. He said that he was on United Flight 93 from Newark to San Francisco, and that there were 3 guys who had taken over the aircraft, and they say they have a bomb. I asked him, "Who are these people?" And he seemed distracted, didn't hear the question, didn't answer. Then he came back on, said, "It's true." And I said, "I believe you." I told him I loved him, and then it went dead. He was not calling from a cell phone. He was calling from the air phone, probably at his seat. He was seated at the back of first class toward the front of the aircraft. It was a pretty light load that day. We were hoping that Mark had a chance to perhaps work with other passengers to thwart the intent of these hijackers.
Yes, you point out, this is Charlie Gibson, you point out...
Hello, Mr. Gibson.
How are you?
Hi.
And boy, I mean, you know, everybody, the stories in all of this are so heart-rending, and yours obviously so much so. And that flight, for people who aren't aware and can't keep all these planes straight, this is the plane that had left Newark, headed for San Francisco, and that's the plane that crashed in western Pennsylvania, southeast of the city of Pittsburgh. And there are actually reports that perhaps, and I hope it is some consolation to you, there are reports that perhaps the passengers on that plane were able to overwhelm the hijackers.
We hope so. We know that Mark was a very active and take-charge guy. He was a large man. It's likely, based on things that we've heard, that he was able to participate in at least thwarting the efforts of these people that took control of the aircraft. We know that of the 4 aircraft that were hijacked, his was the only one that didn't reach its target. And we hope that Mark was able to take an active stand against these folks.
When he called you to express his love to you and to his aunt, did you have a sense from him, or did he say explicitly that he thought this plane was going to go down?
No, he didn't have a chance to say anything like that. I could tell by his voice that he was quite concerned. He was calm, but I could tell he was frightened. Telling me his last name, this is Mark Bingham. Incidentally, he is a big supporter of Senator John McCain. We were very touched by the eloquence of Senator McCain earlier. He is a very patriotic young man, as is his Aunt Kathy. And all of us here, we're very touched by the words of our president. We hope that this horrible set of events will help to bring the American people together in a real effort against this kind of terrorism. I'm a flight attendant for United Airlines, and as is my sister. Mark was flying on a companion pass from my sister Candace Hoagland.
And did you watch the television reports, Ms. Hoagland, Mr. Hoagland, or was it harder
It was difficult to watch all of them.
As soon as we got the call from Mark, we called the FBI and we turned on the TV and realized that this horrible thing that Mark was involved in was part of a national crisis.
His flight was actually the last to meet its final end, so we had hopes that maybe something would happen where he'd be able to. He's an active guy, and he's not one to sit on his hands, and I think that if there was anything done to thwart the people, that he was involved in it. I know him, and I know the way he thinks, and he would not sit idly by, especially since there's a good chance that I think that he probably knew that it was indeed a suicide mission. He has access to Palm Pilots and internet capabilities, a pretty electronic savvy guy. And I think that somehow he found out that they had no intention of landing any of the passengers safely, and he took it upon himself, maybe recruited other people. We have hoped that he played an active role in doing whatever he could and keeping that plane from getting to what we now know was Camp David.
We should tell everyone, and I hope I'm right on this, he was 31 years old, owned his own public relations firm on the East Coast, and a graduate of Berkeley.
Yes. Well, Alice, Bowen, our love to you. Thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you very much, Charlie, Diane.
You take care.
Thank you.
It's 8 o'clock on the East Coast, and we want to reset, give you some sense of what's going on, the latest information we have. The good news this morning comes from the rescue site of the World Trade Center towers in downtown New York. We don't know that there's going to be a whole lot of good news from there, and indeed I suspect over the next few days there'll be a lot of bad news. But 6 people rescued in the last few hours, 5 firefighters, 1 policeman. We don't know if the mayor, when he was with us about an hour ago, was talking about somebody different, but he also said that they were in contact with someone by phone, and that perhaps there was one other person to be rescued. I don't know if that person was among these 6 or not.
Let's go back. We are going to see the scenes once again. As of this hour, down at the World Trade Center, there is still fire down there. We could see just a little bit earlier that underneath there is still fire beneath some of the soot and some of the flames.
The picture there that you're seeing is of the first plane, American Flight 11, hitting the first of the World Trade Center towers at 8:45 yesterday morning, just under 24 hours ago. That is the event which led or began this incredible series of circumstances that has brought us to where we are right now.
And because some of you may be joining us at this half hour, we want to go back to Don Daler for a minute, who was there for a second, and let him just tell us once again what's happening at this hour. Don?
Well, what's been happening for about the past 6.5 hours is the slow, agonizing, slow process of sifting through the wreckage, a massive amount of wreckage. They're having to take a slow way, cutting away different pieces of metal. What you can see is it looks like another shift change. We've been seeing different National Guardsmen, police, rescue workers coming up Church Street. There's almost a universally consistent look on their face. Weariness, numbness, and they have this haunted look in their eye. There was a National Guardsman from the 258 Artillery Unit out of Jamaica, Queens, who came by me, and I chatted with him for a moment, and he said that this was not the kind of war that he had trained for. Charlie?
All right, thanks very much, Don Daler. One little new piece of information, and it's an important one. President Bush has declared New York City to be a federal disaster area. Now, that disaster declaration allows New Yorkers who have been affected by the attack on the World Trade Center to apply for federal aid. That could be, it could be housing assistance, it could be medical assistance, it could be crisis counseling, it could be unemployment benefits. So there's all kinds of different benefits that entitles people to who have been affected by a disaster. And this is certainly, albeit man-made, this is certainly a disaster here in New York. And as we reported, the entire city, from 14th Street right to the tip of Manhattan Island, has been closed down for at least today. And as Mayor Giuliani pointed out, that's actually the 3rd largest urban area. Forget the rest of New York. That by itself is the 3rd largest urban area in the United States. That entire area shut down for the day, and they're going to make this decision on whether to close it down day by day. But as he pointed out, the area where the World Trade Center was, the World Trade Center complex, and it was a complex of buildings, 3 of which have now gone down, that will be closed for weeks and months. But it's really, for a New Yorker, and I understand many of you do not live in the city, but for a New Yorker, the fact that much of the city has now been closed down is really startling. All of the financial centers, for instance, down in that area, and many very prominent neighborhoods.
Again, if you missed Mayor Giuliani earlier, he brought us up to date on casualty figures. He said he didn't know how many people had been reported missing overnight. They simply didn't have a tally on that. He talked about at least 1,000, more than 1,000 people whom he knew had been taken to hospitals and who were injured. He talked about 41
fatalities, 202 firefighters who are missing. Now, maybe that number's been brought down since they found 5 alive, but 202 that were missing and presumed dead at the time he talked to us, which was an hour ago, and 57 uniformed police officers. That's New York City Police and Port Authority Police, and among the firefighters in New York. And this is a great department here in New York, and we have talked a lot about firefighters and how important they are in the last year. 202 is a staggering number, and among that number, some of the top officials of the New York City Fire Department. The first group of firefighters, 400 firefighters who went into the World Trade Center, apparently about half of them perished.
The chief. And that takes us right to Cynthia McFadden, who is down at St. Vincent's Hospital. Cynthia?
Diane, we're on West 11th Street, south of 14th, of course, the closest trauma center to the actual site of the World Trade Center. I have with me the chief of surgery here at St. Vincent's, Dr. Mark Wallach, has been on duty most of the night, and he has made rounds this morning. And can you give us an update on the condition of those 361 people who have been brought to this hospital, 4 of whom have died? Dr. Wallach, tell us about the survivors.
The survivors right now are stable. There's about 60 that we consider to be somewhat critical but stable. Right now, that's all that I really want to report. We're making rounds on them now. You can imagine that when we come in the morning and you have to make rounds on 360 individuals who have come in, been triaged, most have been admitted, that it's a very difficult task. The individuals in this institution, from all the paramedical personnel through the medical students from New York Medical College, the residents who work here both in medicine and in surgery, et cetera, have done a great job.
Now, many of these people were, tell us where they were in terms of the blast.
Well, some of them were in the building. A lot were outside of the building. I think that it's very apparent to everybody, and it's really sad for me to even talk about it, that a lot of the people in the building probably did not make it out. There were a few that we have here that are telling some tales, but I think that we've treated a lot of personnel who were down there trying to get people out of the building also.
Some of the rescue workers who you treated yesterday and today, this morning, have said that as they were coming out of the building, they saw colleagues going in.
That's correct. Actually, some of the people that were actually working in the building were coming down the steps to get out as they saw fire individuals and police going up to initially try to fight the fire and rescue people before the buildings collapsed.
Dr. Wallach, one of the issues this morning is the fact that your staff here is not busy, which is a terrible sign.
You know, quite honestly, we took 360 hits yesterday, and that's not busy for this kind of catastrophe. That tells the tale to everybody. This is really very, very sad.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wallach. Diane, Charlie, back to you.
Okay, Cynthia, we thank you, and the fire chief who was killed, one of the chiefs was Chief Gansey. We have some news coming in from John Miller shortly. He's going to be with us, but I want to tell everybody that we asked Mayor Giuliani this morning about reports coming out that a USS aircraft carrier, the George Washington, has been positioned off the coast of New York City, that the North American Defense Command went on alert yesterday, and that F-15s and F-16s are continuing to fly combat air patrol over New York. We asked him if he was expecting anything more today. He said he'd been asking that question, and he is not.
John Miller has just gotten here.
There you go.
Hopefully with some news, some new details.
A number of developments, not all of them good. Across the street from the World Trade Center, in one of the tallest buildings in Battery Park City, fire has broken out on the roof. A police helicopter reports that it's billowing black smoke and spreading rapidly, apparently from some burning debris that may have fallen there. In addition, there have been some rescues, dramatic rescues from the scene. Also at Church and Day Street, they've called for 2 sergeants and 20 detectives in the crime scene unit, which indicates they've found either additional bodies or major evidence.
Do we know
things are jumping there now?
Do we know which building?
In Battery Park City, the police helicopter pilot described it in detail as the one with a brass roof at the corner of Battery Park City, and they've notified the fire department, which is certainly stressed enough right now to respond there and deal with it as a high-rise fire.
And presumably they're all evacuated at this point.
From that building, this fire has just broken out minutes ago. So I'm not sure if Battery Park City, those are residential buildings for the most part. That may not be the case.
All right,
Your mic is turned off. I just got a sign saying your mic is turned off. I hope they heard you through my microphone.
Okay.
But just one, or they did hear you through my microphone, so that's good.
Let's go back to Don Dalo, because you were talking about the rescue down at the site, and I believe he's with some of the men who made those rescues. Don.
That's right, Diana. I'm here with the Nassau County Emergency Services people who are actually in that part of the wreckage. They are the ones who rescued the police officer who was in there. With me is Mitch Durler. You were actually in the hole with them, correct?
Yes.
Can you describe what you saw and what kind of condition he's in?
Well, the person, the aide, was in very good condition. The New York City Emergency Service medic and the doctor kept him in great shape all through the night with medications and keeping his IV, giving him IV and keeping his vitals in good condition.
How did you find him? What kind of an area was he in?
It was just a long confined area. There were pipes and concrete all around him, and from what I understand, originally he was buried up to his chest area, and New York City Emergency, New York City Fire Department, and then we came to also support them and join the operation, and were able to dig him out. But it was a joint operation with everybody, not solely us, not solely the Fire Department. New York City Emergency Service was in there, as they always are, and they did a great job, and everybody dug this guy out.
The joint efforts have been amazing to see from this end. How did you find him? Was he conscious when you got...
He was conscious. He was talking to us. He knew his name. He knew where he lives, how many kids he had, and he was communicating the whole time to us.
Great.
He was just a little uncomfortable being... at the time when I got to him, he was only pinned by his feet, so we had to dig around his feet. And
you dug around. Were there anything like the large metal beams that we've seen over in this area?
Well, it was basically there was all rock and concrete around him and big metal pipes and beams, and we had to work our way over them and try to just reach and dig them out. And eventually, myself and then the other 2 New York City firemen were able to get webbing around him and pull him out. And it was a great joint operation by everybody.
Diane, some of the many, many thousands of heroes who are working down here right now. And I'm sure all your families would be glad to see that you're all well, too. Thank you again very much. We all appreciate you. Okay. Diane, back to you.
Okay, Don, thanks. And our salute to all of them as well. We're still with John Miller, who says he has some more information. And earlier, just in case you couldn't quite hear perfectly through Charlie's mic, you were telling us that another building is on fire. It's an apartment building?
A building in Battery Park City, which is high-rise buildings and mostly residential. Fire has broken out on the roof. A police helicopter patrolling the area reported black smoke billowing, and then he called in again to say that the fire was spreading rapidly and to have the fire department respond there. Obviously, that's an organization that's very stressed right now. In addition,
and depleted.
At the scene, they've called for crime scene investigators and 20 detectives to respond to Church and Day, which is on the back side of the World Trade Center, because they've recovered either bodies or evidence not far from where this rescue was made that the Nassau County people were just talking about. And developments in the operational end of the investigation, before we get to the substance of it, the FBI has left its New York office. They've split into 3 quadrants, one team operating out of a garage another operating off of a naval ship in the harbor, another team operating out of some borrowed office space with the police department. Same with police headquarters, which at this time, when you'd really need command and control from there, they're operating off-site. All their phones are down, their air conditioning because of the condition of lower Manhattan and the problems with telephones from this explosion. So logistically, they're facing tremendous problems, although they seem to be getting through it. Recapping the investigative developments, in Venice, Florida, the FBI has conducted raids and executed a search warrant and are searching for a man named Mohammed Atta. This information, according to our investigative reporter Brian Ross, who's been speaking to federal officials in Washington. They say at a car rented in Boca Raton, they conducted a search and found pictures of Osama bin Laden. In Boston, FBI agents investigating the backgrounds of 5 men in a rented car found at Logan Airport, where some of these flights emanated from, including, we are told from our sources, flight instruction manuals in Arabic. Those 5 men believed to be those who were the hijackers and killed in the explosions. So they are picking up a trail now.
These 5 got to Boston starting in Canada, right?
It appears that they came to Boston from Maine, and the speculation or the information is Maine is, of course, the Canadian border, and that is a place that, as Brian Ross said earlier, is a soft border and one that they've had incursions through before that they've documented. So they believe they came from Canada.
So moves that we know of at least in 2 fronts, one in Venice, Florida, with this fellow Mohammed Atta, and the other in Boston, where even we understand they took seats out of the Logan Airport where these fellows may have sat and to check, presumably, I guess, for any DNA that may be there.
And from the rent-a-car. And what's significant about them is, of the 5, 2 are brothers, and one is supposed to be a pilot. The inference there is that he could have trained the hijack team to fly.
Sure.
Let's get the news now from John McWethy, who's at the Pentagon. Haven't heard from you in a while. John, what's new there?
They are continuing to try to put out fires after all of this time, nearly 24 hours. There are still fires burning in the Pentagon. The lack of structural integrity in the damaged area has prevented the search and rescue people from being able to get in and look for any possible survivors. There is a makeshift morgue in the center courtyard of the Pentagon where they have laid out a lot of body bags, hundreds and hundreds of body bags that have not yet been filled, but that may be in anticipation of things yet to come. They are compiling a list of the missing, which may eventually become the list of the dead. They do not know. They're reluctant to talk about the numbers of all of the people that are missing. Operationally, they have taken an aircraft carrier that was heading home from the Persian Gulf and turned it around. They have canceled exercises in the Persian Gulf. All of that tells me that they are making their forces available should a military response be something that they want to think about in the hours and days ahead. Just a very busy scene, a very sad scene over at the Pentagon.
John, I know they've made a great point of saying the Pentagon will be open today for business. The president trying to emphasize that the city of Washington is operating, that they've not in any way, these terrorists, been able to curtail the activities of government. But a lot of people, we understand, have been told to stay home from the Pentagon today. I guess those particularly who work in that area.
Roughly half of the Pentagon workforce is not going to be able to get in their offices, Charlie. It is shut down because of damage and smoke, but some fraction of them will. The Secretary of Defense's office is operational. The National Military Command Center is definitely operational, and the area that the press has in the Pentagon will be open today. We anticipate there will be briefings from the regular Pentagon briefing room, all trying to give the appearance that they are open for business, and but it is certainly not going to be business as usual. Too many people lost too many friends. There is a pervading sense of anger among military officers that we talk to. They are not only sad, but really, really angry.
And John, any sense that they're expecting anything else anywhere in the world today?
There is no sense that the terrorist gun is still cocked and loaded, Diane, but obviously with the measures that they have taken, seizing the airspace around Washington and New York, using military aircraft to patrol the skies and to monitor all movement, gives you some sense of how nervous and how careful they feel they must be in the aftermath of this multiple attack.
All right, John McQueffey at the Pentagon. Jack, thanks very much. We're going to go to Claire Shipman just across the river in Washington. Claire?
Well, Charlie, it's not really business as usual in larger Washington either. Of course, it's not quite the same tragic scenes that we have here that you have in New York, but this nation's capital is recovering from quite a shock. Estimates are that it could be several hundred or more dead from that attack on the Pentagon. The streets around the White House have been reopened, but large numbers of police remain. 30 to 50 members of the National Guard are patrolling. F-16 still flying overhead. We just saw one a few minutes ago. In the meantime, of course, the president is scheduled to meet with congressional leaders today, another show of unity and bipartisanship. You probably heard he's going to set up a blood drive at the White House. We're told that he's very eager to be able to speak to the press in some way today, and he may choose to do that during the blood drive, that he wants to be seen as quite active and not hiding behind closed doors. As the investigation unfolds here in Washington, there's another track that's going on. The president's security team and the nation's security team is looking at a number of large events that were scheduled to be held in this country in the coming weeks. The World Bank IMF meeting, which Washington, D.C. police and some of the security detail here in Washington believe should at a minimum be postponed, if not moved to another country. They were expecting, as you know, huge demonstrations there. And also the UN General Assembly meeting in New York. We are told from sources that they are going to be discussing that today, that there are a number of people in the security team here in Washington who don't believe New York is equipped to handle that right now. They have a, quote, plan B, which would be suggesting that perhaps be moved to another site either in this country or outside of this country. But ultimately, of course, that decision will be a political one as well and will be up to the president. Charlie?
All right, thanks very much. Claire Shipman down in Washington. Appreciate it.
We want to go to Boston now because, as we said before, there are families everywhere who do not consider this just a political story. This is a deeply personal story. We want to introduce you to Peter Gay, to David Gay, and to William Gay. Peter, you are the father of a son. Peter, tell me about him. Which flight was he on and what happened?
He was on Flight 11, and he was the first plane to hit the tower. Other than that, I have no other information other than the verification that he was on that plane.
And you watched it on TV. How did you find out?
Well, it was a long process. I was listening to the radio, and I heard about the tower, but he always leaves on a Monday to Los Angeles. He works for Raytheon. He's an executive on Raytheon. Been with them 25 years. And he's vice president, and they've given him an executive position, and he runs to California every Monday and comes back Friday night. This time when I heard that, and he always flies American Airline, when I heard that the thing on the radio, I just didn't assume that this would be Tuesday until my son David, who's sitting here, came in the house and said, I got something to tell you. And said Peter was on that plane that hit the airport, hit the tower.
David, how did you know? Charlie Gibson, how did you know?
Charlie, I was at my office and we were listening to the news as everybody was, and I knew because I had talked to my brother Monday, and he had stayed an extra day to do some paperwork and to catch up on some things locally, and to do some work around the yard. So I knew he didn't leave on Monday. I didn't know that he always flew American, but I did know he left early in the morning from Boston. And once we realized that the plane had originated in Boston, we surmised that it might have been his. I called Raytheon, spoke to his secretary, and she confirmed that that was the flight that he was programmed to be on. And knowing my brother, if he was supposed to be on a plane, he was going to be there and be on it. That's the way he was.
William, tell me a little bit more about your bro.
he doesn't have a mic, so he
Oh, he
wants to know a little
doesn't.
bit
Oh,
more.
okay. I'm sorry. Well, you talk for him, David.
Okay. He was 54. He was an engineer, worked for Raytheon all his career, over 30 years. Had a family of 3 children and a wife. He was a very dedicated person. He was an energetic person. He was a precise person. I think most engineers are. Everything that he did precisely and correctly and very efficiently. He enjoyed sports. He enjoyed his family. We obviously are all going to miss him tremendously, but we share with the rest of the country and what's happened to the United States and to thousands and thousands of people, many of whom we still don't even know, in those buildings in New York.
And Mr.
Well,
Gay,
I was listening to you while we were waiting to come on this program this morning, and when I hear that there were knives used and that they might have got the stewardess first, let me tell you, boy, Peter would have jumped out of that chair and went for that guy, I'm damn sure. And maybe he was knifed down also, because there was some story about someone calling on a cell phone saying that there was some stabbing going on. He was such an efficient man, such a good boy.
Mr. Gay and David and William, I think everybody admires so much your sense of valor and patriotism in a moment like this. And again, all we can say is our sadness and our gratitude to you for being with us this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Just before you go, I'm curious, and we need to move on, but I am curious. I know your thoughts very personally of the family, or of your son and your brother.
Right.
But there's an anger in this country that we've talked a lot about this morning, and I wonder if you feel, how you feel.
Yeah, I have it. I served in World War II. I tell you, if I was a young man today, I'd tell the president I'd be the first one to go over there. Somebody's got to pay for this.
Being a lawyer, I share in that sense, but I also would like to see them brought to justice if that's possible. If that's not possible and it can't be done in our justice system, then something, I agree with my father, something has to be done to stop this type of terrorism.
Well, you speak so nicely about your son and about your brother. And
well, I have 7 of them. I have 7. And no son should go before the father.
That is for sure. That is for sure. There is nothing more tragic than a parent burying a child. Peter Gay?
If we get a body, Charlie, I don't even know if we'll get a body.
Well, that's true. That's true. That's true. David, William, yes. Peter, all the best.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And as I say, they do speak very well, the son and the brother.
I'm sort of amazed at the ability of these families, not just to think of their own grief, but to be thinking about the country and I guess what they want to make sure that everybody still stands for in this country at the same time. It's hard to do.
John Miller is here again. I've been reporting on the investigation through the morning and all day yesterday as well. We've been talking about the fact that the FBI has a lead on 5 people who came from Canada into Portland, Maine, rented a car there, apparently went down to Boston, and may have been involved in the hijackings of the 2 planes that were taken out of Boston, the 2 planes that hit the World Trade Center towers. And you have some lead as to how the FBI got onto these fellas?
It was basic detective work. They were able to obtain very quickly the manifests from the airlines, go over the names, and then run names through their databases looking for any connections or intelligence links there. I don't know if they reached any. They were also able to match information from the flight attendant on one flight who gave the seat number of one of the hijackers, which gave them additional information on one individual, and then scanned the airport parking lots for cars after checking with the rental companies to see if there was a vehicle attached to that, and they were able to zero in on this rent-a-car. This story was first reported in the Boston Herald, and we've been able to confirm parts of it through this morning.
Yes, and I know ABC's Brian Ross has been checking on this same story about how the FBI got onto the 5 people, the 5 Arabs who were in Boston, and Brian is coming over here even as we speak.
And Brian's information, his first information this morning centered on a different end of this in Florida, where the FBI is searching for another man and executed additional warrants.
What have you learned?
Well, in Florida this morning, they went to the home based on the identification of a car and found that the Muhammad Adi did not live there, had never lived there.
In Florida?
In Florida, and owned by a man who lived there for 10 years, but who happens to be an employee at the local airport. So they're trying to figure out what the leads are on that. As well, in Boston, authorities are telling us this morning that they have now determined that it must have been a very significant cell of these 5 people in Boston who they have now traced through whatever they found in the car as having been at the airport again and again over the last few months, apparently casing it out, looking for security, looking for weaknesses, and that they had gone back and forth between Boston and Portland, Maine, and they're sending a large contingent of agents into Portland, Maine. But they consider this a serious cell that was operating there for some time. One of the leads on these men came because the 5 men got into dispute in the parking garage with someone who, when he saw the developments, called the state police and said, I think this may be a connection. And that led them apparently to the car in the parking garage.
In Boston?
In Boston.
So that dispute would have been yesterday?
That dispute would have been yesterday morning, some sort of fight over the parking space.
So in Florida, the person worked at the airport, and needless to say, we draw absolutely no conclusion of any kind
Not
from
at all.
that. From the beginning, we have wondered whether they went through security in a regular way, or whether they had some sort of special access, but nothing new from your end on that, John?
No, and from the type of weapons that passengers are describing them using, it's the kind of stuff that you really could get through airline security with very little effort. Knives or box cutters and plastic sheaths, which is the way you can buy many of them. You could even have that on your person and not set off a metal detector.
Standing by, we have Joe Elbaugh, who is director of FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, and
Bernadine Healy.
And Bernadine Healy is also with us, head of the Red Cross. But Joe, let me talk to you first. First of all, what can FEMA do in the present situation?
Well, what we're doing right now, Charlie, is to make sure that all the resources of the federal government are brought to bear. I've spoken with Governor Pataki, Governor Gilmore, Mayor Giuliani, and we're making sure that all the urban search and rescue teams that we need are present in New York City. I activated 8 teams to come to New York City last night or this morning, 4 to the D.C. area. We have 28 teams nationwide that are part of our national system. There are folks that are still alive in the rubble, and we're going to do our best to make sure they have the resources locally to find those folks.
Joe, the mayor said that this is going to be a search effort and a cleaning effort and a crime scene search that's going to last weeks and perhaps months. And that's an enormous commitment of resources. These teams are going to be on site for some time, and I can't imagine, first of all, the physical effort and the psychological efforts that's going to be required over that length of time.
It is a tremendous effort, Charlie. What we have to be focused on after about 36, 48 hours for those USAR members, as well as law enforcement and fire department officials from New York City, is that they get the proper rest and they get the proper counseling after being in close quarters, finding individuals left and right. We have individuals that will be coming into New York, relieving those folks, making sure that they get the needed rest. This is a tremendous task, not only here in Washington at the Pentagon, but in New York City especially. I'll be briefing Congress later on this morning as to what specifically we're doing, what we need to do, and then I'll be coming to New York City this afternoon.
All right. Thank you, Joe Alba. We're going to turn now, as Charlie said, to Dr. Bernadine Healy, who is director of the Red Cross. Dr. Healy, your people are lining up all over the country to give blood. Is the Red Cross ready to receive it?
Well, we have been expanding our phlebotomy and drawing capability as we speak, bringing in volunteers and training them on the spot, people who have experience in drawing blood. Obviously, our role is at the level of making sure we have adequate blood. We've been shipping thousands of units of blood into New York over the course of the past 24 hours. We also, of course, are responsible for mass care along and under FEMA's direction under the Federal Emergency Response Plan, and that means mainly at this point helping the rescue workers in terms of shelter, food, cots, so that they can keep doing their life-saving work. We also have activated our air incident team, our air response team for airline crashes. We have never had to deal with 4 airplane crashes at one time and they are activated in Johnstown, in New York, Los Angeles, San Francisco, across the country, wherever there are families who have victims who perished in those flights.
So is this the biggest disaster that you know the Red Cross has dealt with?
This is the biggest disaster that we have ever dealt with. We have been preparing for weapons of mass destruction in coordination with our colleagues in local, state, and federal government over the past several years. We have a weapons of mass destruction plan. This is the first time we have ever had to deal with it, and this is 10 hurricanes and 5 earthquakes put together in terms of the kind of national mobilization that we will need. Diane, one of the things we do is mental health counseling, and I think we have to understand that when these things occur, it is not just the immediate victims. The whole nation is watching and is facing depression, the emotional response. The American Red Cross has a major mental health counseling program in all of our chapters, and we are prepared to deal with the aftermath across the country. People who are watching and who are realizing what this means to them and to their families and to their communities.
So I just want to go back to the beginning again. What are you saying now to everyone sitting at home who thinks, I want to give blood? Are you saying, go ahead, get in your car, go?
No, what I'm saying is that they need to call and get scheduled. We will be needing blood over a period of time. We also have been building up what we call our National Disaster Reserve, and we both freeze blood as well as keep a liquid inventory, obviously. And we have to replenish the stocks that are being used as we speak. And what people have to do is call in and get scheduled. We don't need to take everybody in the next hour. Over the next several weeks, we will ask people to come in, call in now, get scheduled, and keep those appointments.
All right, thanks very much, Dr. Healy. I appreciate your being with us very much. I just want to run down, because so many things were closed yesterday, and I want to run down some of the situations in various parts of the country today. For instance, here in New York, bridges and tunnels from New Jersey to Manhattan remain closed. New Jersey commuters have to reach New York via train today. Amtrak is running a normal schedule throughout the country. The Port of Los Angeles is reopened. Most New York subways are in service. The stock markets, as you see there, remain closed. There will be limited postal deliveries, and a lot of the delivery services, obviously, the FedExes and whatever, haven't been able to operate because the plane system in America has been shut down. Schools in some major cities, including New York, still closed. Los Angeles schools are going to open, but some other cities closed. City, federal, and state courts in New York are going to be closed. The U.S.-Mexican border, the crossings between San Diego and Tijuana are on high alert, but they are now open. Things like the Grand Coulee Dam in Washington, locked down, tours canceled, visitor center closed. Tourist attractions in New York, like the Empire State Building and the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York, closed. Most of the amusement parks at Disney World, Disneyland had closed down yesterday. They'll be reopening. The Universal Studios reopening. The Sears Tower in Chicago. A lot of people concerned about tall buildings in so many cities. The Sears Tower in Chicago are going to reopen. New York Stock Exchange, NASDAQ stock market, American Stock Exchange closed today. The entire lower part of New York City closed down. Major League Baseball has again postponed all games. They hadn't postponed games since 1944. Called off yesterday's games. They're calling off today's games as well. The college football commissioners are considering postponing the weekend's entire schedule to be played on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. The National Football League is considering postponing its games. And then things like, what does Jay Leno say that could be appropriate? There's nothing really that you can't joke about anything these days. Nobody has a feeling really at the moment of levity. He, for instance, has suspended the tapings of his show for the entire week. It's just a note of how people feel, I think. Emmy Awards scheduled to be broadcast Sunday have been postponed indefinitely. And obviously people are very concerned because they have relatives or friends who are stranded in various parts around the country. People concerned about commercial air traffic restrictions at airports nationwide. They're in effect at least until noon today, but we don't have solid word as to whether the planes are going to be flying again. John Nance is joining us, our aviation expert out in Washington. And John, we're waiting for official word from the FAA, but there's a lot of practical problems to getting the planes back in the air again.
Yeah, there really are, Charlie. One of the things is we've got to know precisely, and I mean precisely, how these people did this, because it was replicated 4 different times. If we don't know exactly what they did and how they did it, which may be fairly simple, then we don't have the way to harden the system up immediately to make sure there is no possibility of a repetition.
John, I wanted to ask you about the report from Lisa Stark earlier, because we were stunned at the level of sophistication that might enable hijackers to know exactly how to go about disabling this hijack reference call, this coded call that pilots can make. What does that say to you?
Well, see, the transponder is what we're talking about there, is in the term I think you all used before, and Lisa did too. The transponder, we normally put numbers in accordance with what air traffic control gives us. It gives us the opportunity, though, to give special codes if we are in an emergency situation or radio failure or hijacking, and the hijacking code is the one she mentioned. The fact that they did not get that in there, but the transponder might still be operating, would simply say that the pilot wasn't able to do that before he or she was incapacitated, or it wasn't safe to do that because somebody was watching. If the transponder was actually turned off, and that's what I believe the situation was here, at least in 3 of the aircraft situations, maybe in all 4, then it was an affirmative act. And that goes right along with what I've been saying all day yesterday, was this had to be pilots trained specifically to fly these airplanes. Maybe not with a type rating, maybe not trained to the same level as a professional pilot, but trained enough so that they knew what to do in that cockpit and how to do it.
So anything you're hearing this morning, any of the new detail telling you whether or not you think in any case the hijackers had control of the controls, or whether they were simply coercing pilots?
Oh, there were no way they were going to coerce a pilot after a certain point, Diane. Basically, they might have coerced at the beginning in terms of fly in this direction, fly in that direction, with no indication to the pilots, to the crew, what their evil intent was going to be. Once that became known, if it became known at all, then that's where you're going to have a fight in the cockpit, because none of us would ever do anything like that. You'd struggle for it.
Everybody was talking about that yesterday, and I will never believe that an American pilot, a commercial airline pilot, would ever do that. He would take his plane down before he would fly it into a target with that kind of loss of life that he would know would occur.
Charlie, you fight. You just fight to the death. I mean, because you're going to die anyway if you do what they're telling you to. And we have a great sense in airline piloting of not only keeping the folks on board our aircraft safe, but we're talking about the folks on the ground too. And we really have a great sense of that. It's instilled in us. You wouldn't want to do that, and that it would just be a to heck with you, we're going to struggle it out right here situation.
Wouldn't want to do that. Wouldn't want to do that, and wouldn't do it. I can't believe for a minute that a pilot would. So they had to have controls of those planes. Before we let you go, I want to ask you one other question though. What kind of expertise or sophistication, John? You're a commercial pilot yourself.
Yeah.
What kind of proficiency, I guess, is what I'm asking, would be required of someone to be able to fly the plane that precisely, that you could hit the World Trade Center the way they did, or hit the Pentagon the way they did?
Well, Charlie, 2 things here. Number one, and Peter was asking me this yesterday too, and really it comes down to this. If you could fly a Cessna 172, Cessna 150, you could manipulate the controls on an aircraft like this once it was in the air, and probably figure out the throttles and get someplace close to your target. But if you're a terrorist planning such an evil act as this, not 1, 2, but 3, but 4 of them, in other words, you want to hit this building twice, you want to hit the Pentagon, you want to hit something else, you don't want to take any chances that the pilots that you put in there are not going to be successful on the first pass. So you're going to train these people. You're going to train them specifically for a 757 and a 767, and there's a great suspicion in my mind that the reason that we see 757s and 767s is because they're the only 2 planes with what we call a common type rating. If you're trained in one, you're automatically trained in the other and licensed for it.
John, last question for you. We heard Lisa say earlier that there are reports this morning, of course, that the hijackers lured the pilots out of the cockpit by attacking the flight attendants in the back of the plane. I just wonder what the rule is when that happens. I guess I would have thought that immediately the cockpit would seal off, and as terrible as it would be, you wouldn't let the pilots be lured out.
We don't have any hard and fast rules, Diane. I don't believe any airline does that says, okay, if this, then that, in regards to somebody holding your flight attendants hostage or hurting your flight attendants or hurting your passengers back there. But one of the problems when we went down from a 3-person to a 2-person crew was you lost your ability to send a crew member back and still have 2 up there in the front. And so it's a much more gamey situation to send a pilot back when there's a problem in the back, especially one that might involve hijackers or takeover of the airplane. I would say that this is a lesser probability than the probability that the hijackers merely burst through the door and killed both pilots in place. But they may have used different techniques, and certainly it is possible that you could lure one out, so to speak, by threatening the flight attendants in the back.
Well, as we say, they knew what they were doing, because if they were able to turn the transponders off and able to prevent the pilots from sending what is a very simple signal which alerts air traffic controllers that there's a hijacking in place, if they were able to prevent that, they had a lot of sophistication about how those planes operated. And the scenes that those pilots must have gone through, John, I know it must sicken you, and it does everybody
Charlie,
else.
it's a matter of perspective. I mean, it's hard for me even to think about the perspective of the fact that you and I, Diane, you and I too, will sit here sometimes and talk about a terrible airline crash. Fortunately, it's been nice and quiet for the last year, but we'll be talking about one. We had 4 yesterday, and yet that just absolutely pales in comparison with what was accomplished by using those marvelous machines as flying bombs. Right. This will forever change our perspective of that.
Yes, and a point that was made a number of times yesterday, it was eventually not the planes slamming into those 2 Trade Center towers, it was the fire that they occasioned that eventually brought the buildings down. I say eventually, within just about an hour in each case. The stress of that kind of fire and the heat that was generated was just too much for the building structurally to withstand. And when you're talking about the fact that these planes were cross-country planes that had just taken off from Boston headed for the West Coast, they had, what, how many gallons of jet fuel on board?
Around close to 10,000 gallons for the 757, close to 14,000 gallons for the 767. That's not precise, but it's in that general vicinity. Burned that down about 1,000 for the distance they traveled. But that, too, had to be by design, Charlie. And on top of that, you know, I didn't know until yesterday. I'm not a structural guy for buildings, but I didn't know that the way to bring down a building like this was to fly something in at an upper level and create a heck of a fire like that. I would have thought that you'd blow it from the bottom. So these people knew exactly what to do, how to do it, and they set this thing up with incredible precision. Yeah. There wasn't anything casual about this operation.
And with that amount of jet fuel, temperatures in those upper floors, 16,000 degrees, they talked about. We're going to go, thanks very much, John Nance, who's out in Seattle. We'll talk to you again, John. Let's go to London. ABC's Ted Koppel is there. Ted, can you hear me?
I can, Charlie. I've been sitting here absolutely riveted for the last couple of hours. I made a note before when Dr. Healy from the Red Cross said the whole nation is watching. You need to know, and I realize how caught up you sometimes get in the coverage. The whole world is watching. Anyone with access to a television set is watching and listening and just riveted to what's going on.
Yeah, it is amazing. Peter talked about this a little bit last night, and Ted, you know it well, but I got a call last night from a friend who said I was in Peru with Secretary Powell on his trip, and I was watching your show in Lima, and that's how I found out what was going on. And you realize what a tight community this world is when something like this goes on, and when we simply gather around to share information with one another.
It has become a tight community, Charlie. You're exactly right. Tony Blair, the British Prime Minister, held a press conference, I guess about an hour and a half or 2 hours ago. And first of all, he announced that he was calling back the British Parliament, which has been on recess and was not supposed to come back until the middle of October. But he used the occasion to make a point that I think is worth making, not only from the British perspective, but from all countries, and that is, among those tens of thousands of people who were in those Twin Towers, inevitably, there were some British, some French, some Germans, some Japanese. People from all over the world are there, so that you truly do have a situation in which, as Prime Minister Blair put it, this was an attack on the entire free and democratic process of every country in the world.
Ted, I'm interested in your reaction. People know you, obviously, as the host of Nightline, and you will be forever identified in people's mind as such. But before that, you covered the State Department, and we were talking to Secretary of State Powell a little bit earlier in the morning. There's going to be a period of time in which we try to identify who's responsible for this, and then the question of what kind of response is appropriate. And government leaders that we have talked about today have talked about very measured and very moderate response. But this country is angry. It is so angry at what has happened and how symbols to this country have been defiled and so many people obviously dead. So I wonder how you feel the international community will react, and what is really appropriate response, and how long the political will last in this country.
That is indeed a key question, and you're right. I mean, Charlie, when I say I've been listening to you guys all morning, you and Diane, I really have. I've been sitting here for hours listening to you, and I must tell you, absolutely fascinated with each new development that you learn. But there was one small thing that former Secretary of Defense William Cohen said. You were talking about the measured response, and he kind of slipped it in, and I think it got past all of us there for a moment, but I did make a note of it. He was talking about the various responses, and among them he said, potentially even nuclear. And I thought, whoa, you know, if in fact they do discover, and remember now what the President was saying last night, that the United States is going to be holding countries which harbor these terrorists as responsible as the terrorists themselves, that a former Secretary of Defense would even breathe that as an alternative, as a possibility, I thought was just stunning.
Yes, I must admit, it went right by me. I didn't hear him say it.
Well, we better check the tape. I'd hate to be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure he said it.
I just say, if he did, yes, it is stunning that somebody who has held that position would even raise that possibility.
Ted, I wanted to ask you excuse me, but we may have a chance soon to talk to King Abdullah of Jordan, and I just wanted to get a sense from you of the perspective overseas. We all watched those scenes of Palestinians in Nablus and other places cheering, celebrating, and it is a deep-seated, visceral reaction in this country. Give us your vantage point. What does it look like from there?
Well, I must say, on the one hand, and I hope this is not misunderstood, I almost understand what happened with some of those Palestinians, and I hope that that reaction is not just universally broadcast over the entire Arab world. There has been a feeling of such frustration in the Arab world for many years, particularly among Palestinians, that this gives them a sense of a greater power, perhaps, than they have ever known before. But is that reflected in the larger Arab world? I cannot believe that it is, and I'm sure if and when you speak to King Abdullah, that will be the point that he wants to make above any and all others.
Well, I think we're going to do that just now, and I believe if we have our satellite working, we have with us now His Majesty King Abdullah of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. Let me see if we can get the picture up. Your Majesty, thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you very much.
I want to turn to the question I was just raising with Ted Koppel. We did watch in this country those scenes of celebration by Palestinians in various places in the Middle East. How are Americans to react except with horror and anger?
Well, ma'am, I believe that we were equally horrified by what we saw on the television in the past several hours. But again, I sincerely believe that those that were demonstrating or celebrating are a very, very select few individuals that are really no reflection on the Palestinian people and the rest of the Arab world. Obviously, anybody who condones violence or sees joy on seeing innocent people being hurt and maimed or killed, there must be something terribly wrong with them. But there's definitely not a reflection of the people of the Middle East, and it completely defies the principles of the three monotheistic religions, including Islam.
Your Majesty, I'd also like to ask you about what Secretary of State Colin Powell said to us this morning, that yes, there will be a brand new kind of response now to what has happened, but he said key to it is the reaction of the moderate Arabic states in the Middle East, and that, of course, means Jordan. If the United States decides to retaliate in Afghanistan on the Taliban, who are the harborers of Osama bin Laden, not just Osama bin Laden, will you support that action?
Well, I think the question is that for many years now there's been a call by the international community to work closer together to combat terrorism, and I don't think we've been as efficient as we should have been. As awful as the events were yesterday, I'm sure that after the Americans deliberate and look at their the possibilities that they have ahead of them to be able to punish those that were responsible for the crimes, I think the United States and the international community will come together once and for all to try and rid the world of this menace.
But there is an angry nation here in the United States, and I do wonder what is going to happen with the moderate Arab states, your country, Your Majesty, Egypt, for instance, if there is U.S. military retaliation.
Well, again, I think you have to understand, and your government can explain it better than we can, that many of the Arab countries have been working over the past many years together in combating terrorism, and Jordan in particular. This is a responsibility that we all have, and we will continue to work with our friends, especially the Americans, during this crisis, to make sure that they get the necessary support.
So would you assist in military action?
Well, Jordan is a very small country. I presume that the Americans are far more capable of being able to take their objectives themselves, but there is an international network of intelligence organizations that work together to combat terrorism, and Jordan has been a great provider of being able to work within that system.
Your Majesty, just before we let you go, just on a practical note, you were on your way to the United States yesterday, right, when this occurred and your plane had to turn back?
Yes, sir. We were halfway over the Atlantic when we heard the terrible news. Part of me wanted to continue to the United States to send moral support to the American people, but we understood that obviously the government and the federal agencies would be so busy with the sadness of what has taken place, and really this tragic event just we join the international community in extending the sorrow and grief that we all feel towards the American people, and in particular the families of the victims of this horrible, horrible travesty that we witnessed yesterday.
And understanding that, Your Majesty, when Americans talk about the fact that this is war, when the U.S. government talks about the fact that this is war and a whole new level of terrorism, what would you say to the American people about what they should now expect from terrorists around the world? Is it a brand new era that you see beginning yesterday?
The fight between the international community and international terrorism has been going on for decades, and for the most part, we have to give credit to the international intelligence agencies for the tremendous work they've been doing. It's a battle that goes on every single day, and you have to imagine that sooner or later the laws of averages are going to catch up with you, and the terrorists are going to win. Now you have to pick yourself up, as difficult as that is, dust yourself off and take the fight back to them again. And we all have the moral resolve to make sure that we can rid our world of this menace, and you just have to be determined. We have to hunker down, and it's going to be a tough struggle, because I think now there will be a move by the international community to be a lot more serious about combating this phenomenon.
His Majesty, King Abdullah, again, we're so grateful to you for joining us this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And we should point out to everyone that, first of all, the Kingdom of Jordan does have a majority Palestinian population, but throughout the years, we want to add that Jordan has been a great friend of the United States, and in some very complicated situations, including the Gulf War. But George Stephanopoulos is here because you've got more news.
Yeah, there's some various reports coming in on a number of fronts. Number one, ABC's Chris Vlasto has learned that the FBI knows that there were 3 hijackers on the plane that crashed into the Pentagon, and they actually know the names of the hijackers. Of course, they're not releasing them, but they're saying they have identified who the hijackers are.
That would be American Flight 77 that had taken off from Dulles, a 757 taken off from Dulles that was headed for Los Angeles and apparently circled sometime before it came back.
Before going in, exactly.
They know the names.
They know the names. Yeah. Secondly, Governor Angus King of Maine has confirmed that 2 suspects in the attack on the World Trade Center flew to Boston through Portland International Airport in Maine, which helps confirm some of the other information we've been getting overnight. And they were apparently using New Jersey driver's licenses. So we're getting bits and pieces of information from lots of different places this morning. Finally, on another note, former President Bush yesterday was flying to Minnesota, and he was forced to land in Wisconsin, was grounded in Wisconsin after the initial attacks. The FAA did that for security reasons. This was released by Governor Jeb Bush of Florida, and they are now not saying where President Bush is for security reasons right now. Remember, back in 1993,
Somebody just heard that quickly. For security reasons, they're not telling you where President Bush is. You're talking about former President
Bush,
right?
Exactly.
Father Bush.
Number 41,
Right,
as they say in the White House. And remember, there was an assassination attack against former President Bush back in 1993. So for security reasons, he was grounded yesterday. Now he's in a secure location. And then finally, in a press conference overseas, the head of the Chancellor Minister of Germany has said that German intelligence agencies agree with France, Britain, and Israel that that Osama bin Laden was probably behind these attacks. They caution they have no hard evidence, but all of these intelligence agencies have consulted, and they say the signs are pointing towards Osama bin Laden.
Which reminds me that we haven't heard directly from Saddam Hussein of Iraq. However, Iraqi newspapers were reported earlier this morning to be saying, and of course they are his mouthpieces, to be saying that the United States simply got what it deserved.
Yeah, and we've seen some other indications in our world of that kind of reaction, but as you saw, King Abdullah is trying to tamp that down in his discussions here in the United States.
Did you read anything into what he said about whether or not the moderate Arab states would go along with support U.S. military action?
It was very interesting. Obviously, he didn't want to answer the question directly, but everything he said was true. Jordan is a very small state and wouldn't be able to contribute too much with military forces. On the other hand, they can do a great deal with intelligence sharing. Remember, during the Gulf War, they were in a tricky situation, and they often face a dilemma of whether or not to really close off their borders or to provide something of a black market to Iraq. And I think that's where he'll see some additional pressure, not only on supporting military action, but will he really go along with tight economic sanctions, the kinds that former Secretary William Cohen was talking about earlier.
All right, thanks very much, George Stephanopoulos. It is 9 o'clock here on the East Coast, 6 o'clock for you out in California, just waking up and joining us, and we want to reset to give you some sense of exactly what the situation is this morning at this hour. People joining us as the morning progresses. The rescue effort is going on here in New York. How long it'll be a rescue effort, we don't know. We hope, obviously, the mayor has said that they hope to find more people. They had contact with some people who were in the rubble, and 5 firemen, 1 policeman were rescued today there in New York City, and the massive amounts of equipment that are going to be necessary to clear this rubble away have been brought in to New York. They have really about a 5 to 6 story high pile of rubble to go through where each of those World Trade Centers were. There is another fire that has been ignited on a building in Battery City Park. That is from debris that apparently was burning that blew onto the roof of a building there. You see smoke on our live pictures here in New York City. The fire department of New York, which is stretched to the limit and is also depleted by the number of people that they lost, having to respond to still another blaze in the downtown area of New York.
And that new fire is an apartment building, and our John Miller was saying he could not confirm that everyone had been evacuated from it, but needless to say, they will be as quickly as possible.
Well,
but it's very worrying news.
It was a fire that just broke out this morning. We got some fatality numbers from the mayor of New York when he was with us about 2 hours ago. They're the latest that we have. He said 41 civilian bodies had been found so far, and as Don Daler reported early in the morning, there's the horrible and macabre sight of semi-tractor trailers sitting outside the search area, bodies to be loaded on those as they are found, but 41 civilian bodies so far. The mayor also said that 202 firefighters at that time were missing. Now, as we point out, 5 firefighters have been found in the last couple of hours, and that may reduce that number some, but it's a horrifying number. That would be about half of the first 400 firefighters who responded to the emergency at the World Trade Center towers yesterday, lost in the collapse of the buildings, and among those firefighters missing, and I would suppose have to be presumed dead, are some of the highest officials of the New York Fire Department. Also 57 other uniformed officers, he said, that being New York City Police and Port Authority Police, also missing. And then there's the 266 dead that we know were on the 4 planes that had been hijacked.
And intermittently, you saw their pictures from overnight of that ghost town, that skeletal ghost town, which is what remains of that one of the World Trade Center towers. I also want to replay for everyone who may be just joining us out on the West Coast the new tape that we have of the actual crash into the buildings. We now have home video of the crash into the first World Trade Center tower.
This is American Flight 11.
11.
They're actually, both of the flights are out of Boston, but this is American Flight 11 hitting that first tower. And when we went on the air here, just moments after that had occurred, we didn't know what had hit the building. Don Daler, who had been right nearby, had reported that he heard a whine. It sounded like a missile or an airplane going into the building. The damage was so great that it obviously didn't look like some small bomb had hit. And then this is the second airplane. That's United Flight 175, again, a 767, hitting the second tower 18 minutes later at 3 minutes after 9, just exactly 24 hours ago. That is the second flight hitting the second tower, and the precision with which it came in is really terrifying. Now, the investigation. John Miller and Brian Ross have been reporting through the morning that the FBI is moving in a number of areas. There have been warrants executed and searches executed in Florida, particularly in the Venice, Florida area, although the particular person they were looking for, apparently they did not have the correct house. And in Boston, there have been a number of people who have been identified as having been at the Logan Airport. 5 people specifically having been identified at the Logan Airport. And we're going to go to Ron Claiborne, who is standing by in Boston. Ron Claiborne, are you there?
I'm here, Charlie. Some of this information we are getting is, in fact, consistent with what George Stephanopoulos was just telling us, information he had received. Sources are telling ABC News that at least 5 suspects identified as Arab men have been identified as suspects in the 2 hijackings that originated here at Logan Field. And these sources are also telling us that the hijackers were armed with box cutters or some kind of makeshift knife with a plastic handle, and that they began attacking and or killing flight attendants as a way to lure the pilots out of the cockpit. Now, they're not saying how exactly these 5 or more suspects were distributed over those 2 flights, United 175 and American 11, which left Logan just about 24 hours ago. But they say suspects, at least 5 of them, have been identified. Meanwhile, a automobile, a vehicle, a rental car, a Mitsubishi Mirage, was found in a Logan Airport parking lot late last night, and it is believed that that vehicle was being driven by at least some of these suspects. And we're getting further information about that. The Boston Herald is reporting that of those suspects, that they believe one of them was a trained pilot. And, again, consistent with what George was saying just a few minutes ago, that some of these suspects flew to Boston early Tuesday morning from Portland, and that they had entered this country from Canada. And further, the Boston Globe, the other newspaper here, is reporting today that the suspects who were on that flight from Portland to Boston had checked baggage that was supposed to continue on to one of those ill-fated flights, but the luggage did not make it onto those flights, and that authorities have that luggage in their possession, which the Globe is reporting includes a edition of the Koran, an instructional video on how to fly a commercial airplane, and a fuel consumption calculator. Charlie?
All right, thanks very much, Ron Claiborne. And Brian Ross, just to further the information that Ron Claiborne mentioned there, Brian Ross reporting that there's some indication that these men had cased the Logan Airport for some period of time, going back and forth between Portland, Maine, and the Boston airport. And ABC's Lisa Stark has been reporting through her sources, aviation sources from Seattle. She has been reporting this morning that there was a level of sophistication on the part of these hijackers that was pretty great. That not only is a very simple signal that can be sent from the planes to indicate that a flight has been hijacked. That signal, she has reported, did not come from either plane, and that indeed the transponders on the plane, the equipment on the plane that sends out information about the plane's height and its speed and whatever, had been turned off on the plane, and that obviously indicates a lot of sophistication on the part of these pilots, or the part of these hijackers. They knew what they were doing when they got the controls of these planes.
Yes, it's a 4-digit hijack code, and shocking to everybody that they could not place it, so something had been done to the plane ahead of time. So John Miller is here now. More news?
Interestingly, as Brian Ross touched on earlier, and we've been able to confirm, it was a fellow airline passenger who got in a traffic dispute with these men who were apparently late for their flight, which is why their luggage didn't make it, who then made his flight, heard the news about what happened, and called in on his cell phone to the Massachusetts State Police. That car was processed last night about 10:30, 11 o'clock at Logan Airport by the Massachusetts State Police bomb squad that's assigned to the airport, their dogs, the FBI's evidence response team, and one of their bomb techs. The dogs did not react for explosives in the car, but that's not really the object here. This wasn't a bombing. They were using the plane as their projectile, as their explosive. Among the ironies from the scene last night...
I don't want a confusing picture to be on the screen, so we're looking at pictures which are very poignant because the fires are still burning at the Pentagon. But it's irrelevant at the moment to what John is talking about. So if I can take that picture down, please. Thank you. Because the two planes that we're talking about and the hijackers in Boston were on the planes that went into the two World Trade Center towers.
Correct. And among part of the disaster of that scene, the 57 police officers missing there, a dozen of them are from the Emergency Service 1 unit. A number of officers I know personally, still unaccounted for. Rescue 1, which is the legendary New York Fire Department rescue unit, was in shift change when this happened. So instead of having 5 members on the rig, the other shift said, well, we'll all go down. So a double shift went down. So many of them unaccounted for. First Deputy Commissioner Bill Feehan also confirmed dead, not unaccounted for, an old friend of mine. And a strange irony, part of this mystery, John P. O'Neill, Special Agent in charge for counterterrorism of the FBI, the man who ran the bin Laden case, was just hired by the World Trade Center. He's been unaccounted for since yesterday. He was in charge of the Cole bombing case and had just returned from Yemen, where there was such a threat on his life that the FBI agents literally had to move out of the country under guard, and he's been missing too. His family has actually asked us to broadcast that in case some hospital, someone has information about that, and I'm going to effort to get a picture of him. But the irony of his past, his role in the bin Laden investigation and in terrorism in general, and the fact that he's among those missing right now is striking.
Good. You're just hearing about the names of friends, or you? Yeah. Let me ask you about, because I don't want to get you in trouble for a minute. Take a second.
Sure.
Let me ask you about the fire. You mentioned earlier on that some of the debris. Let me take a second. Let me ask you about the debris that has blown over on the top of that building in Battery Park.
That was a fire in a residential building in Battery Park. Black smoke billowing out from behind a set of plate glass windows near the top floor, like a penthouse apartment. Fire units have reached the scene and are dealing with that, and that seems to be under control for now.
Okay. Good. Well, I suspect that is responsible for a lot of the smoke that we're seeing on the lower New York skyline.
Yeah, that is good news. Let's go to Don Daler. I think he's still down at his post, which, as we know, is just a few blocks away from the World Trade Center tower devastation. Don?
That's right, Diane. We're starting to see the first major deployment of National Guard units that have fanned out in this area. Prior to this, they were specific to the search area itself, but now they're moving outward different streets. Interestingly enough, yesterday, shortly after the event happened, I was escorted into the area by a federal agent. One of the things he told me was that there was a jurisdictional debate early on when this happened. This was not federal territory like the Oklahoma City bombing, but as an act of war, there was a debate about the federal offices taking over down here. What happened very quickly, according to this federal agent, was immediate cooperation among the different branches, state and federal, and that is what we have witnessed down here. One bit of clarification, there seems to be a conflicting number now, the number of firemen, either 5 or 6 who were brought out. You remember the fireman who talked to us earlier, he told us it was 5, but now we're hearing reports that it was 6. One other little bit of information from down here from a high-ranking police officer. He is not talking to us about casualties so far, but he said that the NYPD had ordered to have on standby here 6,000 body bags.
All right, thanks very much, Don Daler. Let's go to Jack McQuethy, who's down at the Pentagon, where there, last time we talked to him, were still fires burning almost 24 hours after that plane had flown into the Pentagon, the flight, American Airlines Flight 77, that had gone into the Pentagon yesterday. Jack?
Charlie, the fires are not only still burning, in some cases they are burning into new parts of the Pentagon, complicating the efforts of trying to keep as large a part of the building open as they can. We have been told that at least one chunk of the Pentagon is now having to be evacuated because of smoke and the uncertainty of the fires that continue to burn along the roofline of the various rings of the Pentagon. We also have been told that there is a decision pending on the need, the search and rescue people say, to collapse the remaining leaning portion of the Pentagon that is in the area where the aircraft actually went in. They want to take the floors that are leaning against the side of the Pentagon, collapse them, probably using a wrecking ball, so they can get in closer and attempt to both find anyone who may still be alive and to begin to identify bodies. We have been told by some sources that there are chunks of the fuselage of the airplane embedded in the collapsed section of the Pentagon. They are clearly visible, we are told, by some of the firemen and rescue people who have been operating in there. That is something that the FBI will want to get their hands on. The whole area is still being treated as a major crime scene. There are pieces of evidence that have been marked out on the highways around the Pentagon and in the parking lots as you approach the area. Of course, this aircraft, when it came slamming into the building, clipped off a number of light poles. Those are all part of the marked exhibits of the way the aircraft came in. We've just seen convoy full of what appeared to be entirely MPs, military police, pulling into the south parking lot of the Pentagon. Dozens and dozens of trucks and vehicles. Obviously, they're trying to relieve some of the local police and other authorities as they try to monitor and control the traffic. It's a very busy intersection hub of Northern Virginia around the Pentagon. They're trying to get as much of the traffic back to normal as they can, Charlie.
Just a quick question, Jack. When you talk about the fact that the fires may be spreading into new parts of the building, and you were talking earlier about the fact that even though we think the Pentagon is a sort of fortress, that there's a lot of wood supports in that building. It's a very old building, a landmark building, and that made the fire more difficult to fight. But can you say that to some extent they're losing this fight against the fire, that it's getting ahead of them?
It's not that they're losing it. Well, maybe it is that they're losing it. The fire has been creeping along the roof lines that are all parts of the rings of the Pentagon. And for reasons that are not exactly clear to me, there's all sorts of ductwork that can conduct heat and smoke along that area, and for some reason that fire is continuing to burn into areas of the Pentagon that were not initially affected by the blast itself.
All right, John McQuethy at the Pentagon, thanks very much.
I don't know why I just keep thinking about the fact that in that car, as we were just told by John Miller, they found a video on how to fly a commercial plane. I don't know why it strikes me as such a stunning, small detail. Let's go now to Cynthia McFadden. As we know, she has been monitoring the hospitals in New York for us. Cynthia.
Diane, these empty stretchers and wheelchairs say it all as far as the medical personnel are concerned in the city at this point. There have been a couple of firefighters who have made their way here for smoke inhalation and dust inhalation, but none of the severely wounded people have made their way here yet. But I'm joined by a young woman who has come hunting for her fiance. This is Jillian Volk, who teaches preschool. She was 10 blocks from the blast at Church and Thomas Streets, 10 blocks from the World Trade Center. And Jillian, Your fiance works on the 104th floor.
The 104th floor for Sandler O'Neill, a small investment banking firm in the South Tower.
Now, his name is Kevin Michael Williams, and he is 24 years old, and you were on the phone with him.
He called me after the first blast to tell me that they were being evacuated, but I have not heard from him since.
Now, you've been up all night.
Yeah.
Working, yeah. I mean, Jillian has brought with her a list of all the phone numbers of New York City hospitals. You had what you thought was good news at one point last night.
At 7 o'clock p.m., I heard that they found a Kevin Williams at Bellevue, but when we got there, the ethnicity wasn't correct, so it wasn't him.
Now, you have a wedding date set for December 1st.
Yeah, December 1st. He's going to be okay, though. He's going to return.
Today, what are your plans?
I'm just going to keep going. I'm not going to lose hope, and I'm going to go as long as I have to until I find it, because I know he's going to come back to me.
Jillian Volk, thank you for being with us, and good luck today.
Well,
Charlie,
Cynthia,
Diane.
Cynthia, just give her a hug. Hold on to her.
We've been doing it, Charlie.
Yeah.
You know, this is a young woman who, 24 years old, and she's known him since she was in high school. They were high school sweethearts.
So many searches
The
going
human
on.
face of this.
Yeah.
The human face of this is almost more than you can bear.
Give her a hug.
Thanks.
Thanks.
We hear about all the searching going on, sons looking for fathers, mothers looking for children. And then we know there are some families who did get some news yesterday that was news of relief.
We are joined by a couple of fellows. Now, tell me, Bill, if I pronounce this. Bill Heitman?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I pronounce it correctly. Bill working on the 81st floor of the first tower, the first one that was hit by the first plane. That plane, because we've seen the pictures of it coming in, had to hit just above you.
Just above us, correct. I was fully aware that when something hit us that it was just above us by the debris that was just spraying out off the building.
Did you have any idea what had happened?
The initial instinct was that something hit us. First, it was a question of, is this an earthquake? Imagine, if you will, being on top of a telephone pole and just having a truck at top speed just slam into that telephone pole. That's exactly what it felt like.
Was the building, I mean, those are solid buildings, was it moving?
It shook for about a second or two. It actually did move substantially.
And then what did you
do? I had been knocked off my chair at my desk. A few of us had hit the ground on our knees, and we, in a panic, headed away from the windows towards the center of the floor. And then after that initial panic was over, everybody calmed down. We did a little search for about 5 minutes out in the hallways, it's strange, the hallways in the center of the floor were devastated. Not so much the outside office areas of the side that I was on. And then we made our way to the stairwell, and in a very orderly fashion, made our way down 81 flights.
Was there a check? I mean, was it, Fred, are you here? Bill, are you here? Mary, are you here?
Yes, but it was almost useless to really account for everybody not knowing what was going on, who could have been in the bathrooms. Luckily, my boss, he was in the bathroom and had just appeared in our office, and he couldn't stand up. He was hit bad in the bathrooms, which were in the center part of that floor.
Right. Was he able to get down?
He was able to get down. He's an asthmatic, one of many asthmatics that I came across, and he recovered, and we got him down. He actually started to experience some distress once we got down to the bottom.
You talk very matter-of-factly of walking down 81 flights of stairs, but obviously you're encountering, you said it's very orderly, and there's a marvelous way that people respond, that they're sort of in shock, and they just do it right. But on the way down, people hurt. Was everybody okay as you came down?
Yes. The only pandemonium was quite often we would have to call out, for everybody to move to the right, so that certain injured that were, I believe to be above us, burns, and several asthmatics, as I said before, had to get by. The worst of it really came when we were down in the 30s, maybe about 30 minutes into our trip down was when the firemen started coming up and were literally collapsing on the stairs from the combination of their climb plus the load that they were carrying. I and a few of us around the 27th floor had to actually assist the firemen bringing oxygen tanks and their hoses up, about 2 or 3 flights.
That building was hit at 8:45.
Correct.
I have the time written down somewhere when it actually collapsed. I think it was 9:50 something when it actually. I'm sorry. How soon before it went down did you get out?
Well, my building, it's strange because my building, tower number 1, was the first to be struck. It was the second of the two to collapse. Right. I had been out on the street not even a minute. I had made my way 1 block over to Broadway. I was out less than a minute when number two came down, and several of us thought that we were being shot at from above. We didn't know what was happening.
I was going to say, I think it was close to 10 o'clock, 9:59, when that first one collapsed, and then about 28 minutes passed, or a little bit past, when the second one did. Well, we should say, first of all, that for Morgan Stanley, these floors represented 51 floors of friends and colleagues. We're talking about 3,500 people at Morgan Stanley who worked in the 2 towers. And while you were going through what you were going through, well, next door, in the second building to go down, we had Brad Stewart, 23 years old, worked at Morgan Stanley for 1 year. Now, you started out and you were on the 73rd floor when you heard something happen in the tower where Bill was, right? What?
Yeah. More or less, a big shake, like an earthquake, like you said, occurred, and no one knew exactly what had happened. Maybe some of us thought the air conditioning unit had fallen or something to that effect.
And you get the word and start heading toward the stairs to go down.
We got the word from someone in an outside office that the building had been hit by something, and all of a sudden I turned around and I saw debris falling from the sky, and I just ran for the stairwell, down 73 flights of stairs.
But again, it was orderly at the beginning.
Very orderly. People were helping out, the asthmatics, the overweight people that were having trouble down the stairs.
Then,
the
when you got to about, what,
the 20th, 25, 23, around there, I guess the second plane hit my building. And people were just running as fast as they could out of the building. And at this point, you're in the stairwell, you have no idea what's going on. Everyone's just panicking. Trying to be organized and, not get out of, not be too chaotic. But, you get out, actually, we finally made it out, it was unbelievable. And you get to the plaza level on the second floor, and you see that in between the 2 buildings, ash and debris, blood. I mean, it was absolutely awful.
And flames. People said it really was like the dark side of the moon.
Absolutely.
And did you immediately see friends?
I was with some colleagues on my floor. As we're speaking right now, I'm not sure if half my office even got out alive. Hopefully prayers are with them. My initial instinct was once I got out of the building to help, but then, my other instincts were to, contact my family, my loved ones, let them know I was okay.
Bill was on 81 of the first building that was hit. You're on 73 of the second building. That second plane, the plane came in just over you on the 81st.
Correct.
73rd, that second plane came in lower.
Yeah.
Did it come in, do you know, was it about where your floor is?
Just looking at all the video footage, it looks like the wingspan would have hit my building. So, would have hit my floor, I'm saying.
I think maybe the scene that made everybody's heart really stop, well, there were so many, but was looking up and seeing people looking out the windows.
The traps.
Could you see them? Did you see it?
When I first looked up at the building, you can see that the higher floors, you couldn't really tell, 80, 90, whatever. You can just tell the higher floors were, just surrounded, engulfed in smoke and flames, and you can see the flames. And you were just, saying, how are these people going to get out alive? Because, the stairwells are probably caving in. And
The real pandemonium, I don't know if Brad experienced it coming down, but we all felt that once we got down into the lobby concourse level that things would be relatively normal down there. But then when the sprinkler systems and we were walking through ankle-deep water, and the real urgency came when the emergency personnel were frantically trying to get us out of the building. And I was, like I said, only a block away when I just got engulfed in dust.
They're too hard to watch, and we have decided not to show them. But people did jump. They had to jump. And it's horrible to see. Were either of you there? Did you see it?
I actually was down by Water Street by the FDR Drive when I just actually got off the phone with my relatives, just telling them I was okay, and I saw the building go down, and it was the most frightening. You'll never forget that image, you know, for the rest of your life. You know, just when I got home, so many phone calls to my relatives and my friends, just seeing if I was okay. You know, I wanted to thank them all. But, you know, as we speak, there's some of my friends that are, you know, unaccounted for, people that I went to college with, that worked in the other building. And my prayers go out to their families.
Sure.
So do ours. I want to point out, by the way, Brad's dad worked downtown during the 1993 bombing. He's now retired. Thanks to you both.
And you were in the 93 bombing, right?
Yes, I was.
You were there when it happened?
I swore that if this ever happened again, I would never work in that building again. And I turned out to be quite right.
All right, Bill, Brad, thanks very much. Appreciate you being with us. We're going to go to ABC's Lisa Stark, who was out in Seattle, been reporting on the aviation end of all this, has some new information on one of the flights. Lisa.
Charlie, the new information that we have is that on the American Airlines Flight 11, the one that went into the World Trade Center first, we had reported earlier that a flight attendant had managed to call out that hijackers were on the plane, that flight attendants had been stabbed, the hijackers had taken the cockpit. We now have a new bit of information. That flight attendant was also able to report to the airline that the hijackers had what she believed to be mace and had maced some of the passengers, those in business class as well as those perhaps in first class. So they were attacking the flight attendants, they were attacking the passengers with mace before they apparently stormed the cockpit. And that's the newest information we have on that particular flight. Charlie?
So they had weapons other than the knives, if you can consider mace a weapon, but something that you could get on an airplane.
I don't believe that's legally allowed on an airplane. I have to check with the FAA, but I would bet you that you're not legally allowed to bring that onto an airplane.
I'm sure you're not. It's just
right.
I'm just thinking of things that practically you could try to thwart security by using.
Absolutely. They did apparently get that on the plane, and we've heard reports from Ron Claiborne and others that the knives, some of the knives had plastic handles. That's another interesting point, because that can go through the metal detector, and plastic isn't picked up as something you would need to be concerned about.
Yes, and we've talked about the fact that the wife of the Solicitor General, Barbara Olson, who died in the flight that crashed into the Pentagon, was reporting that the hijackers had box cutters. And again, the box cutters that I know tend to have plastic handles as well, which might be something that you could get through security.
And I'm also told by one airline this morning that it is not illegal, at least it wasn't before today, to bring a box cutter on an airplane. The blade is less than 4 inches long. That would have been legal to bring on board an airplane.
Ooh, all right. Thanks very much, Lisa Stark. I appreciate it.
Just got word here that the president is expected to make a statement again this morning after a 10:45 a.m. meeting that he's having. So we'll be waiting for a presidential statement. But I want to go to Brian Rooney, who's at Los Angeles International Airport, which, of course, was the destination of 3 of those flights.
Good morning, Diane. There's been talk about flights resuming at 9 a.m. this morning, and if you can see behind me, it's just first light here in Los Angeles. This airport is very quiet. There has not been the sound of a jet here for hours. There was one plane that took off overnight. It might have been some sort of cargo shipment. We're not sure. This does not have the look of an airport that is thinking about going back into business in a few hours. There's been no movement among the airplanes. Airplanes are scattered all over the country, Diane. There are hundreds of them that are at the wrong airport that need to be repositioned in order to start picking up passengers. It doesn't look like that's going to happen. Overnight, we have begun to hear the identity of some of the people who were on those airplanes that were bound for Los Angeles. Some of them are familiar names here in Los Angeles in the entertainment industry. A man named David Angel and his wife, Lynn Angel. He was a producer of the sitcom Frasier. and had also been a comedy writer before that, had written episodes of Cheers, somebody very well known in the entertainment industry here in Los Angeles. Barry Berenson, an actress who's 53 years old. She was the widow of the late actor Tony Perkins of Psycho fame. She was on one of the aircraft that crashed. A couple of scouts for the Los Angeles Kings hockey team, Ace Bailey and Mark Bavis, had come to Los Angeles, were on their way to Los Angeles. They were going to begin their fall training camp with the Los Angeles Kings. It's just interesting as you go, you hear the names. Something like this just kind of takes a slice out of America. A couple of promising young businessmen here. Edmund Glazer was chief financial officer of a technology company called MRV Communications. Just about a week ago, he was on camera. I believe he rang the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange, or I believe it was the New York Stock Exchange. Daniel Lewin, co-founder of a technology company called Akamai Technology, an internet company. And it goes on like that. Peter Gay, a vice president of the Raytheon Corporation. These are names that have come to us not through the airlines, but through families and their companies who have confirmed that they were on these airplanes.
All right, Brian, Ernie, thanks very much indeed. We had a chance to talk to Peter Gay's family in Boston, his father and his two brothers, talking very eloquently about him. George Stephanopoulos with us. You've got the congressional schedule for today?
Yeah, basically, this morning we've already reported that President Bush is meeting with the joint congressional leadership at 11:30. That's the top leaders of the Congress. Following that, they're going to clear the House chambers and have an intelligence briefing for all the members of the House and the Senate in the House chamber at midday. Then both the House and the Senate are expected to pass a joint resolution condemning the act and authorizing, although not in any formal way, a response. And finally, they're trying to organize a prayer vigil for this evening as well. We all remember last night all the members of Congress tried to gather and sing God Bless America. Tonight they want to do a prayer vigil. And now they're also just beginning to talk about how they're going to deal with the aftermath of all this. And they're talking about supplemental appropriations bills, spending bills to help repair New York and the other affected areas. And they're saying it could be in the billions, even tens of billions.
Yes, and as we mentioned, the president has also already declared New York a city to be a federal disaster area, which opens up the city for many kinds of aid. Want to go to ABC's Claire Shipman down in Washington with some other details, Claire?
Good morning, Charlie. Well, that's right. You heard George say the president's going to be meeting with congressional leaders a little bit later. Right now, he's meeting with his national security team, a full-scale principals meeting, as it's called. At the end of that meeting at 10:45, he's going to bring the White House pool in to answer some questions. We've been told that he is very eager to answer a number of questions. We're also told one of the issues he's going to be studying today when we're not seeing him publicly is how to get things back to normal, especially getting air traffic back to normal, opening up the airports. And as one security official said to me, we're already starting to be in the first stage of second guessing in terms of airport security and how all of this could have happened. Charlie?
All right, thanks, Claire. And a number of new restrictions that we've already heard of from the Transportation Secretary, Norm Mineta, including no curbside check-ins. Only passengers will be allowed through security gates, and new rules. I doubt they'll be allowing 4-inch blades any longer through security checkpoints, given what's happened with the box cutters and the knives that these men were able to bring on board.
And we want to turn now, because we're joined by former Governor of New York, Mario Cuomo, and grateful to have you come in, Governor Cuomo. I think, first of all, that having been governor of this state, that you would have heard lots of scenarios like this, that you would have heard perhaps even threats about things like this. Did it come as much of a surprise to you as it did to the rest of us?
Yeah, the dimensions of it certainly stunned me, as they did most people. But I must tell you, 1993, it was essentially the same presumed group that was involved in acts of terrorism, and I say presumed very carefully. They attacked the same place, the World Trade Center, because it was the symbol of the United States, perhaps the most recognizable symbol outside of the Statue of Liberty. In 1993, following that, we made all the same pledges of America will never be the same. This is the first time this kind of thing has happened.
We'll be more cautious in the future. We will be more alert to terrorism. We were aware of terrorism. It appears to me that we may have been victimized by our own resilience. I remember the day after the bombing saying, I will be back in my office, because then the governor had an office on the 57th floor. within 2 or 3 months. And 2 or 3 months later, I returned with all the other tenants. And America went back to its norm. And all of a sudden, the pressure was off. We weren't concerned anymore about terrorists bringing us down because we had overcome it with relative ease. We were back in business, back to normal. And now you hear overnight intelligence people saying, yeah, we should have had spies. If you're going to deal with anti-terrorism, if you're going to do it effectively, you need to have people among the terrorists. Well, then why didn't you have spies? Well, there was a regulation that said they are usually treacherous people and people who are not savory. And so you mustn't use them. And Paul Bremer and Jim Woolsey this morning say to you, that's ridiculous. We should have had spies. Why didn't you? Why are blades allowed? Why do you have all these people who are being disparaged now as the people who are not equipped to look through your luggage? Why weren't we more careful? Because America is not accustomed to needing to be. I think that's all changed now. I think now, finally, we will say to ourselves, America has to do things, even if it inconveniences us. At least I hope so.
Governor, 1983, I was covering the Capitol for ABC News, and we went through the bombing of the Capitol.
Right.
And all of us who loved that building were shaken to our core by that. And I remember Tom Foley and others in the leadership in the Congress going through and saying, okay, what does it take to protect this building? And people saying, look, you're right on the street, you can attack this building, it can be done. And the congressional leadership said, we can't do that. We can't shut everybody out. We can't clamp down, because if we do, we have changed the very nature of our society.
That's correct. And you're going to have to change the very nature of your society, but not essentially. You will never stop being the freest, strongest place in the world. There are still some intelligent indispositions you can use and allowances you can give government without losing your vital freedom. You can be a lot more careful about who you let on a plane. You can be a lot more careful about what kind of blades are allowed. You can be a lot more intelligent about using spies. We know that. We've said it overnight. We know what needs to be done. What was lacking was the will to do it politically, because you didn't need to do it. Now you do. There are going to be tens of thousands, perhaps, of people killed or maimed. Those people will never be forgotten. They'll never be replaced. Something different about this event. People analogize to Pearl Harbor. Of course, this is not like Pearl Harbor. Pearl Harbor, you knew the enemy. Pearl Harbor was Japan. Pearl Harbor was relatively easy to deal with because you could say, here we go. That's the enemy. Now we're all out to get him, and we did. And Germany, too. Here we're not sure of the enemy, but we know this. It isn't just a madman or two or three or four. This is much too well organized for that. And so now we have something a little bit closer to Japan. It's not a nation, but it's a thing. It's an organization. Maybe it's bin Laden, who appears to be the favorite. And I'm sure there's an eagerness to make him still more favorite as a target. And that may be good. But at least we know the enemy. And you're going to have, for the next week and more, a recitation of the names of individuals, not just the well-known celebrities, but the names of those firemen, the names of the cops, the names of the simple people who had nothing to do with politics, who got eaten up by this and destroyed casually and brutally. And that is finally going to tell this nation, look, we have to change. First of all, we have to get them. You know, we say America has been changed forever. I've heard that 15 times, and that's probably true. And some of it won't be good. We'll be harder edged. We'll be more nervous. We'll be more suspicious. We'll be more anxious. But there can be some very good changes, too. We can finally make an attack on transnational terrorism that's significant. We can recruit Jordan. We can recruit Egypt. The Israelis are there for us. We can finally make the fight, and we think we see the enemy. Now, you'll never be safe from an isolated religious zealot who has gone mad, who decides to pocket a bomb and walk into your church and blow you up while you're at your services. You're never safe from that. You can't protect against that. But you can protect against the kind of organized effort that this required, because an organized effort has form and depth and dimension, and you can find it and destroy it and trace it.
The United States government might say, you know, with Israel and with a number of other states, we have tried to penetrate. We have tried to do everything we could about Osama bin Laden.
No, but we haven't tried. Diane, very respectfully, they can say that, and then you would say to the United States government, no, you didn't. Ask Warren Rudman. Ask the people who were on this mission that issued a report. Ask Gary Hart. We haven't done it. Why? We didn't choose to. Let me ask you this. After every oil crisis, when we waited on line, you know, for the gasoline, etc., and everybody said the same thing, no more big cars, we have to learn to conserve. What happened? After 6 months, we forgot and went back. Why? We're the strongest, richest, luckiest people in world history. And sometimes that becomes a problem for us because we take things for granted. We have to stop taking them for granted. If 10,000 or thousands of lives of innocent people can't teach us to be different, then we're not as smart as we should be. And I think we will be different. And here's one other beautiful thing that could come out of this, beside a significant attack on terrorism. You know, I'm a New Yorker. I've been here all my life. I want to die here, not right away, but... And in 1993, I said on a television show, I never saw people more beautiful than the people at the World Trade Center, helping one another out in the middle of the night, Con Edison workers, cops, firemen, and you saw it again last night. This city, maybe because there's so much diversity, maybe because we know we have 180 different ethnicities, we have every color, we've got to come together when we're challenged, because we have so much difference here. We have to organize. And maybe we did after 93, we are now, we were after the Second World War, and maybe the lesson we'll learn is, hey, look, we're at our very best when they challenge us. But there are all kinds of crises. There are these quiet catastrophes like poverty and illness and all these other things, which if we acted this way all the time, we could deal with. If instead of bickering politically and arguing about he's a different color than I am, if we acted all the time the way we act in these crises, we would be so much fantastically stronger than we are, and the world would be so much better, it's hard to imagine it. We haven't learned enough. I hope we learn it this time.
And you do see the best of humanity, even in some of the worst situations. Thank you so much, former Governor of the state of New York, Mario Cuomo. Thank you. I'm not sure where we're going next. Maybe you know. There they are.
We want to show you some pictures from yesterday, and these are pictures that amateur photographers have brought us. These were taken by a young man who really got right up to the... Well, these are pictures from this... Tell me what I'm looking at. I think I'm looking at pictures from this morning. Yeah, these are pictures from this morning. And that gives you some sense of the scope of what has to be dealt with in terms of rubble that is down in the World Trade Center. Still, there's problem with fire. John Miller was pointing out that some of the debris from the collapsed building, even though it's been almost 22 hours, 23 hours since the building's actually collapsed, some of the debris still blew up this morning onto the roof of a building in Battery City Park. That building caught fire. Firemen had to deal with that blaze. An already overstretched fire department in New York had to deal with it, and did so. But that's the scene this morning in New York City, with this pile of rubble, steel, concrete, a crime scene, but 6 stories tall, 6 stories of rubble.
We've been saying that almost nothing has happened so far that someone didn't catch on film, on photograph, on tape, and we have with us right now at the desk 2 of the videographers who were there at critical moments. Kevin Sotofi, who was there and filmed the aftermath, and you met earlier Evan Fairbanks, who shot one of those crucial scenes, one of those searing scenes of the plane going into the second tower. I'm just going to play again the footage that you shot, Evan, and let you tell us once again, when you looked through your lens and looked up, did you grasp what you were seeing, what the camera was recording?
There was no way I could possibly grasp what I was seeing. I just saw a flash come in on the left of the frame. I saw an airplane. I could identify it as an airplane, and I just thought, what is that doing in this area that's got to be controlled space? And before I finished that thought, it disappeared into the south side of the tower.
You know, that's exactly the thought that we had. We were sitting here on the air live because the first tower had been hit, and we knew something had happened. And we saw that plane come into the frame. We had a little bit more chance to see it before it hit the building than you did. But we saw it come into the frame, and my thought was, well, it's a big plane, but it must be an observation plane. It must be a fire plane. And I thought of the wildfires out west. Maybe it's bringing in water, you know, to fight the fire in the building. The concept that it was going to hit the tower is so foreign to all of us that you couldn't believe what you were seeing. And I still didn't believe it after it happened. Diane said, oh, my God. And I thought, well, that clears up the question of whether or not the first one was an explosion or accidental or whatever. This is a concerted attack on the World Trade Center. But you couldn't believe what you were seeing.
No, absolutely. I still can't believe it, what I'm seeing. I've seen it played back 15 or 20 times. I played it back in my camera 5 times.
Kevin, oh, excuse me. Kevin was there for the aftermath, the sort of counterpart to what you were doing. As we roll this footage, tell us again, as you wandered into the scene, what were you experiencing? You were right in the middle of all of the soot, the ash, the heat.
Basically, what I was experiencing was something I've never seen in my life, basically in person. And I think something that people don't really realize what's going on actually right now in the city. It's like people are walking around outside, sitting at cafes, talking, joking, laughing. It's just disgusting what happened. And I wanted to say about bin Laden, if I heard that he said that he wanted to thank Allah, that he didn't do it, but nobody should be thanked for what happened there. It's ridiculous. It's not
We
right.
saw in your first scenes, we saw the buildings. We saw the architecture, the skeletons of the buildings. When you first went in, did you see people?
No, there's no people anywhere. We were walking around for I was there all day yesterday and all night, basically, and to find people was very rare. Like, they found 3 people. It's very rare to find people. There's no traces of people. I saw a shoe, and I saw, you know, that's it. There's just too much material.
It looks like an unbelievable movie set, what you saw there.
You can't believe it until you're there. On the TV, it's not even the same. It's, of course, you know. I think you might have walked there. I'm not sure, but
you boil it down to a box that's 21 inches or 24 inches across, and it's not the same.
And as we told everybody last night, when you're walking through it, you're up to your way above your ankles, both in the soot and in the paper, the financial documents. And you look down, and they have such a plaintive irrelevance to anything important in life as you're making your way through this complete carpeting of financial documents.
And soot.
Blew out of the window.
But mixed into that is also all these random personal effects, like a pocketbook or a high heel shoe or a glove or something that makes it so human.
Well, as we said, it is a modern phenomenon that almost everything is captured on videotape, and we thank you both for coming in. We've got,
and for bringing us your pictures.
Don't we have John Miller standing by? Did John?
No, John,
more?
we have a piece from John Quinones that I
Okay.
think you want to see. Well, it's a piece that is, I'm sorry.
I was going to say it's a piece about the search that goes on and the terror that accompanies.
These are children who go to school right across from the Twin Towers. They were evacuated during the chaos. The faces of innocence, worried and frightened.
What did you hear?
I heard a big boom.
What happened then?
And it sort of shaked.
Some kids were crying because their mom and dad were upstairs.
Among the people inside the burning towers, this little girl's father.
I was scared that my dad was still in there. Well,
You still don't know.
Her name is Jane Schoenholt, her mother Brenda, and sister Remy.
What went through your mind?
A lot of people I know are dying.
I just want my dad, I want my animals.
Her dad, Steve Schoenholt, runs a restaurant on the concourse level of the Twin Towers. He spoke to his family by phone this morning after the first explosion.
Why didn't he evacuate?
Because he thinks he's too tough for those terrorists.
But they haven't heard from their father since.
So let's go find him. Come on.
We follow them for blocks and blocks throughout the disaster zone. Just a few blocks from their home,
Everyone back on the sidewalk, please.
we're stopped by police.
Fortunately, right now, until we know that it's safe,
we're asking everyone to move back.
Now, the people that were evacuated from the World Trade Center, where would they be right now?
Unfortunately, they are all over.
Officer, they're looking for their father who was in the building.
I understand. Unfortunately, my wife was in the building, and I still haven't heard from my wife. So,
On a cell phone, they call to see if Steve has turned up at one of his other restaurants.
Hi, is Steve there? Steve. Yeah, okay.
Does that mean he's gone or is he still alive?
No, she just hasn't heard from him.
They continue their desperate search, past the rubble, past the screaming rescue vehicles, and then more barricades.
Okay, this is a secure location,
You can't get in.
step aside and walk.
Oh.
How do you feel right now?
I'm scared that my dad, we might not find him. I feel like he's alive. I just want to find him to make sure.
They run into one of their neighbors, who points them toward a police command center several blocks away.
And tell them your situation and that they will escort you to your house.
Yes,
Right there at Pier
Okay.
40.
Dan.
Thank you.
It's another long walk.
And do you know anything about when we'll be able to get in there to get our animal?
There's nothing here.
But then, as Brenda is in the middle of another desperate phone call trying to find her husband,
Good to do that. We'll do it then.
What?
We just...
one little happy ending on a day with so much anguish and so much heart.
In the building. I cried the whole way. I saw it coming down.
Wow. And a lot of stories, don't end as happily. I'm thinking one of our producers yesterday was standing at a train station in New Jersey, in a town in which I used to live. And it was filled with people just waiting to see who was going to get off the train.
We've got Dr. Timothy Johnson with us. And can I tell everyone, Tim, that you are a medical doctor. You are also a minister. And we're so glad to have you. And George Stephanopoulos is here with us as well. You were talking earlier about the fact that this sends shockwaves. This hits stress faults all across the country. For parents out there who want to sit down today and talk to their kids, what's the first sentence they should say?
That they're safe, that what they're seeing is not what's going to happen to them. I think that is the message you have to get across, no matter what the age. Now, obviously, the further content of the message will vary depending on the age, and teenagers will have some often apparently inappropriate responses. They'll use glib language. They'll make fun of things they're seeing. It's their way of handling it. But whatever the age, children and adolescents long to know that they are safe, that this is not the reality that's going to affect them.
Would you let them see the pictures?
As they get older, yes. Always, I would hope, with parents or others around. With small children, I don't think so on a repetitive basis, no. They don't know how to interpret it.
My wife heads a school which includes people all the way from the ages of 4 to 18, and I said, who'd you let see the pictures yesterday? And she said, no. That's up to their parents and whatever, but certainly not for the lower schoolers and the middle schoolers.
And as this program's family physician, I plead also for adults who are going to have trauma in their lives as a result of this, for people who are sick, who have heart disease, who are depressed. Be alert to changes in them, because we need to help them.
Yes, I think we underestimate the extent to which people sitting in their homes are absolutely present in the lives of those they see sometimes in these situations. It may have nothing to do with them practically. It has everything to do with them emotionally.
Exactly.
Just a couple of small notes. We all checked in with people yesterday that we know. And the first thing you do is call your kids. And I've got a daughter who works down in the shadow of those buildings. She walked about 125 blocks to get home yesterday. And she said she saw the most wonderful scenes on the street. A shoe store that was open. And people were out handing out sneakers to women who were in high heels, giving them shoes, because everybody was walking uptown. The bridges and tunnels were closed, and there were emergency trucks going through, and emergency truck drivers stopping and loading people on the back of the truck, to the point that people were actually standing on the back bumper. She said she saw somebody holding onto a truck with a briefcase in his hand, standing on the back bumper so that somebody could give him a ride. out of town, people handing out water, people handing out sandwiches and food. You pull together.
When I was downtown, or at the beginning of the morning, down by Fulton Street, which is 2 blocks from the World Trade Center, we managed to get into a building which was basically a dorm for Pace University Business School, and the kids were calling all of their friends and neighbors in so they could use the internet to contact their parents so everyone knew they were safe.
Again, so many people couldn't reach anyone by phone. I think the internet saved a lot of hours of horror yesterday.
The way of life in New York yesterday was email.
That was it.
It had to be done by email. Again, my wife's school, she's got 500-600 students. Couldn't get through on switchboards, cell phones are down. Everybody was communicating by email.
One of the striking things for me was I have a sister who's a nun outside of Jerusalem on the West Bank. And for the last 2 years, you know, we've always been emailing her during times of trouble, during when there are riots or the uprisings, thinking, are you safe? And it's, are you okay? And it was really chilling to get an email from the West Bank in New York City asking, are you okay?
Usually it's the other way.
Other way around.
Yeah.
I call all of this spiritual. You mentioned my other role in life, and really I think when people reach out to each other in this way, it is a kind of spiritual growth.
Well, last night, and we've said it before, the number of firefighters, the number of police who were down in this virtual pitch black darkness with the smoke surrounding them until they could get the generators started and get the lights on. The number of them who said to me that they were on vacation, that they were miles away, that they came in by hitchhiking, by walking to get in and help out. And the number of them who said, just hours ago, I stood and watched some of my best friends walk in first, not knowing that they would be the first to walk in and the ones who wouldn't walk out. And they would come up to you and say, can I just tell you the name? Is it okay if I just tell you his name and tell you how wonderful he was? And I got a call yesterday, which is my favorite call that came in yesterday from somebody who said, I just want to say one thing to you. Remember the reason that the United States picked the eagle as its national bird? It's because it's the one bird that isn't afraid of a storm.
Well, we're going to leave the air now, and we're going to be joined by ABC News' Peter Jennings. Diane and I will stand by. All the people that you've been hearing from through the morning, John Miller, who's been reporting so well on local police and the federal investigation, who, as he said so poignantly a few moments ago, has lost an awful lot of friends of his on the police department, all of them. It's been a very tough morning for the entire country, and we thank you for being with us. We're going to be joined by Peter Jennings, and ABC News will stay on the air throughout the day, no commercials, because this is a story we all pull together.
This is an ABC News special report.
Hello again, everybody. I'm Peter Jennings at ABC News headquarters, and as Charlie Gibson just mentioned a short while ago on Good Morning America, ABC News coverage of this attack on the United States is simply going to continue. There is so much to talk about, and joined all together, as we have now been, via television and to some extent by the internet and email for the last 25 or so hours, is one of the ways that as a country, as we know from previous disasters, that we have managed to get through this. All of us, whether we are covering the story, involved in the story, at some remove from the story, and wanting desperately to know. And there is a huge amount to talk about. In response to one email I got from a woman this morning, sorry madam, it was not a nightmare when you woke up this morning and believed that the twin trade towers in New York City would be there. They are not there. And I think virtually everybody in the country now knows that. And probably everybody in the country knows the basics of the story, the basics of this disaster so far. So we're going to try to operate for the ensuing hours on a variety of different levels. We will do our very best, as we have in the past, to keep telling you what is happening at any given moment. And there's a lot happening in the country today, both in personal terms, governmental terms. The search and hopefully the rescue operation continues with quite extraordinary fervor. The mayor of New York, Rudolph Giuliani, said this morning they're able to presume that 41 people have died so far. But we continue, as you all know, to worry about the fate of thousands of people. And the Congress has convened today as they said they would, and so we go to the Congress first for a prayer in the Senate, being given by the Senate chaplain, Dr. Lloyd Ogilvie.
Almighty God, source of strength and hope in the darkest hours of our nation's history, we praise you for your consistency and constancy of your presence with us to help us confront and battle the forces of evil manifested in the infamous, elusive, cowardly acts of terrorism. We turn to you with hearts filled with dismay, anger, and grief over the terrorist attack on the World Trade buildings in New York City and the Pentagon here in Washington. We pray for the thousands of victims who lost their lives as a result of these violent acts against our nation. We intercede for their loved ones, comfort them, and give them courage. In particular, we pray for the loved ones of the firefighters and the police who died seeking to help others.
This is the House chaplain.
Quiet our turbulent hearts.
Praying at the same time in the House of Representatives.
Remind us of how you have been with us in trouble and in tragedies of the past and have given us victory over tyranny. Bless the women and men of this Senate today as they join with President Bush in decisive action. Guide them as they seek justice against the perpetrators.
To all those families splattered with blood and exhausted by tears, heal the wounded. Strengthen all civil servants, medical and religious leaders as they attempt to fill the gaping holes left in the fabric of this nation. Send forth your Holy Spirit upon all the members of Congress, the President, and all government leaders across this nation. Free them of fear, any prejudice whatsoever. Remove all doubt and confusion from their minds. So with clear insight, which comes from you and you alone, reveal all that is unholy and renew the desire of your people to lives of deepening faith, unbounding commitment, and lasting freedom here, where liberty has made her home. We place our trust in you, now and forever. Amen.
Thank you, Chaplain.
That's the chaplain of the House, David Coughlin. You also heard Dr. Lloyd Ogilvie, who's the chaplain of the Senate. We'll come back to the House of Representatives and to the Senate as the chairman, as the Speaker of the House, Dennis Hastert, gathers them together with a very, very public intent to show the rest of the world that the country is going about business as usual, even though, as the House chaplain said, there are gaping holes in the fabric of the nation. And we will continue all across the country today to try to involve you in this discussion of what has happened to the nation and who may have been involved in doing it, and of course to stay early and often at the crime scenes themselves. The two crime scenes are, of course, the site of the trade towers that were destroyed in New York City and the Pentagon. Let's go first downtown New York City to Dawn Daylor, who spent a long day and night already trying to get a handle on the status of the search and rescue operation. How's it going, Dawn?
Well, when you witness the horror that we've seen over the past 24 hours, you tend to cling to any kind of words of encouragement that come out, any bit of news. One of that has been the response of people all over to come down here and help. One individual in particular was here on vacation, a surgical resident from New Jersey, who answered the mayor's call for help and ended up getting involved in this part of history. John Chauvin is found himself in the hole in the World Trade Center as part of the rescue of the 2 Port Authority policemen who were down in there. Describe what you found when you went into that hole.
It was a surreal scene. I just, by happenstance, kind of was brought in by the police chief for New York City, and then by the fire rescue folks, and brought into this hole where there was a steel girder out over the hole with a little hole to the side, and 10 feet down and another 10 feet down there was a Port Authority officer trapped. And the firefighters from Fire Rescue, or Rescue 1, the ESU police officers, me, a paramedic, spent all night. The firefighters, the rescue guys did all the work. I just went down and rendered some aid. We gave morphine, intravenous lines. It was touch and go. It was scary.
You told me a moment ago that you were really hoping that you wouldn't have to amputate, and you were relieved that you got him out safely all in one piece.
As a physician, that's kind of a last-ditch thing. And here you're looking at fire around you, heat, smoke, steam. You have guys risking their lives, a patient well and trapped down a little tunnel that only one man can go at a time. And, you wonder, where do I draw the line? But, those fire rescue guys, ESU, were persistent. We held to our plan, and we didn't have to amputate. And here this, wonderful rescue, Port Authority officer who is critical, but I hope stable, and hopefully will do well. We hope that things will work out.
And you said that while you were there with him, keeping him conscious, even though he was on morphine, how did you spend the time? You said you talked to him, and what else?
Yeah, you talk to him, you ask him a little bit about his life, and how he's doing. We said a prayer. He was scared, I was scared. Starting an IV with the World Trade Center on top of you is scary. And it made us both feel better.
Well, I know one Port Authority police officer who's glad that you were around and visiting the city, and we do. We appreciate what you did.
Thank you.
Thank you. Peter?
Just to grasp the magnitude, even though we've seen it many times at the destruction there at the Trade Center, but you can see that since first light today, and it happened overnight, they've moved in some really heavy equipment, because as they search for those people who may have survived under the rubble, and people do survive under the rubble, as we know, 2 people were rescued overnight. They have got to get some of the heaviest wreckage away from those locations where they may have heard signs of life. And of course, what's frustrating at a moment like this is, with all of the noise of the heavy equipment, it is hard to listen for signs of life. But as we simply continue as a nation to stare at these scenes of Lower Manhattan, and it is similarly true at the Pentagon, I think from everything we've heard from around the country overnight, people invariably continue to cling to hope that people will be rescued. Mayor Giuliani said today that 259 uniformed personnel, by that he means firefighters and policemen, are missing. 5 firefighters were found in the last 6 hours, or last 7 hours, I guess now, and that is the very kind of thing which gives the search and rescue operation some hope that there are other people still surviving somewhere in the wreckage. Now, at the Pentagon, where the fires, for the most part, appears to have been put out, the Pentagon has said today that no more survivors are expected to be pulled from the rubble following the attack which was mounted on American Airlines Flight 77 yesterday, and 58 passengers and crew died on that flight alone. But the Pentagon has said specifically this morning that the areas of the Pentagon where the attack struck and burned sustained catastrophic damage, and anyone who might have survived the initial impacts and the collapse in the view of the Pentagon could not have survived the fire that followed. And ABC's John McWethy told us last night from the Pentagon that the fire had simply moved along, particularly on the right-hand side of this area of the Pentagon. That's a 200-foot wide gash we have been staring at for so many hours now in the Pentagon. and we have no accurate estimate of casualties there, but have been reporting for some hours, based on the local fire department officials, that maybe 800 people perished at the Pentagon, as well as those people on American Flight 77 who died as a result of the impact. And John McCarthy, our Pentagon correspondent, will be here to join us very shortly. But as I said, there are several levels of discussion, of examination, of investigation, which we will continue to focus on. ABC's Martha Raddatz is at the State Department this morning. You may recall yesterday there were some reports that the Pentagon had in some fashion been attacked. That went away very quickly. That was simply not true. But for the U.S. government, the State Department is the connection to the rest of the world. And Martha, tell us first just what's happening in the building. People come to work this morning?
They did come to work, Peter. They have secured this building. They went through the building late yesterday and again this morning. And the head of diplomatic security, Dave Carpenter, reported to Secretary Powell that he thought the building was safe at this point. Secretary Powell has been walking through the building, giving a few interviews. There was a full counter-assault team out in front wherever Secretary Powell went, but they do feel the building's fairly secure. The reports yesterday that there was some kind of bomb in the State Department happened after we were evacuated. We heard an explosion outside. I didn't think it was nearby the State Department. I think probably what it was a secondary blast from the Pentagon, because that's just across the river from here.
Martha, in terms of State Department operations, both here and at home, my understanding is about 25% of American embassies overseas are still closed for security precautions, but there's a real emphasis to get the U.S. up and visibly running, correct?
I think that's part of the reason you see everybody back here today. They really want to put the best face on this as possible. They want to say we're back at work. That's why they're out at the Pentagon today as well. Despite the fact that half of the building is closed, they've still got the Pentagon up and running. They've got the briefing room up and running. You're going to hear Secretary Powell brief the press in about a half an hour, 45 minutes from now. They want to say they're on top of this, and they are getting intelligence reports. They are saying, Secretary Powell will not say this on camera, but officials will say off camera they think it's the Osama bin Laden organization, that they have human intelligence and signal intelligence. This is not just because of the sophistication of the attack. They're hearing human intelligence and signal intelligence that lead to Osama bin Laden. This is, of course, after the attack they got these reports.
Martha, the Secretary has already said that there is good evidence mounting against those responsible, and he's also had some pretty strong remarks reflecting what the President said yesterday about what the United States might do if another nation is ever found to be complicit in this.
I think you saw the warrior in Colin Powell this morning when he was talking on Good Morning America, saying this is a war. We should prepare for a long-term conflict. And he's talking about on the diplomatic front as well as militarily. They are indeed looking at whether or not they can target certain areas. These training camps they talk about, I just talked to one official and I said, are you talking about training camps anywhere outside of Afghanistan? He said, we just don't know at this point.
Okay, Martha, thanks very much. We'll be back to you throughout the day. Just to bring you up to date as we look at where we're at in terms of these two crime scenes, and let us not forget there is one other aircraft which crashed in Pennsylvania last night. That continues to be a mystery as to how that aircraft actually went down, but that's United Flight 93, 757, which was headed from Newark in New Jersey to San Francisco, and there are 38 passengers and 7 crew on that flight who we believe to be dead. In total, 266 passengers and crew on board these 4 aircraft yesterday have all died, and it's that one area where we already have a handle on precisely how many people died. We do not have it at the Pentagon nor at the trade towers in lower New York. ABC's Lisa Stark, who covers aviation for us, has been on this all the time. Lisa, tell us if you're in Seattle this morning again.
I am, Peter, yes.
Bring us up to date on your beat, would you?
Well, Peter, the one bit of new information that we have this morning is more information about that phone call from the American Airlines Flight 11. That was the 767 from Boston's Logan Airport headed to Los Angeles. It was the first plane that crashed into one of the Twin Towers in Manhattan. We had earlier reported that a flight attendant did manage to call the airline as the hijacking was occurring. We had reported that she had said a number of flight attendants had been stabbed and that the hijackers had stormed into the cockpit. We've now learned from a source that the flight attendant also reported that the hijackers appeared to have mace on board the airplane and that they had maced a number of the passengers, those in business class, we're told, as well as possibly those in first class. So I'm sure it was a chaotic scene on board that aircraft as the hijackers made their way up to the cockpit, creating chaos in the back of the plane before they went into the front of the plane. We've also learned this morning that on the two planes that went into the World Trade Tower, both that American Airlines flight as well as a United 767, apparently, according to government sources, the hijackers, it appears, on the planes fooled with the transponders. Now, this is something on the plane that sends a signal out to air traffic controllers so they know the altitude, the airspeed, the designation of the airplane. We're told by government sources that on the American Airlines flight 11, the transponder was turned off completely. So what that would mean, what we know of air traffic control, what that would mean is that controllers would only have a signal on their radar screen that there was a target out there, that there was a plane, but they would know nothing about it, not its airspeed, its altitude, its designation. On the other plane, the United Airlines plane, we're told someone fooled with the transponder. I don't believe it was turned off entirely, but again, the computer reads that as an error. It's not sure what's going on, and I'm told by government sources that it may actually stop tracking the plane. Again, controllers, what I know of air traffic control is that controllers would still see a signal, they'd still see a blip, but they wouldn't have additional information about the airplane. If that proves to be true, and as you know, information changes in the early stages of these things, but if that proves ultimately to be the case, it would mean that these hijackers were very sophisticated, knew exactly what they were going to do, cut off communications as quickly as they could, and certainly didn't want anyone to know what was going on up there at 30,000 feet as these planes were heading toward Manhattan.
Many thanks, Lisa. We'll come back to you often throughout the day. And you use the word, which I think has begun to be very obvious to people wherever they're watching, listening, or trying to investigate and this is this level of sophistication involved in the attacks themselves. And back with me, I'm delighted to say, is John Miller, who has done probably, I think, as much as anybody in this news division and others to try to keep a handle on these various organizations and groups. Can you just bring us up to date again on where you think the investigation is, what we may have found out, and the level of sophistication that appears apparent?
Busy night for investigators, several developments. From Brian Ross, one of our key investigative reporters, FBI agents conducting searches and raids in Florida, looking for an individual who they want to question in connection with this. The Florida connection is not something we have the details on what led them there. More apparent, the Boston connection. At Logan Airport, we are told that a commuter got in a traffic dispute with a carload full of men, that he thought a little of it at the time he boarded his flight, went to his destination, and then learned of the attack and that it was a flight from Boston. So he then called the Massachusetts State Police, reported it, and directed them to the car that the men were parking at the time they had this argument. The Massachusetts State Police bomb-sniffing dog assigned to Logan Airport went over the car along with an FBI bomb tech, evidence recovery team, and what they found were rental documents that led them to an identity of an individual.
Do they know where the car was rented?
Apparently in Portland and then driven to Boston, a national rent-a-car vehicle. A videotape, which our sources say is an instructional video on how to pilot a commercial aircraft. The men apparently were running late for the flight, maybe the root of the dispute with the other guy, perhaps over the parking space. but their luggage did not make the flight. So now the FBI is processing their luggage, in which sources say there are Arabic language training manuals on flying. They've developed 5 names, and I'm trying to learn whether those names match up with the passenger names they were looking at. But interestingly, investigators tell us 2 of them are brothers. One of them is supposed to be a pilot. So we are starting to see, in the very early stages of the investigation, hints that there is a level of professionalism and proficiency with aircraft if these are the right people that they're looking at.
Now, in the Florida connection, the name of a flight school emerges this morning.
Correct. And there's some fog there because the man they're looking for worked at a flight school. A man who is living in that location works at the airport. We're not certain what those connections mean yet.
We don't know. Do we know that one of the men for whom they have a warrant in Florida actually did train at, I believe it's called the Embry Flight School in Florida? Can we go that far at this point?
I had heard that reported by Brian Ross this morning, whose sources on the federal side are usually impeccable.
ABC News has also learned that at least 2 of the hijackers/terrorists were on the FBI watch list, which is exactly what it says it is. It's a watch list, watch for these people, and it's still unclear, our investigative unit tells us, whether these individuals entered the United States illegally or whether they entered before their names were actually placed on the list. So we do not know at this point whether these are men who've been in the country. There's been some reports around, I think, quoting in part the governor of Maine, Angus King, who was the first person I heard say that these men had rented the car at Portland and driven down to Boston. All this very close to the Canadian border, so there's some questions this morning about men getting into the country, but I gather it's not very hard at the moment.
Not very hard. The information not very hard. I thought you were saying it's not very hard to get in from Canada.
Well, that's also true along much of the Canadian-American border.
It's looked on as a soft point, and having studied this very closely, Chris Isham from the investigative unit and I had the opportunity several weeks ago to debrief a member of Osama bin Laden's intelligence team. It was a very rare opportunity, and he told us some very interesting things, and this will become the subject of a story later. But what he said was there was a training school at bin Laden's camp, and that militants from France, from Italy, from London, from all over the world were there in a multi-month training school where they were drilled through surveillance, counter-surveillance, explosives, and so on. The interesting thing he said that day was that there was several young men from Canada, and that bin Laden took them aside, away from the rest of the class, and held a 3-hour private session with the Canadians. The significance to us at the time was certainly, well, that's the easiest, closest jumping off point to run an operation in America. It's where the operation that was directed at Los Angeles International Airport by Ahmed Rassam, who the federal authorities say is connected to bin Laden, jumped off from. It's where the device was made. So there was a little bit of history here. I cannot help today thinking back on that and wondering if that wasn't the beginnings of a cell that moved from Canada to Maine to Boston.
I just want to make a quick correction here because the information I gave you about the hijackers being on the watch list, it's not the FBI watch list, of course. It is the INS watch list, the Immigration Naturalization Service watch list, and they're the ones who watch. And just to make one observation about the American-Canadian border, it's been called since time immemorial the longest undefended border in the world because the 2 nations are close, and it is fairly porous in places, and there's been some considerable pressure by American authorities on the Canadians to try to increase their surveillance capacity along the border.
Especially since the Rassam incident, which was the planned millennium bombing of Los Angeles Airport. But the watch list, the INS watch list, most often the names that are on the watch list either come from the FBI or the CIA. And it is a watch list. It's not a want list. It doesn't mean you're to be arrested. It means you're to be detained, that your identity is to be made certain if your name matches one on the watch list. Ironically, if we go back through the history of these events that we've talked about for 2 days that we all know so well, Sheikh Abdel Rahman, the blind sheikh who was the inspirational leader convicted of inspiring the World Trade Center bombers, was on a watch list when he arrived at Newark Airport, and there was no one available to interview him or debrief him, so they let him in. So it isn't a stop and arrest list, it's a watch list.
So let's go on now and try to just get some general appraisal of where things are, but there is an enormous question about whether or not the airports around the country will open. Air traffic all across the country. And for a great many international and American planes stranded in Canada, Canadian airports overnight, there is this question as to whether or not the Federal Aviation Administration will open the airports at noon, as we speculated yesterday. Lisa Stark, are you still there?
I am, Peter.
Has the FAA made a decision?
Well, what we're now hearing, all morning the FAA has been insisting that airports will open at noon, except they were saying those in the D.C. and New York area, the Washington, D.C. and New York area. Now we're hearing that the FAA has decided, no, wait, we're not opening the airports at noon. We're not sure when we're going to open the airports. Everything is still on hold. We don't know why the delay, if it's just taking longer to get the security measures in place they want, or if there's some other reason. But apparently now the word from the Federal Aviation Administration is that things will not begin, at least start even, to get back to normal around noon Eastern time. We'll have to keep you updated.
One of the things you said last night, as I recall, was that there was pressure on the FAA by the aviation industry to reinstitute fairly quickly the Air Marshal program. In other words, to get security on all of these aircraft. People are obviously particularly nervous today. Is that part of the delay, do we think?
I don't know. I do know from the airlines I've been speaking with this morning is that they have been waiting all morning for what they call it, the FAA security directive, that would have informed the airlines exactly what measures they needed to take to get the planes back in the air, to get the airports opened again. And for some reason, that directive was not forthcoming. They had been waiting for it. They had been expecting it. So there is some delay in finalizing whatever security measures the FAA wants in place before the airports reopen.
Okay, thanks very much, Lisa. We're waiting, as you said, for the Secretary of Transportation, Norman Etta, to come and give us a national briefing, because it's not merely air travel, it is air travel / commerce which is being held up, and you can imagine the imperatives that people have on various planes to get places, to conduct their personal and or private business. But one of the things, all of these air transport systems, namely FedEx and others, United Parcel, they all have aircraft constantly in the air, moving goods all over the country, all over the world, of course, and all that has been held up until the Federal Aviation Administration, or the government in general, makes a decision about whether or not they will fly as of noon today. Looking at Lower Manhattan again, we have with us Marvin Jackson, a commodities trader who was on the 36th floor of the World Trade Center yesterday. Mr. Jackson, thank you for coming in and having a chat with us. Your story is important. What happened?
Well, I guess it was a little before 9. I was in another employee's office when I heard an explosion, and then the building started to shake. And I thought, oh, here I go again, because I was there in 1993 as well, when the bomb went off. So I went around, started back to my section of the office, and I saw a lot of smoke coming out of the elevators. So I walked around to make sure that everybody was leaving, because we heard someone telling everyone to leave, so people were beginning to leave out. And later I went down the stairways, and there was other people going down, so we just walked down the stairways until about, I don't know how far, we saw firemen started coming up. And also they were bringing some injured people down and some people who had medical problems. So eventually we made it out into the plaza, to the concourse of the building, rather. And the sprinkler system was working, so, they just kept us moving until we were out in the street.
In the wake of the 1993 bombing, was there a plan in progress at your firm? What firm did you work for?
I work for the Commodity Futures Trading Commission.
Right. Well, was there a plan in place in your office to deal with an emergency were this ever to happen again?
I don't think so. I don't think you want to anticipate this ever happening again, really.
And were you, I remember going in the trade towers after the 93 explosion when the building reopened again and feeling a real sense of anxiety and often wondering whether people who worked in the building ever quite got over it. Did you get that behind you?
Well, I don't think people got over it, really. Some people are still a little nervous about it, but everyone seemed to be very calm as we were going down the steps. I guess because there was no smoke, and people just walked, We're in a single file in those instances because we wanted to let the firemen get up. And, everyone no one got excited, no one panicked.
What did you do when you got out of the building?
Well, I went out into the street and I looked back after I got past Church Street to see what had happened, and I saw that both of the buildings were on fire. And with that, I just, moved as far north as I could away from there. And I was about 4 or 5 blocks away when all of a sudden the street shook. And I heard like an explosion. I thought, oh my God, I said, the bomb just went off. And I turned around and looked back and I saw all of this soot and smoke and everyone just started running then. Which tower were you in, 1 or 2? I was in 1. And when I saw that was when Tower 2 collapsed.
The South Tower, the first to go, and the North Tower after that. To the best of your knowledge, did all the people in your organization manage to get out of the building?
Best of my knowledge, everyone is out.
Do you have a sense, I know this is a difficult question, do you have a sense of how crowded or not crowded the general area was at this time of day, just before 9 o'clock?
It was very crowded.
It was
a lot of people.
So it was a normal day as far as you were concerned?
It was a normal day. There were a lot of people just coming to work. A lot of people never even got into the building. And, they just gotten off the elevators. But it was a lot of people, yeah.
Okay. What would you remember most about yesterday as a day, aside from the fact, thank goodness, you survived?
Well, I think, right now, I was thinking about these firemen. All those firemen who went up, and especially when I saw the buildings, the first, Tower 1 coming down, the first thing that came to my mind is, oh my God, all these firemen probably still in that building.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson, for sharing that story with us. I know how difficult it is, and I think I'm certain that everybody has that same reaction. You've been thinking of the firemen, because we've said so many times before, you were trying to get out, and they were trying to get in to help people.
Right.
Yeah, I very much appreciate you giving us the time.
Thank you.
I want to go to Pakistan now, because ABC's Bob Woodward is in Pakistan this morning, which is, of course, right next door to Afghanistan, and it's from the capital, Islamabad, and from Pakistani cities along the frontier with Afghanistan that we try, and so do governments and intelligence agencies, try to monitor what is happening in Afghanistan, and from where people try, usually unsuccessfully, to keep something of an eye on Osama bin Laden. Bob, do you hear me? Bob Woodward, do you hear me?
Yes, I do, Peter.
Why don't you just bring us up to date on what you know there?
I think there's a strong delay on this.
Okay, well, why don't you just bring us up to date on what's going on there today?
Well, obviously all eyes are on Osama bin Laden in this region right now. There is expectations that there could be a counterattack against Afghanistan because Osama bin Laden is there. He is near the city of Kandahar in a secret location as far as we know. No journalist that we know about has actually spoken directly to Osama bin Laden, but in the Pakistani newspaper Daily Asaf this morning, they do quote a spokesman of Osama bin Laden saying that he was not involved in this attack at all, but he does applaud the attack because he says the Americans have spread bloodshed around Afghanistan and other parts of the Middle East. I also just very recently spoke to the Taliban ambassador to Pakistan, and he says that the Taliban government condemns this attack, and it says it's a terrorist act, and whoever is responsible for it should be brought to justice. The Taliban, of course, wants to deny all this. I suppose we have to take them at face value that they generally believe that Osama bin Laden was not involved in this, but they also want to avoid that kind of counterattack because in 1998, as you know, 70 cruise missiles, Tomahawk cruise missiles, rained down on a guerrilla camp of Osama bin Laden's. 12 people were killed in that. Osama bin Laden himself was able to escape. That in Afghanistan, that is very much the feeling that this could be imminent because of the very strong words coming out of Washington today. In fact, the United Nations is clearing out a lot of its aid workers. They are essentially leaving the capital of Kabul, and other people are clearing out other NGOs as well. And also, Peter, it's interesting, we thought this morning that we would be able to get visas into Afghanistan, but they told us that there will not be any visas for at least 15 days, they say. And one of the ministers of information said that the reason for that is that they believe that any American or foreign journalist going into Afghanistan could actually convey information to the United States in terms of targeting. Peter?
It is indeed a deeply troubled administration in Afghanistan. Bob, one Pakistani reporter who talked to our people today said that it was impossible to verify whether Mr. bin Laden had spoken directly to this Pakistani paper, but they thought the Pakistani paper would not have reported his comments without his permission. Does that make sense to you?
Well, the ambassador, the Taliban ambassador to Pakistan today said they're just trying to sell newspapers, and he does not believe that they actually spoke to him. But also the bureau chief here in Islamabad from Dubai Television said he spoke to a friend of Osama bin Laden's and essentially got the same quotes out of him. So there is another source, at least, that is saying that they talked to somebody close to Osama bin Laden. So it appears that at least this feeling that Osama bin Laden was not involved, and that he believes that this was a positive action against the United States in his mind, that appears at this point at least to be accurate.
Now talk to us just a little about Pakistan for a moment. Pakistan, a long-time erstwhile ally of the United States, but a very troubled and not altogether stable country at the moment, being ruled by a military dictator who took over power from the civilian government, and there's some considerable sympathy in Pakistan for the kind of extremism which would be directed against the United States. So how's the reaction been there in the last 24 hours?
Well, there is a lot of private sympathy, as you say, Peter. I've not seen any public reaction like there has been in Nablus, for example, in the West Bank in Israel, directly applauding this. And in fact, General Pervez Musharraf, who you mentioned, has officially sent a message to Washington condemning this, strongly condemning this attack, and mourning the loss of what he calls innocent life. So officially out of Pakistan, there is a support for the United States on this. But as you know, the government of Pakistan is the only one to recognize the Taliban as the government, the legitimate government of Afghanistan. So they have strong relationships with them. And we have heard rumors earlier on that there may be a meeting going on.
I apologize, Bob, for interrupting you, because we're about to get a briefing from the Secretary of Transportation, Norm Mineta. And there are just a huge number of questions about what's going to happen to the transportation system in the country today. Now, all right, well, I have interrupted Bob Woodward unnecessarily. I'm going to relax here a bit, and we'll go to the White House, because the President has been meeting since early morning with his national security advisors. And since yesterday, you all know the President has been giving a very, particularly when he got back to Washington, a very public display that the government will go on as usual. The United States cannot be harmed in any profound way by this. The United States will retaliate when it knows exactly who the people are. But the whole notion of Washington, so close and so enmeshed in this attack on the military establishment of government, has wanted to be open up and visibly running today. Claire Shipman is at the White House this morning. Claire?
Well, Peter, you're absolutely right. It is an extraordinarily busy day at the White House. Let me tell you some of the things happening. You mentioned the President meeting with his national security team. We're hoping to hear from him at the end of that briefing. But he had a number of meetings this morning before that with his national security advisor and the Vice President. The President's spokesman has already briefed the media, a number of statements from that. The White House is now saying it believes those responsible for Tuesday's terrorist attacks completed their plan, and that the risks to public safety have now been reduced. After the President has his meeting with his principals, he's to meet later on with the joint congressional leadership, and we may hear from all of them again after that meeting. And then we're told there's going to be a blood bank set up in the old executive office building next to the White House. The President will stop by that, and we may hear from him again at that point. Behind the scenes, the President and his aides are looking to make a number of decisions about what he wants to do in the coming days in public, most specifically whether he wants to try to visit the sites of these attacks. The Pentagon would be the obvious one, but maybe even make a trip to New York, we're told. Not today, certainly, but maybe in the coming days, Peter.
I don't think anybody on the search and rescue site in New York City would want to. The President must want them sympathetically. They don't want any politicians down there at the moment interfering with this search for the people who may have survived. You said one thing that I think we want to try to relate to aviation. The President's spokesperson, you and others heard this morning, believes that this coordinated attack on the United States is now over.
Well, that's exactly right. They say they're confident that the terrorists carried out the plan in full and that they think the risks to public safety have been reduced. However, I'm also told that one of the tasks before the president today is to try to help figure out when the public transportation system, especially aviation, can be up and running in full. They have a number of worries about that, and I'm told that there's already behind the scenes some second-guessing, finger-pointing going on about how this could have happened and when everybody's going to feel ready to get the skies working in full again.
Okay, thanks very much, Claire Shipman of the White House. And indeed, there is something of a struggle, a debate going on as to when aviation across the country is going to be freed up, or at least start up again, because with 37,000 flights in the United States every day, nothing's going to seem very free for the next several days. You can imagine what happens just after, what happens just after a major weather crisis. So let's go back to Lisa Stark and try to stay current in this debate, because it goes back and forth a bit, doesn't it?
We're getting conflicting information, Peter, but now it appears that the air traffic control system, the FAA intends to bring the air traffic control system back up at noon Eastern time. The confusion apparently is that it will be then up to the individual airports and individual airlines to determine when they will actually go back into business. One airline, for example, Delta, has already indicated it will have no flights before 6 p.m. Eastern time tonight. So although the air traffic control system, we're now told, will be up and running around noon, airlines and airports will open as they see fit and on a staggered basis. And also we're being told that airports in the New York and D.C. area may not open at all today, but that is a fluid situation as well. So this will be changing as the day goes on.
Let me ask you, do we know why Delta says it'll have no flights until early this evening?
I don't know if they're just trying to make sure they can get everything coordinated. It's going to take a massive effort to figure out where planes are. When the ground stop was put into effect yesterday, there were as many as 2,000 planes in the air. Some of them went on to their original planned destinations, some did not. So it's going to take the airlines quite a while to sort out exactly how to get the planes where they need to be. I'm not sure why Delta maybe just wanted to give themselves some breathing space to see what the security measures were and to get their marching orders in place before they got the planes back in the sky.
Am I right, between 35 and 40,000 flights in the U.S. today?
Absolutely. I don't think you'll see that many today,
No.
obviously, but on a normal day, the air traffic control system handles about 35,000 to 40,000 flights every day. So that's a lot to get back up and running, obviously.
And thanks, Lisa. And therefore, we should not be surprised that there is this confusion at the time. By the way, the European Union, this is such a this attack has such global dimensions to it, as we keep saying over and again. But the European Union has just now called for a Europe-wide day of mourning for the victims of these attacks on the United States, and they would like it to occur on Friday. And that is a really good and healthy reminder for all of us who live in the United States that people in the other parts of the world, many of you and certainly many of us have heard from people all over the world as to how deeply moved they are by this attack on the country, but also, of course, on so many hapless individuals. We have with us up here in the newsroom today Steve Newman, who I know is one of those and characteristic of those who rescued someone yesterday and managed to take him across the river to Liberty State Park in New Jersey. Mr. Newman, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Just please, if you wouldn't mind, you look a lot fresher today than I bet you did yesterday.
That's for sure.
Just tell us what happened, and if you can insert your own story as part of the overall picture of what was happening.
Sure. Well, I was in a livery cab about 2 blocks south of the World Trade Centers when it was clear there was a fire in one of the towers, but everybody that was in the streets, of course, there was all the traffic had been stopped. Nobody really understood what was going on other than that there was a fire. It was, shortly thereafter that the plane flew above and everyone heard it and saw it go right into the South Tower, where pretty much a lot of fear and terror started overcoming, and seas of people started flowing south down West Street. That's the point that I got out of the car and headed over towards the water, heading west. And as I was doing that and got to the west side of the street, I saw an individual coming down that was clearly He was completely burned from head to toe, and all of his skin had come off his forearms and his face, and his hair was all gone, and looked a little disoriented. So he seemed to be on his cell phone, either talking to somebody or trying to reach somebody. And I asked him what happened. What was amazing about his story was that he was in the lobby of World Trade Center 1 when the first plane hit. And when the debris started coming down, he went back to go into the building to protect himself and was in the revolving doors going back in off West Street when he looked up and a fireball came flying out, I guess from the elevator shafts, that's what he seemed to believe, and blew out all the windows and threw him back onto the street. And obviously, you know, in a fire flash, seared all his skin. But apparently nothing, you know, all his clothes, none of his clothes were burned. So that was pretty amazing. And he was shaking, and it was clear that he needed to get to a hospital. And realizing what was going on, I said, the only way you're getting to a hospital is to get over to the other side of that river.
How did you know at that point that, because there was quite a movement from this tip of the lower west side of Manhattan across to Liberty State Park in New Jersey, how did you know to get across to New Jersey and not go somewhere else in New York City?
Well, I worked down in the World Financial Center, which is where I was heading to, and I know it's about a 10-minute walk to a subway. You'd have to walk right past those World Trade Centers, and I didn't know where any hospitals were south of there either. So to me, and I see those ferries out my window every day, and I said, if you get to New Jersey, there won't be traffic, there won't be police, because all the traffic was stopped where I was. That seemed to me to be the only way to get this guy to a hospital, and it was clear that he was going to be going in a shock soon, and so it just, that just was the most logical thing that appeared to me, that we had to get him over to one of those ferries.
We saw a lot of ferry traffic on the Hudson River as it now spills down there into New York Harbor itself. And was there just simply a lot of movement of people going over and getting on ferries? Did ferries show up to help people?
Well, that was somewhat interesting, because I felt like I was a salmon swimming upstream going against all the traffic which was going south, actually. And what was also very surreal is seeing all these people coming down crying, but no victims. The only victim I ever saw was this one individual. In the entire time I walked him all around the boat basin, sat at the ferry. There must have been several hundred, maybe 1,000 people waiting to get on the ferries. We cleared them out and were able to get Ken was his name, get him onto the ferry and across the river. So there were a lot of people there, but most people were heading south away from that whole area. And we were obviously heading against the current there.
So well, Ken has a lot to thank you for today, Mr. Newman, and I assume you feel pretty good about yourself, at least in one instance here.
Well, you know, it was, I guess I would say I was lucky too, because when we crossed the river and got to the other side, a police officer met us, and shortly thereafter, the towers, one of the south tower came down, and you could see where all those hundreds of people were waiting, just what was like in a volcano. It comes down a mountain, all that smoke billowing over and covering all the World Financial Center and coming into the water and covering all those people. That was where we were at. So,
thank you very much, Mr. Newman. I really appreciate you taking the time. As I said, you probably look and feel better in some respects today than you did yesterday. Now, we're going to check in with the President. We're going to check in with the President in just a minute, and at least briefly. I suspect it will not be the last time today, but just as we're waiting for the President, and we look at this crime scene in New York City, this is the Cabinet room. The President's having a Cabinet meeting. The Secretary of State was there. Here he is now.
And we've received the latest intelligence updates. The deliberate and deadly attacks which were carried out yesterday against our country were more than acts of terror. They were acts of war. This will require our country to unite in steadfast determination and resolve. Freedom and democracy are under attack. The American people need to know we're facing a different enemy than we have ever faced. This enemy hides in shadows has no regard for human life. This is an enemy who preys on innocent and unsuspecting people, then runs for cover. But it won't be able to run for cover forever. This is an enemy that tries to hide, but it won't be able to hide forever. This is an enemy that thinks its harbors are safe, but they won't be safe forever. This enemy attacked not just our people, but all freedom-loving people everywhere in the world. The United States of America will use all our resources to conquer this enemy. We will rally the world. We will be patient, we'll be focused, and we will be steadfast in our determination. This battle will take time and resolve, but make no mistake about it, we will win. The federal government and all our agencies are conducting business, but it is not business as usual. We are operating on heightened security alert. America is going forward, and as we do so, we must remain keenly aware of the threats to our country. Those in authority should take appropriate precautions to protect our citizens. But we will not allow this enemy to win the war by changing our way of life or restricting our freedoms. This morning I am sending to Congress a request for emergency funding authority so that we are prepared to spend whatever it takes to rescue victims, to help the citizens of New York City and Washington, D.C. respond to this tragedy, and to protect our national security. I want to thank the members of Congress for their unity and support. America is united. The freedom-loving nations of the world stand by our side. This will be a monumental struggle of good versus evil, but good will prevail. Thank you very much.
Seeking a formal declaration.
Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Lights, please.
Formally,
Thank you.
sir.
Thank you. Everyone who's stepped out. Thank you all. Thank you all. We'll take lights, please. Thanks.
The President certainly does not want to answer questions at the moment, nor want to be committed to anything beyond his prepared remarks. There you see the Secretary of Defense is there. This is small. There's the Attorney General right beside the Secretary of Defense. A very trying day, unquestionably, for the Cabinet, listening to the President, and I think in time trying to figure out what he actually means in legal and political and military terms, that this was more than an act of terror yesterday, which of course it was, but now becomes an act of war. And as the day goes on, we will have politicians undoubtedly wishing to consider this very dramatic phrase by the President. The Secretary of Powell made this earlier today, made this same statement earlier today, and I'm almost certain that Mr. Powell did not make this statement without understanding, agreeing, or appreciating the fact that this was going to be the tone from the White House. And beyond that, the President says the things I think probably everybody knows. This is a different enemy than the United States is accustomed to, at least in the distant past. It fights in the shadows. It very often has no regard for human life. And the President goes on to say, as a leader must say, that they cannot hide forever. They may think their harbors are safe, he said. By that, I think he meant to say maybe they believe they have safe harbor somewhere, but that we will conquer. And the thing that will, I think, impress most people in the establishment, if you will, and certainly in the various intelligence communities, is when he said that the U.S. will be patient and will be focused, because this will indeed take time. In the meantime, he's going to ask for immediate money from the Congress for New York and for the District of Columbia, which is particularly the need for assistance, financial assistance that is needed in New York and outside Washington at the Pentagon. And then he will begin to ask for more money to protect the national security. And that will be, I want to bring in Terry Moran, our White House correspondent here, because Terry, that question of asking for more money to protect the national security will reignite this great debate as to whether the U.S. has enough money to fight this war, or whether, on the other hand, it is using the money as well as it might to fight the war currently?
Well, Peter, there's no question that everything has changed concerning the issue that consumed Washington just a week ago, just a couple of days ago, and that's the budget. When asked this morning whether or not this emergency request for spending authority would alter the terms of the budget debate as it was, the Press Secretary Ari Fleischer said this is the definition of a severe national emergency. And if you recall, that was one of the reasons the president said it would be justified to dip into that enormous Social Security surplus. So there's no question the money is there. They have used the Social Security surplus before, and it looks like they'll be using it again. As I say, this is an issue that 48 hours ago was the issue in Washington and now seems rather trivial.
Think on for a moment with us this business of an act of war. Neither one of us would have been surprised to see in the public comments of hundreds of thousands of Americans yesterday regarded this as an act of war. It was compared to the attack on Pearl Harbor, even though it was different in many respects. We saw editorialists all across the country making references to this is an act of war. That means something very specific when the President of the United States says it.
Oh, it sure does. It is invoking in formal terms the War Powers Act, which allows him to exercise military authority and attack sites overseas with the authority of the president. It also, Peter, represents an escalation over the past 24 hours now. In the beginning of this event, they were very careful not to go to that level and saying that this was an act of war. Clearly, overnight and this morning, the president and his top security officials have decided that is the appropriate word, and therefore the commensurate response to it will not probably be pinpoint attacks against terrorist sites, but something more significant. One other thing I noticed in what the president said when he said that this is an enemy who hides in the shadows, that's a direct echo of what I was told he told Vice President Cheney yesterday in one of his early conversations with Vice President Cheney, and they were both reacting in horror to these events. The president said grimly, it's always the coward who attacks from the shadows.
Precisely, and thank you, Terry. And I want to go to Capitol Hill to talk to our congressional correspondent, Linda Douglas, because, Linda, you there? Linda Douglas?
Peter, can you hear me?
Yes, I'd like to hear. We're looking at the Pentagon now. When the president calls this an act of war, he does, as Terry correctly says, at least potentially trigger something called the War Powers Act, which moves authority in quite significant ways from the Congress to the president. How will that be received there?
Very well. One thing that has been very clear here today, and I've really never seen anything quite like this, is how united this bitterly divided partisan Congress is behind the president right now, and how absolutely they share every sentiment that he just expressed. Now, they're debating right now in the Senate, Peter, a resolution, part of which says that the United States is entitled by law to respond to this action. That is fraught with all kinds of possibilities and consequences. And as part of this resolution, the Congress, in a bipartisan way, has already committed to spending more money to fight terrorism. And as you just have seen the president say, he's sending over this emergency request for more money right now just to deal with all of the damage in New York and in Washington. And it's being received by both parties here in Congress as what is being described to me as a blank check. Forget all this debate about money. They want to spend what it takes. So the dynamic has really changed here. One more thing, Peter.
Hold it before you go on beyond one more thing. A blank check for the president in order to assist New York and what's happening at the Pentagon, or a blank check to fight this war against terrorism?
This is an emergency request for funds to deal with the emergency at hand, and that is in the damage in New York and all of its many consequences, and here in Washington. Now, we haven't seen the language of this request, but that's how it's been described to us.
But you believe that in both parties in the Congress and in both chambers in the Congress, there is an inclination at the moment to give the president a blank check to change, alter, upgrade, continue, escalate the war against terrorism if it is possible to do so?
Well, I wouldn't say that it's a blank check as far as the future of military expenditures, but they clearly are going to make a position today when they finish this long debate to commit themselves to spending much more money to fight terrorism. Some are calling for a terrorism czar. Now, does that mean that they're going to now say that the president should have his missile shield? That's not clear at all. But what is clear here is that this Congress, both parties, are committed to spending much more money for the military.
Okay, Linda Douglas, thank you very much on Capitol Hill. We'll be back there before the day is over. That's a very important change of tone and at least for this particular moment, a change of attitude in the Congress at the moment, because there's been a real fight in the Congress between Democrats and Republicans and intra those parties too on occasion about how the money at the Pentagon should be spent. The Secretary of Defense, who spent all day in the Pentagon yesterday, has said repeatedly in the last several days that the emphasis on military spending has got to change, because there are, as Mr. Rumsfeld put it the last few days, bases, among other things, open all over the United States which are no longer necessary. And the military does things which this particular kind of contemporary 21st century warfare does not provide. Now, it's 11 o'clock Eastern time. It is 8 o'clock in the western United States at the moment. So we will just bring you up to date very quickly with what is happening. The same is happening. In New York City, they continue a very intense search and hopefully rescue operation at the site where the trade towers were collapsed and were attacked. 3 buildings, you now know from the coverage yesterday, collapsed in that immediate area. There are hundreds, there are perhaps thousands of people still missing, many of them presumed to be buried. It is very difficult to get a handle in New York City on the number of people who actually may continue to be in peril or may already have died. Because 50,000 people worked in this general area, which now is this in part just open area. If you continue to look at this hour after hour as we do, with fascination, morbid and otherwise, there used to be buildings there, and they're now trying to pull that apart so that they can get under the rubble and find people who, as the mayor of New York said earlier, in some cases are believed to be alive. And similarly at the Pentagon, the investigation of what has happened there is still in second place because they are still trying to account for all the people who worked in the building. The Pentagon described this today as a truly devastating attack and believed that many people in the Pentagon, as many as 800, perhaps more than 800, we're all still working with fairly limited sources on this, may have died. The Pentagon said this morning that those who survived the impact in this immediate area, in all likelihood, could not have survived the fire. Now, we've just been talking a moment ago. The President, as you've just seen, in case you've been with us across the top of the hour, the President has just met now with his cabinet, continues to meet with his cabinet, and talked very briefly to the press beforehand, in which he said this is not an act of terrorism, this is an act of war. And Douglas, our Capitol Hill correspondent, has just said there is great receptivity for this in both houses of the Congress today to give the President more money and more support, not only for the immediate emergency, but to fight the war, as it is now being called by the political establishment, against terrorism. Joined by our military analyst, Tony Cordesman, my apologies, Tony, who's in our Washington bureau today. And I was thinking it's very important to come to you because you're such an expert in all these areas. When you hear this language being used by the President and by members of Congress, which I think very much is supported at the moment by public opinion. People are so frustrated and so angry and so want to do something about this. But give us a reality check, what it means to change from a war, to call it actually an act of war.
Well, Peter, I think first we have to understand this is not something we are suddenly engaging in. We are spending already $11 to $13 billion a year in preparing for homeland defense. And it isn't a matter really of the defense budget. Most of the money goes to 17 civil departments and agencies. When we talk about a war, we are really talking first about defense, about strengthening our defense and response capabilities domestically in the United States. But when we talk about striking at the people responsible, I think there's already a clear distinction between the people in the administration and the Congress. The administration is looking at the chain of evidence. It knows to act decisively, it has to strike at the leaders of this, not simply the perpetrators. It has to know whether governments were involved, and it has to assess the risk of striking at the leaders of those governments, which could really mean a very different kind of war from simply a strike at Baghdad or Tehran or Kabul. So I think as we look at this in terms of reality check, there are two things to remember. First, we have been at this for more than a decade. There are many programs to build on, and what we do will have to be evolutionary. But when we act militarily, it must be both decisive and on target, and with a full assessment of the risk of the strategic aftermath.
Well, putting aside for the moment, Tony, that you threw in the governments there, Iran and Iraq and the government of Afghanistan, none of which we're able to trace at this exact moment. I think we should be fair in saying that. Do you think the President is just speaking rhetorically and is trying to be in concert with public opinion and to reflect what people in the country actually feel about this?
I don't know, Peter. I don't think that at all. Just talking to my friends, there is already a major effort on. We don't know how long it will last, to target who was responsible, and not simply in terms of find the perpetrators at low levels.
Well, the perpetrators are dead, for one thing.
Well, no, it's not at all
I don't
clear.
mean the network, but I mean the people who hijacked the aircraft and drove them into these planes, into the Pentagon, into the New York trade towers, are themselves dead. So the small fish, if you will, in terms of perpetrators, are already been eliminated.
Peter, frankly, I would suspect that there are at least 20 to 40 people somewhere in the United States and abroad still alive,
right,
who were involved in this. All of the previous incidents of this kind have had an infrastructure on the ground, have had people who infiltrated into the actual operations that were targeted. These people have always survived. Now, obviously, the hijackers are dead. There will also be a chain of cells or movements which may be under a group like bin Laden or associated with the government, people at intermediate levels who are probably abroad. But at some point, we are going to find, almost certainly, that some senior leader of a terrorist movement and perhaps a government were involved in some way, and it is at that point that the issue of using the word war becomes so sensitive.
Well, let's just talk hypothetically for a moment about Mr. bin Laden, because so much in the first 24, 25 hours of this begins to focus on his network. I take your point about having a chain of support both in the States and overseas. But what's the meaning of declaring war against bin Laden? It seems to me the United States has in some ways been at war with bin Laden and been unable to destroy him for a fairly considerable amount of time.
Well, in each major previous incident where Americans have died as a result of terrorism, we had a very good idea of the government involved, or the perpetrators. That was true of the Marine Corps barracks, it's true of Al-QAEDA, it is true of Pan Am 103. When we use the word war this time, I think what we really mean is we have to act decisively enough to either kill bin Laden or have access to him and try him. That means escalating to a far more serious and persistent level of action, and it also means knowing in the process whether the leaders of a government like Afghanistan, if bin Laden is responsible, either knew this was going to happen or are going to try to protect him once bin Laden is identified as guilty. This is a very different level of action, militarily and politically, from one we have ever taken before in response to terrorism.
Let me just ask you one last question, Tony, because I'll come back to you subsequently, of course. Bin Laden, it's often pointed out, is not a man in and of himself who runs everything. He really is an organization, a very often disconnected cells and minor organizations, a person who has access to money and funds operations in a variety of places. This much we all know, am I correct?
That's absolutely correct, Peter.
And so if you go for Osama bin Laden, the man, and listening to him this morning himself and talking to a sympathetic Pakistani newspaper, I think he actually says, you kill Osama bin Laden, the man, and let me see if I can exactly find the quote, these attacks, that even if he was eliminated, such attacks were simply not going to stop.
Peter, I think that's almost certain. The only way any hostile movement or nation can really attack the United States is through asymmetric warfare. It is through acts of terrorism, through covert operations. It is not by meeting us on direct terms. If we do find the perpetrators of who did this, and if we identify and either kill or imprison them, it doesn't mean America will be safe or this will be over. Everywhere in the world we are directly involved. We run the risk that extremists are going to follow on these attacks with other attacks. We have the whole problem of our ties to Israel in the middle of the Second Intifada. We have problems with ties to Korea, our containment of Iraq. This won't be over, regardless of how successful we are in dealing with this incident. That is why we are going to have to improve our homeland defense, our response, and our retaliatory capabilities, and why Americans have to understand that, yes, this can happen again.
Thank you, Tony. Tony Kordersman, whom we value immensely on this particular subject, this and all subjects having to do with strange movements in other parts of the world to which a great many people don't pay nearly the attention which I think Mr. Kordersman and now the government would think is required. But as the President said a while ago, this was a group which is a different enemy and attacked with no regard for human life. So let us get back to the issue of human life. ABC's Cynthia McFadden, who is here in New York City, has been at St. Vincent's Hospital in downtown Manhattan for a very long period of time now. St. Vincent's, Cynthia, has been at the center of things from the very beginning. Can you bring us up to date on what's happening there at the moment?
Well, Peter, the heartbreak of the story here at St. Vincent's is those empty stretchers you see, because emergency personnel believe that this is a reflection of the pace and the success, or should I say the lack of success, that the rescue effort is facing. They have been, of course, on standby expecting to receive patients all night. There have been very few victims coming in here, most of them rescuers, most of the patients they have seen so far today minor. I can report that from Bellevue Hospital across town, another trauma center, they have received no new patients since 8:30 this morning. This is very bad news.
Okay, and so people just simply there do wait.
Well, they do, Peter, and of course I've talked to the head of the trauma division here, the head of the surgery division here, and all of them say if only they could put their skills to work, that their stress at this point, that is those people who have reported here for duty, is that they seem to be able to do nothing to help. They are fully staffed. 500 doctors have rotated through this hospital over the last 24 hours. They're ready for patients if some can be brought to them.
Now, you have moved around a bit in New York City. At one point last night, you were over at, excuse me, what's called Chelsea Piers on the west side, where they'd set up, I think, 50 temporary operating rooms. Are those still in
Correct.
existence? Has the emphasis now moved to hospitals?
Well, they are still in existence, Peter, but as we best understand it, sources inside the rescue effort say that they are now debating the utility of that center. The original idea, as you suggest, was they were going to take all the victims there and figure out triage, send them to hospitals in the tri-state area. But at this point, there are so few people coming out that they're not certain that keeping a staff over there, certainly not a full staff over there, is worthwhile. I did go there earlier this morning. They're still set up and running, but how long that's going to continue, we don't know.
But there certainly are people in St. Vincent's now who have already been given assistance, right?
Peter, very important point. About 360 plus patients have come to St. Vincent's. I can tell you that 62 of them are in critical condition today, but doctors who made rounds this morning said that of those critical patients, they are stable. That does not mean that they are not critical, but they are stable. They have 5 deaths at the St. Vincent's Center, 4 here and 1 at St. Vincent's in Staten Island. The death toll is, of course, low at this point, but they expect many more deaths in the course of the next 24 hours.
Thanks very much, Cynthia McFadden. We need to really talk, I think, at some point fairly soon to the mayor's office or some representative of the mayor, because there's no person in New York City who has a better handle on the curve or where we are on this curve from disaster to possible rescue. There's no question about the restoration of spirit in the country over a period of time. The president has spoken to it. All sorts of other national politicians have. Mayor Giuliani has spoken to the character and endurance and resilience of New Yorkers, as did the governor of New York, Mr. Pataki, when he was here last night. But it's the mayor, excuse me, It is the mayor himself who is the only person, I think, in absolute complete touch all the time with all of the agencies which are working at this disaster/crime zone at the moment. John McCarthy, I'm glad to say, has managed to get back to his position at the Pentagon tonight. John, are you back in your Pentagon office?
Yes, sir. I'm in the booth.
Well, tell me what it was like to get back in the building.
It is spooky. There are many chunks of the Pentagon that are cordoned off with police tape, and they are dark. There are guards at each of those hallways to prevent people from going in there, either reporters or eager staff members who work here in the Pentagon and who want to come back to work. What they are doing is taking many of the staff people and double and tripling them into offices that are still functional. Thousands of people have returned to work at the Pentagon, even though roughly half the building is cordoned off and cannot be used. Peter, we have a new estimate of the number of people that are missing in the Pentagon, and it is about 200, we are told by government officials. They don't want to be official about this because they're still trying to figure out, are people traveling? Have they just not been able to contact their supervisors? If that is the case, it would be amazing, considering the amount of damage in the Pentagon.
When you say the estimate of missing, does this mean missing? This does not take into account that number, whatever it may be, of those who believe the Pentagon has been killed?
It is the number of people who have not been able to be found by their families, who have not been able to be found by the military, or who are believed to be dead.
Let me rephrase my question just so I totally understand it, because we talked last night at some length about the possibility that 800 people died in this attack on the Pentagon. Are you now inferring, or is the Pentagon now inferring, that the number of people who are missing, and some of whom may have died, is 200?
The estimate that was put out last night was by the Arlington County Police Chief. He said it could be as high as 800 based on his estimates of people that were in that office space. What I am telling you now, and ABC News has just learned this, is that the current estimate of those dead and missing is about 200.
That's what I wanted to hear you say, dead and missing, so that we could sort them out. Well, this, given, as horrible as it is, given the attack on the Pentagon today, to be perfectly honest, Jack, comes as something of a surprise, and maybe that's just because we spent a lot of time talking about higher casualty figures.
It's extraordinary for a couple of reasons, and let me give you several possible explanations, Peter. Where the aircraft hit happened to be right down the line of where the Pentagon is being renovated, number one, on one side of the line, and where they were just emptying office spaces on the other side of the line. So many of those offices were in transition. It may have been a quirk of fate that the aircraft struck at exactly that place. That's one possible explanation. Another is the Pentagon has spent several $1 million over the last several years putting Mylar on all the exterior windows of the Pentagon in case there was ever a bomb blast. As we look at the damage in the area of the blast, you can clearly see that many windows are blown out, but they are blown out as a single piece of shredded glass that is stuck together with this Mylar substance. That may have ended up saving many lives.
Well, thank you, John. Jack McCarthy at the Pentagon, and we'll come back to you on a fairly regular basis. But it's impossible to say that the news of 200 people dead or missing is good news. But the change in the number from the anticipated 800 and perhaps more to 200 dead and missing, what does one call it, a relief? There's no particular adjective for it, but the estimate from the Pentagon has changed. And the original estimate, as John McCarthy points out, did not come from the Pentagon itself. They were very cautious all day long, as have been the authorities in New York City. It came from I believe it was it came from the Arlington County Fire Department outside the Pentagon, based on what they were seeing from there. And they thought 800 people, perhaps more, and that is what it is from the Pentagon this morning. The Pentagon believes that 200 people are dead or missing or unaccounted for, and it may be, as McCarthy emphasizes, that they just simply are traveling somewhere else and have not been in touch with their supervisors. Now, a little earlier today, because our coverage, of course, has been continuous and ran all through Good Morning America this morning, Diane Sawyer had a chance to talk with Colin Powell, the Secretary of State, who was in Colombia as this was all happening, and returned home from Colombia yesterday to be at the State Department early this morning and to make himself available to talk to us for a brief while. Here's an excerpt from that.
American people have a clear understanding that this is a war. It's the way they see it. You can't see it any other way, whether legally that is correct or not.
You do too?
And yes, I do. And we've got to respond as if it is a war. And we've got to respond in the sense that it isn't going to be solved with a single counterattack against one individual. It's going to be a long-term conflict, and it's going to be fought on many fronts: the military front, the intelligence front, the law enforcement front, the diplomatic front. And it's a war not just against the United States. It's a war against civilization. It's a war against all nations that believe in democracy. But democracy can't be defeated. But now it's going to require all nations who believe in democracy to come out and condemn this kind of activity, to work together to go after those who perpetrate such activity. And it requires that kind of coordinated, complete response on behalf of the civilized communities of the world.
Secretary of State Colin Powell, who came back to Washington yesterday talking to Diane Sawyer in Good Morning America this morning, and through him and through the State Department today will come all of these, not only the messages of sympathy which have come from nations in every part of the world. It is, as we've said before, quite stunning to see how engaged much of the rest of the world is in terms of its connection with the United States. And there's a very rare television address, for example, in Taiwan today, where the Taiwanese president, offering deep sympathy for the United States, believed there might be a connection to attack there, and asked people there to stay calm, saying the island of Taiwan must stick together when facing a changing international situation. Once there had been an attack here, there were fears in Malaysia, which is the largest Muslim nation in the world, and there was a bomb threat in Kuala Lumpur. Thousands of people were evacuated from the world's tallest buildings there, the Petronas Twin Towers in Kuala Lumpur. Second threat cleared buildings and offices at the IBM offices there and the British Standard Chartered Bank in Malaysia's biggest city. Japan, the Japanese Prime Minister Koizumi, went on television to calm, or as he put it, to try to calm his country down and to ask them, in his words, to exercise the utmost vigilance. And we saw several times in the last 24 hours the British Prime Minister Tony Blair either leading or speaking to his security and government officials, and at one point closing down all the airspace over London and speaking very eloquently at one point about how people in Britain felt about this attack on the United States. And as I said a little while ago, the European Union has called for a European-wide day of mourning on Friday. The European Central Bank, by the way, has, as we've said many times, has had quite an effect on the international monetary markets. The last time we looked, Britain's Financial Times index was up, the Germany index was down, the French index was up, and markets in Taiwan, Malaysia, Thailand, and among other places, Turkey and Cyprus, did not open today. And as you know, the markets are not open here in the New York Stock Exchange, the American Stock Exchange, are fairly close to the Twin Trade Towers, and they are going to stay closed throughout the day. To the best of our knowledge, they have not made a decision as exactly when they are going to open. And while we're talking about money, here's one of those wonderful little human stories, of which there are hundreds and thousands, and we reach out and try to get them. There's a guy named Louis Feniger who today asked forgiveness and offered refunds to his customers after briefly raising gasoline prices to $5 a gallon at his small station in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. We were in a panic, he said, and rumors were flying all over TV, and our suppliers called and said they were unsure when they could get us gasoline. And I beg your pardon. It's $4 to $5 a gallon. He jacked up his prices. That's his story. And as you know from yesterday, prices spiked briefly, and there was the tendency to think that people were taking advantage in a short period of time. And a couple of the big companies, ExxonMobil and BP, for example, came out very quickly and said there'd be no supply problem. Here's a wonderful story of a man, Louis Feniger, in Oklahoma City, asking forgiveness from his customers and offering refunds because he briefly raised the price of gasoline yesterday. Well, this is just simply a scale of the world's tallest buildings. The World Trade Center, built in the 1960s, was actually one of the simplest and one of the stablest. And in the wake of what happened yesterday, but long before that, there's been something of a competition to build a huge, eccentric, far more daring towers than the simple, structurally very sound. Remember, it was the heat which destroyed the structure yesterday at the World Trade Center. They actually withstood the attack when those huge airplanes built into them. But the Jinmao building in Shanghai, I have been to the top. It's an extraordinarily eerie experience. And the Petronas Towers in Kuala Lumpur, and not to mention the Canadian National Tower in Toronto and the Sears Tower in Chicago, are these expressions of pride in many ways by their cities or their countries or their owners. But they are, of course, sticking there in this particular war that the United States is involved in with terrorists as advertisements of what America stands for. And so long before the attack occurred yesterday, it was indeed believed that they were vulnerable. And they were attacked, of course, in 1993, and 1,000 people were injured at the time. So I want to listen briefly. I've been saying here we'd like to be in touch with Mayor Giuliani. We've caught him on the run earlier this morning, and he'll give you, in a piece of sound here, I think, some sense of where he thinks things are at the moment.
The best estimate that we can make, relying on the Port Authority and just everyone else that has experience with this, is that there'll be a few thousand people left in each building.
Mr. Mayor, you talked about...
And then our recovery, relief efforts, and our work with the medical examiner are premised on those kinds of numbers.
Well, 1,000 people in each building is the mayor's estimate at the moment. I don't know if we can take a picture of either the House of Representatives or the Senate at the moment. We cannot, but they have already this morning introduced a joint resolution in the House and the Senate condemning these terrorist attacks at the World Trade Center, at the Pentagon. And they have resolved, this is the kind of language that the country, I think, will expect at the moment and sympathize with. They have condemned, obviously, in the strongest possible terms. The House and the Senate have extended their deepest condolences to the victims of what they describe as heinous and cowardly acts, as well as to the families, friends, and loved ones, and that's an awful lot of people in the country. The House and the Senate are certain the people of the U.S. will stand united as the country begins the process of rebuilding in the aftermath of this, condemns, as I think everybody in the country does, the heroic acts. People throw the words heroic around quite a lot, but the heroic acts of the fire departments and the police departments and the other rescue workers who've been at this for more than 25 hours now. And it declares that these premeditated attacks struck not only at the people of the United States, but as we've just been talking about the World Trade Center, the symbols and structures, and thank those foreign leaders and individuals who have expressed solidarity, committed to support increased resources in the war to eradicate terrorism, and supported the determination of the President. As Linda Douglas said a short while ago from Capitol Hill, there is very, very strong support in both parties at the moment, in public certainly, in both houses, for what the President has said so far. Let's go to the Senate floor for just a minute and pick up some sense of sentiment there.
A wide-ranging investigation to find those who committed these barbarous acts. Around this city and around New York, dedicated public servants are back at their desks in federal office buildings doing the people's business. In New York, the city that never sleeps, it has worked around the clock in search of survivors, and they will find some. Around the nation, citizens of every age, every race, every religion grieve for their fellow citizens and stand united. They stand united in support of our nation, which has endured over 2 centuries against all enemies, foreign and domestic. They stand united in a readiness to answer the call of their fellow neighbors, as Senator Clinton and Senator Schumer pointed out, as they lined the blocks in New York City to give blood. I would be dumbfounded if in those lines you did not see black faces, Asian faces, Hispanic, Caucasian, every race, every religion standing in that line. And they stand united in support of the President of the United States, as do all of us here in the United States Senate. There will be much to say in the days ahead about the appropriate responses to these heinous acts, but for now, let me just say this. This is not a struggle about ideology. This is not a struggle over religion. This is a struggle between civilization and barbarity. And let there be no doubt, the United States and the civilized nations of the world will unite and win this struggle. Our enemies will not and cannot defeat us. This country will go on, deeply wounded by the loss of so many, but strengthened by our resolve and our commitment to sustain this great democracy. I see in this cataclysmic tragedy, Mr. President, the beginning of the end of organized, legitimized terrorist activities.
The senator from New Hampshire, the Republican manager of the resolution.
Mr. President, I yield up to 10 minutes to the senator from Pennsylvania, Senator Santorum.
The senator from Pennsylvania is recognized up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank the senator from New Hampshire, and I just want to say
take a little more of this now so that you get some feeling at home. We'll take a little more of this at the moment, get some feeling at home of how the country's political representatives feel on both sides of the aisle this morning.
I think you're going to see today in the United States Senate in agreement. Every one of us standing up in support of each other, in support of the President, and here for the American people. We are here today. We're meeting today. I think that's an important sign that this beacon of freedom is open, and that the United States Senate, the greatest deliberative body in the world, is here meeting, talking, and I hope acting today, tomorrow, and for the weeks and months to come this year. Let me first just say, as everyone has said here, how much Karen and I and our whole family, as we watched on television yesterday, just in amazement and in grief and sorrow and tears. We went to church and we prayed, and because we didn't know what else to do but go to church and pray that somehow, some way, that people would survive this horrible tragedy. It's been a very difficult time for a lot of us. It's been a horrible time for the people in New York and the people in Northern Virginia. I would just say that we are committed here, as you heard the President say today, to do everything we can here in Washington, D.C. to help those who are struggling and support those who are doing heroic things in Pennsylvania, trying to recover what's left of the plane that crashed in Pennsylvania. Obviously in New York, just incredible stories of heroism, and at the Pentagon in Northern Virginia. Our sympathy and our support goes out to all those men and women and their families. I think it's important for us to note, though, as the senator from Delaware said, that things should not change here in America. I couldn't agree with him more, that things must not change with respect to our freedom and our democracy. But there's certain things that must change. There's certain things that must change. I think the senator from Delaware hit the nail on the head when he talked that our actions toward terrorists must change. What happened yesterday was not a hijacking of a domestic airlines flight. What happened yesterday was an enemy missile loaded with explosives, 11,000 gallons of jet fuel that exploded like a missile into targets here in the United States of America. It was an act of war. It was an enemy missile that was directed at our country. And we must respond accordingly to this act of war by those who perpetrated it. We are at war. We are at war with terrorists and to those nations who harbor them who finance them and who in any way encourage and support them. I think it's important that we say so here in the United States Senate at some point, that this is war with the forces of evil that have attacked this country. This is not, and I can't stress this more strongly than I hope I will, this is not a time to bring people to justice. It is a time to wage war and win a war against those who committed this act, those who harbor those who committed this act, and those who support and encourage those who committed this act. Here in the United States Senate, there are things that we can do, sensible things that we can do to support our president and to support the American people. First, as I mentioned before, we can support them right now with the resources they need to fight and try to find survivors and repair the damage that was caused here in this country. Second, we need to bring up the Defense Authorization Bill right now in the United States Senate, and the Defense Appropriation Bill right now. We need to make sure that we have the necessary tools in place to be able to defend our country. We need to look at the intelligence and counterintelligence operations of this country and determine soon whether we should enhance that capability. It is obviously insufficient. And we here in the United States Senate must do something about it, and we must do something about it now. It's important for us to come together at a time of national crisis and emergency, when our country is threatened, to pass the necessary tools for our government to fight the war that it will be engaged in the coming weeks, months, and maybe longer.
Senator Santorum, the Republican senator from Pennsylvania. It was in Pennsylvania, of course, that one of these flights had been taken over by hijackers, by the terrorists. United Flight 93 actually went down and crashed. And you hear there from a senator from each party, Senator Biden and Senator Santorum, what we surmise is a clearly representative thinking of the almost unanimous feeling of both parties at the moment. Now, there's going to be some reconsideration of this as time goes on. Senator Santorum very much, I think, reflecting some of the public mood at the moment. He said this is a time to wage war, not a time to bring people to justice. If you just take that one phrase out of context, which we shouldn't necessarily do, this is an issue of American ideals, the American ideas of justice and the American ideas of dealing with people who attack the United States. The principal aim of this country has always been to bring people to justice. But the mood in the Capitol today is clearly much, much more militant than it has ever been. And when you hear people asking for increased resources in the immediate sense to help New York and to help those people who've been involved in what's happened at the Pentagon, that's one thing. Then you hear these other requests to have more money made available to fight the war against terrorism. The United States already spends about $10 billion a year in one way or another through a variety of government agencies in the war against terrorism. But there's clearly been a huge intelligence failure. And everybody in the country knows this as a result of being able to see directly in front of us for much of the time yesterday what happened. Clearly a huge intelligence failure, which will be the subject for the most intense examination by the political establishment, not to mention all the frustration it's caused for millions of Americans, and for that matter, for millions of people in other parts of the world. I want to stay connected to other parts of the world, even as we watch. I mean, why are these trucks lined up? They are lined up at the lower end of New York City's island of Manhattan now to begin to take away the rubble. You cannot dig down from through all of the rubble that these 110-story trade towers represent. You cannot dig down in many cases and look for people who may have survived this tumultuous experience, to put it mildly, until you get some of the rubble removed from the area. But as that continues, with hundreds of people just in many cases this is so reminiscent of what has happened in other disasters created by nature. And this is a reminder to many of us who've covered earthquakes before. People stand around, and there are often calls for, give us silence for a moment so we can listen to see whether anything can be heard. These dog teams, the government has sent emergency dog teams both to the Pentagon and to New York City because they are so instrumental in trying to find people who are buried in rubble. And even after all these many hours, it's hard to get the parameters of the disaster scene, the crime scene, actually straight in your mind at the moment. But there are hundreds, probably thousands of people without any doubt, now involved in the paramount issue of the moment, which is to see if there are people inside who survive. We reported last night, I'm sure you heard in any number of places last night, that the cell phone has made a difference. The cell phone and the air phone made a difference for people who were on the aircraft. We talked to a woman yesterday, somewhat to our surprise, who'd managed to be in touch with her son, who was on United Flight 93 in Pennsylvania. The stewardess on one of the flights, I think it was American Flight 11, hijacked from Boston to Los Angeles, who was able to tell American Airlines headquarters what were happening. And in the rubble, there are people who have managed to call and help rescuers identify where they are. There was a woman or a man, I've forgotten precisely which last night, who managed to call 911 in Pennsylvania and to identify for rescuers that he, along with a couple of policemen, was in a particular location. Now, a couple of policemen were brought out of the rubble tonight, and some people, as Mayor Giuliani said earlier to us today, have actually been rescued today. And it may be that that was the case in which somebody was able to be located because of the use of the cell phone. But this is a huge, huge area now of the heaviest possible equipment to deal with the heaviest possible rubble which a collapsed building represents. But just look at the policemen and the firemen just standing there, so many of them in shock, because this is only moments ago, because 200 members of the New York Fire Department have lost their lives in this rescue mission. And we have volunteer fire departments in much of America, so I think in small and large communities we all appreciate how tight-knit the firefighting community is. And in these situations, there never seems to be any thought in their minds about what they're going to do. They got to go in because that's what they're trained to do. But it is an extraordinarily tight-knit community. And so the pain that is felt in the New York Fire Department, and this will be clearly true of the community in the Pentagon today and yesterday as well, is profound in such a way, I think, that a great many of us in the country simply cannot imagine what it is like. It will be a long, long time before their lives stabilize. And if you go to fire departments all over the country, there's a wall of honor in fire departments everywhere. There's always a wall of honor in a fire department on which are put the pictures and the names of men who have given their lives in other circumstances in service of their community. But we're also trying to get a country back together again, emotionally, in terms of its transportation, in terms of its general economics. ABC's Betsy Stark has been with us here on several occasions to try to take various measurements to see how the country is doing at the moment. Let me just ask you several pointed questions, Betsy Stark, about where we are today. The insurance industry this morning is saying this could be the largest man-made disaster and probably the largest single disaster ever, with a price tag of $10 billion at the moment. Post-catastrophe estimates are always a bit unreliable, I know, but when you check with that industry today, what are they telling you?
Well, I mean, as you say, Peter, there's nothing else, no other catastrophe that compares, no other even natural disasters that I'm aware of that compare in scope to the size of claims that can be expected. And, you know, This is the sort of thing the insurance industry prepares for, in the sense that the insurance industry takes out insurance. There are reinsurance companies that will be paying out enormous claims in order to cover the size of the damage done. And we won't really know what accurate figures are about that damage for a while.
Now, I know you've been talking to the New York and the American stock exchanges. Other exchanges are open around the world, and perhaps you can bring us up to date on some of the numbers of what they're doing. But more importantly, what the effect this has had on international financial markets.
Well, it's very interesting, Peter, to see what's happening in global markets today. Last night, Asia had its first opportunity to react to the events, and the reaction in the markets was very emotional. It was a negative reaction. There were sharp sell-offs on the Japan Nikkei, Hong Kong's Hang Seng Index, Singapore's index down between 5 and 10%, similar to what we saw yesterday in Europe and Latin America. You would expect this kind of emotional reaction to this sort of thing. So, but the good news is stabilizing in Europe today.
Okay, thanks very much, Betsy. We're going to interrupt you and come back to this because we're going to go to Logan Airport in Boston, where we are still somewhat troubled by the notion of the head of security up there who said they had among the best security in the country. But we're going to have a news conference from the FBI and the U.S. Attorney's Office. They'll identify themselves.
As soon as we received notice of the hijacking. This is a joint command post with State Department, ATF, Customs, the Massachusetts State Police, OSI, Boston Police Department, Department of Transportation, U.S. Secret Service, and the U.S. Marshals represented. We're also involved in Massport's command post at Logan Airport. We'll continue to man these command posts and continue our joint investigations around the clock until all investigations have been completed. We are coordinating our investigation with FBI headquarters and with other federal agencies. A website and a toll-free tip line has been established. For this case, we're using the Internet Fraud Complaint Center website, which is www.ifccfbi.gov, because it's an existing site designed to receive information from the public. The toll-free number is 1-866-483-5137, and we've had these two lines up for the last day, and we have been getting some good information and some good tips. At this time, the White House is coordinating all public information at the national level. As this is an ongoing case, I'll not be discussing the case or taking any questions, but I can assure you that absolutely everything will be done to identify and bring the perpetrators to justice. Thank you. Sorry.
We have one more speaker, Massachusetts U.S. Attorney Jim Farmer.
Farmer's the U.S. Attorney in Massachusetts.
Thank you, Director Buckingham. I'm really here to second the comments of Mr. Prouty. I'm here first to doubly ensure the public that the prosecutive resources of the Department of Justice, and specifically the United States Attorney Office in Massachusetts, are working round the clock in the closest possible coordination with all federal, state, and local law enforcement investigative agencies. I will be making no statement and taking no questions as well. It is and will be remaining our highest priority to conduct a successful criminal investigation of these critical events. I would ask your indulgence and your understanding that at this time we are simply unable to make any further comment.
Well, to be perfectly frank, there isn't much.
Any other questions not pertaining
to
the investigation?
I'd like to ask the officials from Massport if you can explain how the suspected terrorists had runway ramp uniforms and badges on their possession.
Again, I think that's something we would defer to the investigating authorities, and you've heard their comment relative to anything regarding this investigation. We just simply cannot get into those questions.
Passenger and airplane security, if in fact suspected terrorists were able to buy one-way tickets with cash only, arriving late and fitting a Mideastern description without raising any flags or concerns from airport personnel, airline personnel, or anyone else associated with Massport?
Again, this is an ongoing investigation, and that question pertains directly to that investigation.
That in fact, for the individuals bought one-way tickets, paid with cash, going to the West Coast, were described as Mideastern and arrived late, therefore fitting numerous profiles of suspected terrorists or drug runners?
I cannot confirm that.
I'm not altogether certain how much we're going to get out of this news conference of the FBI and the U.S. Attorney's Office, and I don't want to just automatically cut it off. I think it's pretty clear there from both the FBI and the U.S. Attorney in Massachusetts. They don't want to answer any questions pertaining to the investigation, and that is, of course, perfectly understandable from their point of view, because they're not altogether certain at this point how far they've got in their investigation, and we have been talking to the various law enforcement agencies, not only there, but in Miami, Washington, New York, everywhere. And I think I'll ask John Miller to come back and join me for a little while again. But let me just try to reset for you a little bit in terms of where we think we are in the investigation. We have learned, ABC News has learned, that at least 2 of the hijackers who were on the Immigration Naturalization Service watch list. This is a list posted at airports anywhere there's an INS entry port, and it's unclear whether these 2 of these characters were in the United States illegally or whether they had actually entered before their names were placed on the watch list. But there is clearly a group of individuals, both in several parts, or at least 2 parts of the United States today, in whom the FBI and other agencies are deeply interested. 2 FBI agents, for example, have gone to a house in Venice, Florida, which they believe to be the home of a man named Muhammad Atta. It's impossible to identify a country from a name like that. Muhammad Atta could be a man from any number of countries, but is a suspect that we have been sort of watching throughout the night, and they have executed a search warrant for him. The FBI also went to a second address in Coral Springs in Florida, believing this was the address on this man named Muhammad Atta's license. There's a lot of information out of the Miami office of the FBI that just suggests that place has been brewing with activity since last night. The number 1 and the number 2 in the FBI command there met throughout the night. Task force was put together very quickly in Miami, which involved not only the FBI and the local police and the state police, but various members of the Immigration and Naturalization Service. And in Boston, even though the FBI and the Attorney General up there are reluctant to talk about this, again, for understandable reasons from their point of view, we believe that the Boston FBI agents are investigating 5 men believed to be hijackers killed in the explosion, and we will come back and try to follow that in a moment. But the mayor of New York, Rudolph Giuliani, is about to give his first news conference of the day.
And, you know, our firefighters and police officers are going to get pretty exhausted after a period of time. So the outpouring of volunteers has been tremendous, and we're very, very thankful for that. And the city, the people of the city, their spirit is tremendous. And I said that yesterday, and I'll say it again. This city is the greatest city in the world. It has the greatest people, and a bunch of cowardly terrorists can't make us fearful. We're stronger than they are. We're better than they are. And people of the city proved it yesterday. They're going to prove it today. And they're going to be a great example of what Americans are like. Thank you.
Well, I'm not sure how much information we got out of the mayor. I think we may have joined him in progress there, and we'll check to somebody who's listening closely. But there's a tremendous symbolism there from the mayor.
With our briefing.
Well, we'll listen to this briefing and see what else we know. With tremendous symbolism for the mayor there, wearing his hat from the New York Police Department and his shirt from the Fire Department of New York. The mayor of New York, Giuliani, has always identified very strongly with the police in this city and the fire department as well. He has been criticized by many segments of the community in the city when the police have been involved in actions which have deemed to be illegal or angered communities, very often minority communities in some ways. But there is no question that at a moment like this, the mayor wishes to be seen, as do New Yorkers in general, I think, with the efforts in the last 25 hours of the police department and the fire department. And there is the Pentagon again. I want to go back to Betsy Stark, if I beg your pardon. First of all, we have on the phone Joyce Carnes. Are you there, Ms. Carnes?
I am.
Can I just ask, first of all, where you are?
I'm in Munhall, Pennsylvania.
You're in Pennsylvania, in Munhall, Pennsylvania.
Near Pittsburgh.
And I know where Munhall is, yes. In fact, you've been in the news even before yesterday. Now, you've been talking, I gather, to your brother, who is in the rubble of the trade towers, but he's a rescue worker and he's not trapped. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Would you tell us, would you tell us what you and he have been talking about?
Well, he was in the Marine Corps for about 18 years, and he was at work in Wilton, Connecticut, and he felt a need to go do something and help somebody. And I received a phone call at 7:49 last night. He told me he was in the rubble, and he had found 2 of the Port Authority officers, and that they were trapped 40 feet down, and he needed some help. He couldn't see anybody to help him get them out. He gave me some directions and told me to call the NYPD rescue because he couldn't get through on the phone lines. And I called 911 from Pittsburgh, and Allegheny County ended up faxing NYPD and a lot of other people the information, and they got back to me and got the directions of how to find him and these 2 Port Authority people.
And do you know what happened?
Actually, these 2 gentlemen, a Sergeant McLaughlin and a Gemetto, they were in the lobby of the World Trade Center when it collapsed. And they evidently were under a lot of rubble in an air pocket. And my brother and a former Sergeant Thomas went in and found who was alive, if there was anyone alive, and tried to send for rescue.
Well, I'd just like, if I may, to try to follow the sequence of event here. Your brother called you from the rubble because he was with 2 Port Authority workers who were 40 feet down in the rubble, and he couldn't attract the attention of anybody above him to help him. So he called you. You tried to get in touch with the New York Police Department. Have you any idea what ultimately happened?
Actually, I called 911, and Allegheny County got in touch with the police department through a fax. And then I talked to them, and a half hour after that, a fire worker called me to verify the directions of where to locate them.
And do you believe they were thus rescued?
Yes, they were rescued.
Oh, that's terrific news. And how's your brother?
He's doing good. I last heard from him at 9:30, and he was going back in.
And is he currently a policeman or a firefighter or a rescue worker as a professional?
No, he is a CPA for Duluth and Touche.
Oh, for goodness sake.
But he was in the military, the Marine Corps, for 18 years, and he is an ex-police officer from Whitaker and Tampa Bay, Florida.
You must be very proud of him at the moment.
Yes, I am.
Well, thank you, Ms. Carnes. I really appreciate you calling and sharing that story with us.
Thank you.
It just happens to come, that call, as we were talking about the connections that people have made in terms of this escalation. And as we just look at this, there's just one other thing. We have not resolved an answer to this, but Jackie Judd, our correspondent in Washington, has sent me an email just a short while ago, and she really speaks to what's been puzzling enormous numbers of us. We see all of this video and these live pictures of where the towers used to stand, but the question is, where is all the rubble? It seems so flattened. How could so much steel and concrete just vaporize? Did it all turn to dust? It's one of the questions we will try to answer in the next little while. And we'll be back to continue ABC's news coverage of these crimes.